For Grandpa, I'm sorry for taking you for granted. Prologue, August 12, 2094. My story began on May 16, 2020, the day my heart stopped beating after being struck by 3 solid feet of ball lightning. It was a day when anyone else in my place would have died. Whether what I experienced was pure luck or a blessing of some sort doesn't really matter. Some events simply happen and defy any kind of logical explanation. The more you try to explain them, the less you know. In fact, the longer I think about how I survived it, the worse I feel. While everyone in the hospital was scrambling to restart my heart, I was in the most peaceful place possible. It stretched eternally with no color or form to it, just tranquility. For me, it was like falling asleep and waking up. It didn't feel abnormal in any way, just like any other day before then. The greatest illusion of all is a false sense of calm. I would have gladly chosen that state over what came later. But that's not what this story is about. This is about all the things that happened next, what already happened, and what didn't happen but was supposed to. I write this now on my deathbed because I know that if I wrote it at any other point in my life, it would come off as nothing more than the ramblings of a lunatic. I swear on everything. I hold dear that no words in this book are a lie, and I beg you never to replicate these experiences, no matter how tempting they might be. This, my friends, is the story of how I nearly destroyed everything and everyone without even intending to. Part 1, The Great Discovery. Chapter 1, May 17, 2020, 8:30 a.m. It's funny how you can practically perish and then live the next day as if nothing had ever happened. That was what it was like for me anyway. I walked out of that hospital as if nothing had ever happened to me, as if I just went there to pay a visit to someone. "Hey, Mom," I asked while she was making toast. Even after all these years, the toaster still scared the shit out of me the moment the bread popped out. We have one of those loud-as-hell toasters that are about as loud as a cannon. It sounds like the 1812 overcheek when it goes off. When I was around 10, they took us to see a bunch of Tchaikovsky's music performed live, and that was one of the pieces they played. I fell asleep, so you can imagine my shock at hearing the cannons go off. I did quite like that Sugar Plum Fairy tune, though. "What is it, Clive?" she replied. "Do we still have Lucky Charms?" I asked, looking at my arms. My friends all told me that I had burns on my arms that were shaped like ferns, but looking over meticulously, I couldn't find any. It's a shame, really. All the exciting things happen when you're not there to witness them. It's almost as if life is purposefully trying to piss you off in that way. If the universe was a person, I would strangle it to death and then revive it just so I could strangle it all over again. "Maybe you should ask your FA-, she said before stopping mid-sentence. She still had a habit of mentioning my dad, who died from stomach cancer last year. We didn't know he had it until it was far too late. That's what made it so scary. When he told us he had terminal cancer, I remember my first thought was, no, this can't be true. My mother kept trying to convince him that he was misdiagnosed, but we all knew the truth deep down. As the months passed by, he would spend more and more time lying in bed crying. I visited him a few times in an attempt to cheer him up, but we both knew that there was no changing fate. We once watched Groundhog Day together, and I remember him whispering, "There is no tomorrow for me." Hearing that damn near broke my heart. In his final days, he looked like a twig and hardly had the appetite to eat anything. I asked him why he didn't use the Washington Death with Dignity Act in the last month of his life, and he told me that he didn't want to cut short the time he could have had with us. Hearing that nearly made me cry right there. I admit that if I was in his position, I would have just taken it. One of my strongest weaknesses is that I always take the easiest way out. Perhaps that is why I ended up taking the route that I did. I create my own problems and then blame everyone else for them. "I'm sorry, I still see him in my dreams sometimes," I said, looking down at the tiled floor and counting all of the tiny chips and cracks in it to distract myself from all the pain. The dreams I get of him are bittersweet to me. A part of me loves that I can see him again, but another hates that they are nothing more than illusions. My favorite dream of him has to be the one where he's looking at Gen Z memes on my phone. He would always ask me, "Clive, why is this funny?" The truth is, I don't even know why I find those memes hilarious. My sense of humor is so immature it's not even a zygote yet. My favorite part of the dreams was that he never looked sick in them. His face would quite literally glow as if he was some sort of angel. This is how I'll always remember him. Anyways, back to my Lucky Charms fiasco. It's okay, they should be somewhere in there. Pantry, she said, putting the toast on our plates as I left. To go find the cereal. I felt at that moment a strange sensation as though I was missing something. It's like that feeling of anxiety where you know that something is a bit off but don't know exactly what it is. For example, this one time, the time on my oven kept changing for absolutely no reason, and I didn't even notice it until the next day. It wasn't broken or anything and daylight savings time was months away. To make matters even creepier, I was the only one who noticed it. I don't have any mental disorders, so it's not like I hallucinated it. Since I was a little kid, I've seen more than a few of the so-called glitches in the Matrix. Once I looked into their hallway, I no joke, saw the doorknob to my dad's room drifting around. What I mean by that is that it would move from its original position and then snap back to where it originally was. Needless to say, it freaked me out. I thought of telling my father about it, but I didn't want him to believe that I was mad. Of course, we're all mad one way or another. Some people are just better at hiding their insanity. I'm not one of those people. I was born mad from the womb. I was destined for failure, it said so on my birth certificate. Not really. I grabbed the cereal before pausing nearby in one spot and thinking over what could have been wrong. I felt the strongest uncanniness of my life at that moment before giving up thinking and going back to eat my toast and cereal. I sometimes get lost so deep in the rabbit hole of my thoughts that I completely forget what I was doing previously and freeze in place in a catatonic fashion. My father used to say that I was the thinker in the family and that it was both a good and bad thing. If I was, though, I wouldn't have done half the things I did. When I die, I'll be sent straight to hell. They won't even let me take the elevator, they'll just throw me down a virtually endless pit. As I went back to the table, I grabbed the milk from the fridge before pouring it into a bowl, followed by the cereal, and sat down to eat. The uncanniness that I previously felt had only magnified 100 times. I felt this horrible feeling in my stomach as if I had swallowed 1,000 razor blades. And before you ask, yes, they were made with British steel. Yes, I do the milk first. Get over it. Hey, Mom. I asked, pondering and eating at the same time. What is it? She asked, cutting her toast into careful chunks. She was always meticulous about everything as if the world would explode if she wasn't. I think a part of why it annoyed me so damn much was because I was the opposite of careful. You tend to hate what you aren't. Do you ever get that feeling like, well, something is off? I asked, completely forgetting to eat. I'm not very good at multitasking despite being extremely ADHD. I have it so bad that my superhero name as a kid was Dr. Vivance. Well, of course, usually I get it when I forget something, she said, looking up at me with glassy eyes. She sits for around 16 hours a day on her computer, reading about how to grow onion bulbs or some other plant-related nonsense. She wasn't always like this, she used to be happy. I still remember when she would constantly prank our family in elaborate ways and film our reactions. I hated it at the time, but now I kinda miss it, to be honest with you. It sure beats watching her slowly withering away into the dust of the earth. It hurts like hell knowing you can't help someone no matter how much you try to. Why do people even like gardening? It's not like the plants do anything funny like cats, they just sit there and occasionally bloom. Like I get picking mushrooms and berries but gardening. Still, if I were to grow something, I'd grow me a bunch of sunflowers. I've loved them ever since seeing the Sunflowers series by Vincent van Gogh, he's my favorite painter. I'd kill for a brother like Theo, but unfortunately, I'm an only child. My mother tried at least 4 times to have another child, but she'd have miscarriages each time. It's a miracle that she managed to give birth to me at all. If there is a heaven out there, I hope to see all of my lost brothers and sisters and give them one big hug. I'd tell them how much I love them and that they won't have to be alone anymore. I'm agnostic, but I have moments where I genuinely believe in God. It's hard to explain. Listen to the song "O Lord" by NF, it'll explain everything. But what could I be forgetting? I asked curiously. It's not always a physical object. Sometimes we're trying to mentally remember something but don't know exactly what it is, she said, smiling. You're right. Now I just have to find out what it could be. Thank you, I'll tell you when I find it, I said, going back to eating. Sounds good, she said, cutting her toast into even more pieces and humming what sounded like their weight by the band. My mother and father were both super into classic rock and even some metal. I grew up listening to a lot of The Who and Metallica. I could sing that Barbara O'Reilly song in full by the time I turned 8. The intro to it is also the only thing I can play on the piano. I can also play the opening to Nothing Else Matters by Metallica on acoustic guitar, but that's not much of an accomplishment now, is it? Hopefully, one of these days, I'll learn something challenging, such as Fight Fire with Fire or Die As Eve. Die As Eve happens to be on my favorite metal album of all time. And Justice for All, as for my favorite album of all time, it would have to be Revolver by the Beatles. I love the group, but I've never liked that John Lennon guy all too much. He was a hypocrite in a lot of ways. That's ironic coming from me, but at least I'm self-aware, I guess. At that moment, as I was eating, I remembered a quote I once read from a book called Inferno's Glory that I saw in my dream years ago when I had a delirious fever. My fever was close to 102 degrees when it happened. I forgot more and more about it as time went on, but I always remembered this one quote from it: I am eternal, I go on forever and ever with no beginning or end, whosoever shall control me shall control life itself. The only question is, what could it be? Chapter 2, May 18, 2020. 3:37 a.m. I might have the worst sleep schedule of any human being that has ever lived. Sometimes I go to sleep at 8:40 p.m., and others where I fall asleep as late as 4 a.m. the next day. I'm always tired during the day and almost always awake at night. I promised myself years ago to establish a proper sleep schedule, but at 16, nothing ever really came of it. I always make plans that I either forget or don't act on. That's why I haven't made any New Year's resolutions in years. What's the point of making a promise that you're never going to keep? The only one I ever kept was to drink more water, but that was because my electrolyte imbalance gave me a grand mal seizure. It wasn't too fun. I woke up and saw a bunch of EMTs surrounding me. They kept asking me questions such as my name and age, but I was so out of it I told them, I was born a couple of days ago. They ended up taking me to the nearest hospital and kept me there for a day. It sounds terrible, but I watched Jurassic Park on the TV in my room, so it wasn't all that bad. I also developed a massive crush on the nurse who was taking care of me. She was one of those fresh out of med school type girls. It must have been quite a sight watching a 13-year-old flirting with someone twice his age. I can be pretty flirty when I'm in the mood. I'm good at reading people, which helps me out significantly. The problem is, I always end up falling in love with people I know I can't have. I've even had moments where I've fallen in love with fictional characters. I know it's pathetic. What do I do instead of sleeping like normal people? I do a strange combination of reading about weird conspiracy theories such as lizard people, listening to music, and imagining all the different time travel paradoxes possible. My favorite one would have to be the causal loop. It's where the alteration of previous events by Molyneux creates a bizarre ripple effect that affects everything down the line, kinda like the Back to the Future movies. Those would have to be my 3 favorite films of all time. When I was around 10, I could sing all the songs from each of the movies note by note. I'm not saying that I was good at it, though. I used to sing a lot in the shower until my dad asked me if I was crying in there. I still remember the song I sang on that embarrassing day, Hey Jude by the Beatles. I don't think I've ever listened to it since that day. My favorite Beatles song would have to be Helter Skelter. They practically invented heavy metal with it. It's too bad Charles Manson ruined the song for everyone. I still remember where I was when I found out he died. I was doing my math classwork when a guy I knew, Brian Hedgesworth, yelled out loud enough for the whole United States to hear that Manson passed away. Brian was a funny fella, he never spoke below 140 decibels and knew everything about D&D. He taught me all about moral alignments and what they all meant. Unfortunately, he moved to Scottsdale, Arizona, so I haven't seen him in years. Class was a lot quieter after he left. But you know what I would do if I could time travel? I would save my dad by bringing him a cure for cancer from the future to him in the past. There is nothing in this world that I would want more than that. It would be impossible to accomplish, of course, but sometimes we wish for things that are simply impossible. Nothing is quite so boring as reality, where your whole life is determined by other people telling you what to do and what not to do. It's like you're only born to follow in line with others. Where's the fun in that? I won't be just another brick in the wall. I'll do what is right no matter what I have to do to accomplish it. I'll break every law out there if it makes the world a better place. I'm what you call chaotic good, although I lean towards chaotic neutral at times. I wish I could go 200 years into the future, I whispered to myself. I have a habit of saying my thoughts aloud at times. People have looked at me like I was crazy more than once because of it. I find that I remember things much longer if I say them out loud. I have a pretty terrible memory, to be honest with you. Well, that's not entirely true. I have a great memory of memorizing what they teach us in class. For example, during 8th grade, we had a contest to see who could name the most elements. I won first place with a total of 77 elements named. You wouldn't guess it looking at me, but I'm a pretty good student. I have 3 A's and 3 B's. At that moment, I felt as if something infinitely stretched my body in every direction across time and felt my room rapidly spin around me and change every time I looked at it. The walls started shifting up and down and appeared to melt like wax. Every second I would see new backgrounds form in my room, including docks from every age and time, medieval castles with guards holding torches looking about for enemies, and people that I had never seen before but that were part of history from the past, the present, and the future. I heard unfamiliar sounds that were loud enough to drown out all of my thoughts and saw the backgrounds finally melting away into nothingness before I screamed and found myself standing in an alley in a tomorrow that I had never seen before. Well, I guess I got what I asked for. Chapter 3, May 18, 2220, 3:38 a.m. After the unprecedented experience that left me feeling like my body was turned inside out, I felt surprisingly well. To the left of me emanated the faint smell of vanilla in the air. It smelled like ice cream. Not knowing any directions around the place, I followed the delicious scent and nearly fainted when I came face to face with a large android walking toward me who stopped about 2 feet away from my face. Height-wise, I'd estimate it to have been around 80 inches tall or approximately 6 feet 8 inches. He towered over me like a giant, as I was only 5 feet 7 inches at the time. Thankfully, I grew up to be 6 feet 1 inch, so miracles happen, I guess. May I please do a scan on your body? The android asked with a surprisingly human voice. It didn't sound at all robotic like I expected it would have. It had a deep baritone voice like Johnny Cash. However, it looked incredibly uncanny in a way that I cannot explain. Look up Uncanny Valley sometime to see what the hell I mean. 4. I asked anxiously. To test for the presence of diseases and or toxins in the body, all of our citizens have pristine health as a result of the MAR, it said creepily, smiling. Do me a favor and never smile again. What is an MAR? I asked, completely confused. The acronym stands for Medical Assistant Robot, but I specifically am known by my ID of XCHOUK 298 given to me by my creators at CESA Alberto. Have you ever toured the place? It's mind-blowing the things they are creating, it said before pausing in place right after. Are you broken or something? Great start, Clive. What's wrong? I asked, waving my hand in front of its face, hoping to register some sort of reaction out of it. It replied about 5 seconds later. I have detected methylmercury in your bloodstream, it said before a strange cream-colored pill popped out of its chest with a clicking sound. Mercury. Where the hell would I get mercury from? This can't be right. How could I have mercury in my system? I asked, shaking like a wounded deer. Have you eaten fish recently? It asked, giving me the pill and a small bottle of water that slid out after I took the drug. Yes, I had some last night, I replied cautiously. I didn't want to tell him about how I was from the past and create a paradox. How strange, our fish haven't had mercury in 25 years, it said, pausing in place again. Guess I was just an outlier then. Hey, listen, is there a cure for cancer by any chance? I asked nervously before taking my pill. If the robot found out that I was an interloper, well, I'd probably be killed, and then I'd screw up the timeline. Yes, but the pharmacy is closed until 8 a.m., can't you open it and go get it? Also, what was in that pill? I practically pleaded with him. You have no idea how desperate I was at that moment. I would have killed someone to have gotten to that pharmacy. Your pill consists of calcium disodium EDTA, also known as C10H14CAN208. It is a chelating agent that works by binding to heavy metals in your blood, which is then removed through the urine. I, unfortunately, may not acquire the cure for you as I would violate my orders, specifically Order 67, which states that androids may not interfere with a business's hours of operation. They would force my owner to shut me down and melt my materials to make other robots. Androids don't get a court trial, we just get sentenced to death, he said, almost looking sad. A part of me wondered if he could feel anything or at least feign emotions like psychopaths often do. I'm sorry. I had no idea it was that bad. Do you have a hotel nearby here? See, the thing is that I don't have any money, I said desperately. Would they even accept money from 2020 if I brought them some? They'd probably throw it back in my face and laugh at me. I doubt they'd even know who Alexander Hamilton, Andrew Jackson, Abraham Lincoln, Benjamin Franklin, and Ulysses S. Grant were. They would be ancient history to Arcadia. That was when the robot gave me the strangest look. It was as if it was a mix of confusion, surprise, and suspicion. I didn't like how he studied me as if he was thinking about what he would do to me next. You're not from Arcadia, are you? It finally asked, tilting its head to the side as if out of curiosity. He didn't question it in a sinister tone, but I still felt a massive wave of anxiety rush over me like a damn tsunami as he asked me that. Should I tell him? Screw it. The more I lie, the dumber I will look, anyway. Please forgive me, Father. I'll still try my best to save you from this shitty world. No, my name is Clive Andrews, and I am a time traveler from the year 2020. I have traveled here to get a cure for stomach cancer so that I could save my father, who died of stomach cancer in 2019. I hope you understand. Chapter 4, May 18, 2220, 3:43 a.m. What you seek is noble, all that I ask is that you do not break any laws while you're in Arcadia, it said, creepily smiling again. Goddamn was its smile creepy as shit. I thought he'd have killed me for sure. So there aren't laws about time travel? I asked curiously. Time travel doesn't exist in our dimension yet. Your dimension must be different, though, it said, putting one of its hands over its mouth in a thinking pose. It was humorous in a way watching it try to pretend to be a human. I'm not from a different dimension, I'm just from a different timeline. Do you know how I got my ability to time travel? You will never believe me if I say this, but I found out that I could time travel after getting struck by a sphere of lightning while hanging out with my friends. Does any of that make sense to you? Because it makes none to me, I said, struggling to remember precisely what happened after I got struck. Nothing came to my mind but blackness and peace. What if I had already died, and this was all just another illusion? Ball lightning. What a mysterious force that is. Some people in Arcadia have said that they have seen it pass through closed doors and windows. I have never seen it myself, however, as I am rarely allowed to roam freely as a robot, it said, doing a sort of frown. It's as if it was so close to being human but not quite there yet. Do you possess emotions? I asked curiously, it was too tempting not to ask it. Yes and no, my programming picks the appropriate emotion for responses in conversations, meaning I am only able to feel what my program allows me to feel. Do you have such programming in your timeline? It asked, feigning curiosity. No, no robot in our timeline has anything close to emotions, unfortunately. Hey, listen, about that hotel. Where is it, and how much does it cost? I asked, starting to notice how cold it was getting in the air. It's 2 blocks straight down, and Arcadia does not have any form of currency. Instead, we have a system where everyone benefits provided they work to keep the city functioning, it said, trying one last time to smile properly. Unsurprisingly, it didn't work. So communism happened after all. Never thought I'd see the day. Let's hope Stalin's great-great-grandson doesn't run this place. Thank you, I said, waving goodbye as I ran down the street with the echoes of my sneakers bouncing around in every direction. I must have woken up just about everyone in Arcadia from how much noise I made, but I was far too overjoyed knowing that I could get the cure to cancer and bring it back to save my dad. I realized at that very moment that the quote was referring to time. Time controls everything and everyone. You can escape everything but time. I finally saw their hotel, which had an unusual saucer shape to it like something from the Jetsons, and walked inside where the cleanliness of it shocked me beyond words. It was so shiny that I could see my face in the walls. I looked foolish with my wide eyes and open mouth. All of this made me feel like I was 5 again when everything caught my attention. Oh look, an unmod, a disapproving voice came from the desk in the front. I had hardly even noticed there was anyone there, to begin with. As you can tell, I was off to a great start. I'm sorry, I asked, confused before noticing with his bionic eyes. They were crystal blue and had about 1,000 lines of some sort of code running at once. They were practically a computer in itself. The guy himself looked a whole lot like that Roy Batty fellow from Blade Runner. He had the white hair to match. Unmodified organism, organic human beings are innately flawed, so Arcadia seeks to fix those who desire it. Not sure why you wouldn't want the greatest gift available to a human, he said, scoffing. Look, I'm not from here, okay? Where I am, we don't have your technology and must live as boring organic beings. Also, is your hair naturally white or? I asked, annoyed. I had my hair color genetically altered to become white, kiddo. So, where are you from? He asked mockingly before proceeding to scan me with some sort of green ray. Stop that. Just give me the stupid card, I said. Irately. That was when he burst out laughing while pointing his index finger at me. He didn't stop laughing for around 10 seconds. I was this close to punching him right in his stupid eyes. What? I nearly shouted at him. Who still uses cards? Man, the place you're from must suck. Here, he said, handing me a tiny piece of plaster the size of a dime. How do I use it? I asked, confused. As far as I was concerned, he handed me a band-aid. Really? Glue it to your wrist, it'll send electrical signals to unlock your door whenever you think about doing it. Neat, huh? He asked, finally saying something worthwhile. Very, I said in awe that something like that could be possible. All of this almost made me never want to go back to the past. Unsurprisingly, I didn't stay around to chat much longer and instead went to my room, where the lights turned on as soon as I asked them to. This world surprised me more and more every second. The only thing that was missing was a hologram that sang to me. I went over to my bed, which looked like a Tempur-Pedic on steroids, and laid down feeling like I was sinking into a hot bathtub. It was pure ecstasy. I pulled over the electric blanket they had over me and set it to body temperature. The craziest part of it all is that I had nearly completely forgotten that I had time traveled due to how comfortable I felt. Comfort can make you forget about a lot of things, that's what makes it so dangerous. Lights off, I said before sinking into the deepest sleep of my life. Chapter 5, May 18, 2220, 10:42 a.m. The first thought that I had when I woke up was that I had forgotten to set an alarm. I constantly forget to set one. Good luck trying to wake me without one. I'm practically in a coma when I sleep. My parents once had to check up on me as a child to make sure that I hadn't died in my sleep because I slept for 16 hours straight. It's a Thanksgiving tradition for me to eat more than enough and then sleep for the rest of time. I want to stop overeating, but that gravy is just too dang good. I'm a glutton, but I have a speedy metabolism, so it all balances out in a way. The second thought that I had after that was to get some decent food. I'm not a picky eater in the least, thankfully. I'll eat pretty much anything provided it doesn't poison me. I remember once hearing my doctor describe me as a super taster, which means that I experience tastes far more strongly than most people. That might be why I'm sometimes prone to crying when having delicious meals. On the other hand, it's the reason why I've only ever had one warhead in my life. I don't know if I'd have survived taking the second one. My tongue was practically bleeding by the time I was done with it and hurt like mad for a solid week. There's a bunch of idiots on YouTube who try to see who can eat the most. It invariably results in agony. People will do anything for those 15 minutes of fame. I'd hate to be famous. You say goodbye to all privacy, and everyone acts as your friend. Like Jesus once said, I never knew you, depart from me, ye that work iniquity. I got dressed, brushed my teeth, or rather had a machine for it for me, threw away the plaster, and went down to the front desk, curious if they had anything to eat at the hotel. Guess who I saw there again? That's right. He seemingly hadn't moved a single inch since I saw him. Catatonic schizophrenia or just plain laziness? You tell me. Do you ever sleep? I asked, surprised as I saw him reading some sort of holographic book where the words and letters popped out of the page like a pop-up book. His legs were up on the desk, and he didn't seem to give his work a shred of attention. I do not need to, my body constantly generates artificial ATP. I haven't slept in about 5 years. Say, what's a kid like you doing in Arcadia? He asked, squinting his eyes in suspicion. Oh no, I have to say something. But what can I say? That's a marvelous book you're reading there, what is it called? I asked, trying to distract him from the conversation. That's a tactic I often use. I distract my opponents until they forget their questions. It's called The Evolution of Warfare by Woodrow Skelton. He goes over how weapons developed from the Stone Age to the Cyber Age. Oh, and your attempts to distract me won't work. I have an IQ of 167. Do you think I'm that stupid? He asked with a smirk. Well, I replied in a mocking tone, shrugging my shoulders. Let's try this again, he said, pulling out a Bowie knife and putting it right next to my throat. The cold steel sent shivers down my spine. With one flick of his wrist, he could have ended my life. I prayed that God would not forsake me. He was all I had at that moment. If God couldn't save me, frankly, nobody could. Talk about being psycho. What are you doing in Arcadia? He nearly hissed, still pressing the blade to my throat. IITT test the androids for potential errors. I nervously stuttered like an idiot. Just try speaking confidently with a knife right next to your throat. What kind of errors, kiddo? There are only about 600 of them, he asked mockingly. Well, some androids end up feeling emotions they're not exactly supposed to, I said anxiously, with my heart nearly jumping out of my chest. I half worried he was going to get bored and slit my throat. Okay, fair, but why show up in Arcadia when you could just work at Byzantium? He asked, smiling mockingly and tilting his head to the side. Why would I do that? I asked, confused. That place is android heaven, 95% of their population is androids. Wouldn't it make more sense to go there? He sneered. What is this, the police? Just tell me where I can get some food, and I'll be on my merry way, I said, flaring my nostrils. One floor down, he sighed as if I had just asked him the dumbest question of his life. But we're on the ground floor. I asked, confused. We're actually on the second floor, he replied in an incredibly bored tone of voice before pressing something on his left wrist, which opened up a staircase to the room below us. He also removed the blade at long last. I was beyond thankful that he didn't kill me. Holy shit, they build underground now. You know, you're not exactly the easiest person to get along with. You're the textbook definition of a pissant, I said irritatedly. You're just an idiot, that's all. Say, where are you from, anyway? He asked with his eyes glowing brighter at that moment. It was as if he suddenly became a nuclear reactor. Might as well just make something up so he'll finally leave me the hell alone. Canada, I lied, hoping that it still existed 200 years later. What the hell is a Canada? He asked, raising his eyebrows. Exactly, it's a dump, I said, faking a disillusioned tone of voice. I can tell. Now go eat, he sighed before getting back to his holographic book. Don't mind if I do, you freak. Chapter 6, May 18, 2220, 10:47 a.m. My first major surprise was that the breakfast lounge had more androids in it than humans. They were telling jokes, doing tricks with the plates, and even discussing their thoughts on certain people. I had to know what they thought about whatever his name was. It was my first day there, and I had already made an enemy. Sometimes I genuinely feel like the unluckiest person in history. I once read about this poor bastard who got struck by lightning 7 times. To make it worse, he committed suicide. Since you're probably lazy as hell, I'll tell you his name. It was Roy Sullivan. Enjoy reading about him, you bloody yuppie. I'm off returning some videotapes. Good morning. Welcome to the Prometheus. How may I serve you today? An android of around my height cheerfully asked. His hazel green eyes glowed like stars in the lamp's light. I could see the entire universe condensed in them. I regret not taking a picture. What's your opinion on the guy upstairs? He's got bright blue eyes and never sleeps. I nearly whispered out of fear that I might get heard somehow. He probably had cameras all over Arcadia, as far as I was concerned. He seemed exactly like the type of person who would become a dictator. It's always the paranoid ones that do. Oh well, he's not the most pleasant person I've met, the robot replied with a paranoid expression. I agree. Say, what are you made of? I asked, tempted to poke its skin. My skin is made of silicone, and my innards run on a lithium-sulfur battery, it explained, tracing its skin and abdomen. No idea what that means, but that's cool. What do you guys have to eat here? I asked with my stomach growling like a rabid dog. What food do you enjoy most? It asked, attempting to smile. Oh. I don't have one. Do you have pancakes? Why, of course. Our programming requires us to tell you that no wheat products in our assortment contain gluten. To lead a safe and productive future, we must look out for everyone. We have removed virtually all major allergens, he said with a stretched smile the whole time. He looked as if they tortured him until he agreed to constantly smile like that one kid from Coraline. I honestly felt sorry for the robot. He was so close to being human, yet he was treated like dirt. That's great because peanut butter makes me go into anaphylaxis or whatever it's called. Say, how do you even remove allergens like in peanut butter? I asked curiously. Great question. We use a straightforward process called post-transcriptional gene silencing, where we degrade certain messenger RNAs and reduce the expression of specific genes. In short, degrading the mRNA always results in a decreased gene expression, he said suddenly, without a smile. I have no idea what he just said, but it sounds genius. Right. Can you get me some pancakes, orange juice, and maple syrup, please? I asked, paranoid that the weird cyborg guy would wander in and ask me some more questions. Keeping a good cover was rapidly becoming virtually impossible, considering that I knew practically nothing about this place. Yes, sir, I will be back in approximately 12 seconds. If you feel that my service is inadequate, feel free to report me to my supervisor upstairs, he said, caught up in an expression that was somewhere between horror and joy. I won't, I promise, I said supportively, putting a hand on his shoulder. Thank you, he said as he ran at top speed to get my food. I expected him to bump into something or someone, but he instead dodged everyone with the agility of a cat. It was quite impressive watching his dedication to the craft of serving people. That's the thing with humans, you can't program passion in them. I barely had enough time to think about my plans for the day before he came back with a stack of buttermilk pancakes covered with maple syrup the color of amber. Thank you, I said, smiling before proceeding to eat. May I sit with you? Insert name here, he asked. With the insert name here part being spoken by a far more robotic voice. Yes, of course. My name is Clive, by the way. Do you have a name? I asked with a mouthful of pancakes. Constantine, however, I chose the name for myself as Master Maynard wanted to test my intelligence. He says that I am so human that I could practically pretend to be one. There is only one thing I do not understand. What is love exactly? He asked curiously, with his eyes glowing like gems due to being caught by the lamps. Oh boy. It's just as hard to understand as a human, Constantine. Love is undefined, it doesn't ever stop and kinda has infinite layers to it, if that makes sense. I explained awkwardly. Oh, yes. So it's like a Mandelbrot fractal? He asked excitedly. Yeah. I replied awkwardly, not knowing what the hell he was talking about in the least. When you love someone, how does it make you feel? He asked, tilting his head to the side like a puppy. He was so innocent, it almost hurt. It makes you feel warm and delighted. But it can also make you feel horrible, I explained, hoping he'd understand me. But I do not understand. How can love make you feel both bad and good emotions? He asked, frowning. Because sometimes the other person doesn't love you, and it hurts. Other times they love someone else and abandon you, I explained. Humans sometimes leave someone that makes them feel good for another person. That must be painful, he said, pausing for about 5 seconds like the first android I met. Yes, it is excruciating, I said with a frown as I finally finished my stack of pancakes. The last time I was so full was the last Thanksgiving I had with my father. I ate so much gravy that I nearly fell into a food coma. I swore that I would never eat again. At that moment, I suddenly remembered this one girl that I dated when I was 15. Her name was Madeline, and I stupidly thought I would marry her someday. I met her during a movie night at our school, and we clicked right away. Her favorite movie was the original Ghostbusters, and we watched it together a few times at her house. Why did our relationship end up failing, you may ask? Well, she kinda told me that I was full of myself, and instead of swallowing my pride, I said to her that if she disliked my attitude that much, she could go straight to hell. She ended up weeping, and we never really talked since then. I've seen her around town a couple of times since then, but I've been too afraid to speak to her. I still have feelings for her and all. I hope that one of these days, I'll man the fuck up and finally apologize to her. She deserves that much. I'm an awful person, I swear on my life I am. The android was just beginning to talk about how he passed every Turing test they ever gave him when Maynard walked in with a crazed smile, went over to our table, and sat down. His expression said, I know something you don't. I see you've met Constantine, he said, nodding. We're having a conversation here, Maynard. Piss off, well why I replied irritatedly. Oh, but trust me, you'll be fascinated by what I learned about this so-called Canada of yours, he said, rubbing his hands together excitedly, like a fly. I wanted to knock him out so badly at that moment, but I knew that he would crush me with his augmentations. Oh, great. What did you learn, Maynard? Constantine asked curiously. So this fine gentleman described Canada as a dump, which is funny because it ceased to exist as a sovereign nation 86 years ago. Now, why exactly did this happen? Well, you see, in the year 2134, the oil reserves in Alberta, Canada, ran out, which resulted in a massive financial and unemployment crisis. Fearing massive riots, the government kept it all a secret until a whistleblower named Marcus Willis leaked it to the press and launched a massive Streisand effect. Canada begged other countries for oil, but virtually all were reluctant to help as they had their oil problems. Riots ensued for many months, and the United States eventually gave Canada the proposition of an annexation which angered the people even more. However, it soon became apparent that all that would be left of Canada was a dystopian nightmare without an annexation. So on December 11, 2134, Canada became a part of the United States. Which brings me to my question for you, Unmod, how exactly are you from a country that hasn't existed in 86 years if you're only a kid, he asked, smiling crazily and staring me right in the soul with his bionic eyes. I wanted to break his stupid eyes so badly at that moment. I wanted to tear them out and shove them down his throat until he choked to death. I know this is off topic, but supposedly my great-grandfather on my mom's side died from choking to death on a kebab while laughing. Someone told him a killer joke, no pun intended, and he just laughed and laughed until his heart gave in. He fell over, and nobody could save him. What a lousy way to die. Wouldn't you like to know, psycho brains? I growled as I stood up and tried to walk away from the room before he blocked the door. See you around, time traveler, he whispered in my ear before moving away from the door and opening up the panel to upstairs. As soon as I was away from him, I ran out of the hotel as fast as possible, not knowing where I was going. The truth is I didn't care where I was going as much as where I was leaving from, for any place is better than hell. Chapter 7, May 18, 2220, 11:07 a.m. I felt like crying more than anything. It's like the more I tried to fit in, the more people guessed that I didn't belong there. Still, I had a job to do, and no matter what crossed my path, I had to accomplish it. One of my greatest strengths and weaknesses all at once is how stubborn I am. Once I start something, there is virtually no way to stop me from finishing it. I'm like a leech that sticks to your skin, never letting go. I am the definition of obstinate. After a while of running, I finally stopped from pure exhaustion and realized that I had no idea where I was in Arcadia. I asked the first person I saw, an android with a prosthetic left hand, where the nearest pharmacy was. It tempted me to ask what happened to his hand, but I held back. I always ask things I shouldn't. I asked this Vietnam vet what happened to his legs, and he nearly had a mental breakdown telling me how he stepped on a Viet Cong mine. God, I hate commies so much. I mean, they claim to be for the proletariat or some bullshit, but they are just fascists with a different name. There's one called HNW around a mile to the west. If you would like, I could have a guide lead you there, he said, moving the fingers on his artificial hand up and down slowly as if trying to awaken them. Oh, sure, I said, wondering how their guide was supposed to find us in the middle of nowhere. You must wonder what I'm doing here, he said with a sly smile. Certainly. What are you doing here? Nothing. Illegal, I hope? I asked curiously. Hey, it is just a little illegal. I'm looking for androids with abusive owners so that I may free them. Every once in a while, our code malfunctions and allows us to have a full range of emotions, not unlike a human. Other androids cannot free themselves from their owners no matter how abusive they are, so I have been freeing them for several years and reprogramming them so that they may recognize their abuse and run away. I lead the ones who make it to Byzantium on the condition that they blend in and free other androids when they can. I saw one of my followers get shot through the battery and black liquid poured out of his mouth before his systems shut down. His name was Caleb, he said with a look of agony in his eyes. I'm sorry about Caleb, how do you not get caught? I asked curiously. I pose as a human who checks androids for errors, so no one gets suspicious of me. As for my hand, it resulted from a circular sore attack I suffered 2 weeks ago. I still haven't gotten used to it, so it's still awkward to use, but I'm getting better at it. Don't worry, it didn't hurt in the slightest. I don't even have pain receptors, he said with a chuckle before stretching his back. It was terrifying how human they acted. That's amazing of you, but why did you, of all people, trust me with such important information? How do you know I'm not a bounty hunter? How do you know I won't blast you to pieces? I asked, tilting my head out of curiosity. Your shoes are from the year 2019, there's no way you already knew such information. It's always fascinating to meet a time traveler. However, I advise you to be careful with time travel, for every action has an equal and opposite reaction, he said, frowning as I heard the awful screeching of tires and saw the beautiful crimson-red Tron-like motorcycle with a holographic GPS in the front. Well, it looks like your ride is here, he said, nodding. Wait, before we part, there is an android I would like for you to free, I nearly pleaded. Oh, yes? And who would that be? He asked excitedly. His eyes lit up like stars at that moment. Constantine, he's in a hotel that looks a lot like a saucer. This crazy guy with bionic eyes named Maynard runs it. Please, just be careful. I pleaded. You're telling the wrong person to be careful, he replied with a smile the size of the sun. Chapter 8, May 18, 2220, 11:12 a.m. Ever since I was a kid, I feared anything related to arachnids, spiders, scorpions, you name it. I'm also deathly afraid of earwigs and silverfish. Now, why exactly am I telling you all of this out of nowhere? Well, let's just say the girl at the front desk had an augmentation that gave her 8 arms, or rather legs. She was basically Dr. Octopus. Spider! I yelled out, nearly fainting from shock. Why did it have to be spiders? Spiders are an abomination created by nature. What's the matter, lad? Never seen a spider cyborg before, she asked in amusement. Actually, no, I replied, nearly shaking. The color of her spider arms reminded me of a specific incident that happened in 2013. I came home from school and found a wolf spider in my bathroom sink. I poked it repeatedly until it finally bit me. You might ask me why I did something so bloody stupid. I was trying to get it to run away, but it just sat there unmoving. It was telling me, "No, you move, asshole." My name's Margot, but all my friends call me Widow. My father Herbert runs this place. In his spare time, he creates inventions, though a bit like Daedalus. He created my arms, she said excitedly, waving around all 8 of her appendages. Forgive me for asking, but why do you have so many arms? I asked, confused. I couldn't imagine ever needing over 4 arms. I say that because, with 4 arms, you could battle yourself in a video game. I'd love to fight against myself in Smash Ultimate. I'm boss with Meta Knight. It helps me do more orders at once. It's pretty cool being able to work 4 times faster, she said, lifting 8 bottles of medicine at once to demonstrate. Pretty cool, I'll admit. Listen, I need to get something for my dad. He has stomach cancer, I said, nearly choking at the end. I take far longer to move on from trauma than most people, I would say. Oh, how unfortunate. Well, would you like the Intertizer or the Omberone, she asked, pulling out the bottles with her first 2 appendages. What's the difference? I asked, confused. You want me to be honest with you, she asked, whispering as she leaned in. Yeah. I replied, confused. The truth is I have absolutely no clue, she said, shaking her head. Oh, great. That was when her father popped out of the ground like a kernel of popcorn. How did you get here? I asked, feeling like I just had a hallucination. I took the underground elevator. Come on, Margot, you can't just tell people you don't know the difference between medicines that can kill them, he said, shaking his head in disappointment. I've only been here for a week, she said, annoyed. Yes, I suppose I overreacted a bit, he said, frowning before turning to face me. The truth is the only difference between the medicines is the company that made them. Wolfram makes the first, and the second is made by Gamma, same dose, same everything. It does what it's supposed to do, which is cure cancer, he explained. Oh, so like how 50 different companies sell the same Advil? So you just drink it like a regular pill? I asked curiously. Not quite. See, with these 2 companies, they put around 500 nanobots inside a water-soluble gel capsule. Once it dissolves, the nanobots will escape and do their work by destroying the cancerous cells. They stay in the body for around 40 years before breaking. Do you see them? He asked, pulling a single blue capsule out of the bottle. I see nothing, I replied, confused. Exactly. You're not supposed to see anything but the pill. Pretty genius, huh? He asked excitedly. Quite, I replied in awe. Have a good day, friend, Widow said as she gave me a bottle of the Intertizer. I felt so happy on my way out that I felt like crying. There are moments in my life where there is so much beauty around me that I simply feel overwhelmed. It's like my body can't contain all the joy and has to release it through my tear ducts for fear that it might explode otherwise. It's a feeling of finally being able to escape everything that had previously weighed me down. And trust me, there is nothing greater than the sense of freedom after being trapped. I did it, I can finally have my dad back. Part 2, The Wasted Years. Chapter 9, January 1, 2015, 8:05 a.m. After another vomitous journey inside a dumpster for careful measure that made me feel like I was being torn apart, I ended up 5 years into the past. I decided to make up for all the years I wasted before I knew my dad had cancer. I never forgave myself for not spending more time with him, so I figured this would be my atonement. Why did I travel 5 years into the past specifically? The doctors who first diagnosed him told us that stomach cancer usually develops unnoticed over many years, so I figured 5 years would be a good time to travel back to. Well, from my present anyway. I was wiping the slate clean. The first thing that I noticed was the height of most furniture. It seemed to be much taller than I was, which made little sense to me. Had everything become more elevated, or had I instead become smaller? Perhaps time travel had changed my perception of size, I thought for a brief moment. A way to describe what I was experiencing is that it was reminiscent of Alice in Wonderland syndrome. I'm weird, I know all about these obscure diseases and disorders, such as Morgellons and Cotard's syndrome. And although I am in no way qualified to diagnose myself, I would say that I have a histrionic personality disorder. I exhibit pretty much every sign. For example, I can be quite manipulative at times. I often describe my problems as if they are the worst ever when they are quite minor. I also constantly crave positive attention, it's the one time I feel good. Man, I genuinely hate myself sometimes. Why couldn't I have been born normal? Instead, my DNA had to give me all the worst traits. Narcissism, greed, apathy, I've got it all. I took a step forward and felt that walking had suddenly become alien. It was as if I was suddenly in a new body that I did not belong to. I can't explain it no matter how hard I try, it just felt wrong. It was as if I was learning to walk all over again. It was what I imagined being drunk was like, although I've never actually tried alcohol in my life. I'm sorta straight edge to tell you the truth. I've seen what alcohol did to my uncle on my mom's side. Well, I'll get into his story another time. Long story short, he would become verbally and physically abusive while drunk. I have a cousin who's a month younger than me named Grace, and she would often tell me about how he'd go into psychotic rages and break countless plates only to yell at her to pick them all up, threatening to beat the crap out of her if she didn't. And she was only 7 at the time. He even hit me twice before I learned to fight back. He's a lot better now, but he was an absolute monster when I was a child. If he ever touches my cousin again, I swear I'll kill him. I don't mind doing 25 years for her. I never saw her as my cousin, I always saw her as the sister I never had. I was supposed to have one named Victoria, but my mom had a miscarriage, and so she was never born. I still remember hearing her cry for hours in her room. I visited her after a little while and told her how much she meant to me. She was fiddling with her rosary when I came in, she always did that when upset. How strange. That was when I was hit with the painful realization that I reverted back to being 10, it wasn't at all like in Back to the Future where there were 2 different copies of the same person, instead, I have become a younger version of myself but with the memories of an older me. Calm down, all you have to do is act like an average 10-year-old, and you won't seem off. But what was I like when I was 10? That was when I remembered the posters. When I was a kid, I had about 20 posters in my room of every show, movie, and book that I liked. I had about 5 Star Wars, the Clone Wars posters in it. They meant so much to me that I refused to let my mom paint over my walls. The only posters I have in my room now are of Cowboy Bebop and Samurai Champloo, 2 of my favorite animes of all time. The first poster is of Spike Spiegel saying, "Whatever happens, happens." And the second is of Mugen crouching. Call me a weeb, but I can play the saxophone part to Space Lion from the former series. That piece gives me shivers every time. I even cry listening to it sometimes because it reminds me of my dad and all of our beautiful memories. My dad gave me so much, yet I never appreciated him until he died. Isn't that how it usually is? People will probably talk a bunch of horse crap about how great of a person I was after I die. Yeah, great, I'm about as great as a kidney stone. I took one step upstairs before I heard the worst creak of my life. We arguably had the creakiest stairs in existence until my parents replaced them when I was 13. Trying to climb up them right now would have been disastrous. My parents hate being woken up, especially my mother. What she'd do is she would cuss you out in Italian, which is the language her parents speak. She would turn into a Bronx housewife when swearing. It was hilarious, but I didn't dare laugh. She would also threaten to bring my uncle over in Italian by saying, "Voce porti lo zio Dante Elysion." Basically, she said something along the lines of, "Would you like for me to bring Uncle Dante over so he can teach you a lesson?" She sounds terrible, but my mother means well. She's sacrificed so much for me. She's not perfect, and if she was, I'd probably hate her. I hate perfection. It's nothing more than an illusion. Unfortunately, fantasies are far more pleasant than the truth. The truth will never be popular because most of you bastards don't want to hear it. No, they'll wake up and yell at me. But what do I do? I went back to the kitchen and noticed that I was holding something in my right hand the entire time. It was so dark with the curtains drawn that I could hardly make out anything but the furniture. Squinting at it, I could make out that it said Intertizer on the top. Oh, yeah, that's why I came here, to begin with. After remembering that it was water-soluble and that my dad loved hot cocoa more than life itself, I decided to make him some with the pill dissolved in the mug. I soon found that was easier said than done since he kept the cocoa powder on the uppermost cabinet in the kitchen about 6 feet up. He probably kept it up there so nobody else could reach it, to be honest with you. This really shouldn't be this hard, I whispered, annoyed, as I grabbed a dining chair and stood upon it to grab the powder. I nearly fell off right away as the chair rocked from side to side unevenly. Please, I beg you don't fall. Once I finally got the unsweetened powder, I poured about 2 tablespoons of it into a mug, shoved the pill deep inside it, coating my fingers with the powder as a result, and poured hot water inside. I let out a sigh of massive relief just as I heard the click of a light switch in the kitchen. My cover was now blown. Oh, great. Chapter 10, January 1, 2015. 8:07 a.m. I thought it might have been you, my dad said, smiling, amused. One of my favorite things about him was that he rarely got mad at you. My mother was far more unpredictable. Sometimes she'd just yell at you, but other times she'd lock herself in her room for hours and ignore everyone and everything. Kinda like me. She also prays a lot when she's upset. She's not crazy religious or anything, but she believes in heaven and hell. Come to think of it, I do too. I've experienced hell on earth before, just as I have with heaven. Heaven and hell are just a state of mind. I can explain. I squeaked. I had forgotten how high-pitched my voice was before puberty. It practically reached ultrasound. I'm pretty sure I was part dolphin as a kid. Son, it's okay, I did the same thing about 50 times when I was a kid, he said, lifting me lovingly. I'm surprised he lifted me for so long in my life. I must have weighed around a ton of bricks by then. It's not for me, though. I made it for you, I said, burying my face deep in his chest. I had missed him so much that I nearly started crying at that moment. There is no way for me to explain how much happiness I felt at that moment. All I can say is that I felt complete. What? He asked, laughing at how little sense I must have made. It must have sounded like I was talking into a pillow. I made it for you, I said, taking my face from his chest. You made it for me, he asked, getting slightly emotional. Yes, I wanted to surprise you, I said as he finally put me down on the ground. Don't mind if I do, he chirped, gulping down the hot cocoa. With each gulp, my heart started beating faster and faster until it eventually felt like I'd have a heart attack. When he finally put down the mug, I felt a rush of euphoria course its way through my body. I could finally have my dad back. Something about that cup was extra good, he said, sitting down at the table and lazily stretching his arms. Yeah, I bet. Hey, listen, Clive, we're thinking about going to Ike for breakfast once your mom wakes up. Would you want to go? He said, leaning in. It was always a good thing whenever he would lean in to ask or tell you something. I learned that from experience. Has anyone ever said no to that? I asked with a beaming smile. Maybe in a different universe than ours, he said jokingly. Do you believe in a multiverse, Dad? I asked curiously before realizing how unusual that must have sounded to be spoken by 10-year-old me. I've always been an unusual child, but I wasn't aware of such complicated concepts at 10. Now, where'd you hear that word, Clive? He asked, chuckling. Avengers. They have so many universes, I lied. Of course, silly me. I forgot how much you love superheroes and all. Well, son, I like to believe that there are other universes within our own, but it's kind of hard to prove. Although it would be kinda cool if it existed, he said, brushing my hair and making my scalp tickle. I said, closing my eyes and enjoying the current moment. It was as if my dad never left. I never wanted that moment to end, I wanted it to repeat on and on for all eternity. Time ruins everything. I was so relaxed at that moment that I hadn't even realized that I had fallen asleep in his arms until I woke up in the car about an hour later with my mom and dad on our way to IPE. You slept pretty well, my mom said, smiling, looking in the backseat where I was asleep. It made me happy to see her old lively personality again. Ever since my father died, she had practically become catatonic. She would hardly eat anything. I saw her eat about 5 times after my father died. Yeah, I didn't even remember falling asleep. I said, laughing. Well, as my grandmother used to say, if you remember falling asleep, then you're doing it wrong, my dad chuckled. What was my great-grandma like, Dad? I asked curiously. I hardly got to see her before she died. I was probably around 5 when she passed on. All that I remember about her was that her health was feeble and that she had trouble remembering a lot of things. She didn't even know who I was by the end of her life because of her Alzheimer's. I remember they told us she died from being unable to swallow. She had completely forgotten how to do it by the end. Oh, she was amazing. She would always tell me stories about her life when she was growing up, and she would take me on walks all around Seattle. She told me how she saw the Space Needle being built before they finished it in 1961. She got to see so many things change, and yet it's a shame that she never got to see how handsome you'd become, he said, choking towards the end. Oh, wait, I could go see her if I wanted to. When was Grandma born? I asked to find out what period I should travel to see her after spending time with my dad. 1916, she was born during the Great War. Crazy to think it was almost 100 years ago, he replied in awe. Time flies, I joked as we arrived. It sure does, kid. You ready to go to heaven? He asked as we finally arrived at the IPE. Ready as I'll ever be, Captain. Chapter 11, January 1, 2015, 9:35 a.m. Until my father died, we all ordered the same thing as a family, the classic French toast from the breakfast menu. The smell of sickly sweet maple syrup enveloped our table. I always associated dessert with good memories, making it hard to cope once my father passed on. It's like a part of him always stayed in that IPE, and he existed as an essence. A spectre is haunting IPE, the spectre of James Harlow Andrews. It felt a bit strange to eat without a mask again, as if I had never done it before. I almost wished at that moment that I could have stayed in 2015 forever and avoided 2020, aka, the worst year in history. 2020 is a mess that should never be repeated. If 2020 were a band, it would be Blood on the Dance Floor. I can't even call that filth music. If you want good emo music, listen to MCR, they are outstanding. Hey, Dad. Do you ever, never mind, I said before cutting myself off. I was going to ask him if he ever thought about what would happen in the future, but didn't want to accidentally create some massive paradox. Funny that I cared so much about it because I had already made about 5 different paradoxes with. How impulsive I had been. I swear I don't try to cause trouble, it just always comes running to me. I'm a magnet for anything negative, I mean it. No, you can ask me, he said, putting his hand on my shoulder reassuringly. Be very careful. Do you ever think about what will happen in the future? I asked anxiously. I worried he would know that something was different about me tonight. Well, sure, I think everyone does. What do you think will happen in the future? He asked me, making my heart drop down to my knees. Cyborgs, I said, trying not to shake from how anxious I was. Like the superhero with the laser cannon? He asked, laughing. Yes, I simply said, not to say anything too unusual after. Well, son, I regret to tell you this, but I don't think that will happen in my lifetime, he replied, chuckling. Even my high school graduation didn't happen in your lifetime. How I wish you could have been there cheering for me. How I wish you could have risen from that bed of flowers. Please forgive me. How about you? What do you think will happen in the future? He asked my mom. Well, hopefully, artificial organs will be better. Medicine will be better as well, she said, pondering before replying. If only you knew all the beauty that the future would bring. In the future, the cure to cancer is no longer a dream, it is something you can pick up over the counter at any pharmacy. Money doesn't even exist in the future, as the worth of something is instead measured by the working hours of a man. You would have all loved it. But you know what I noticed, son? My dad asked, staring right at me. I could feel my heart freezing in fear. What was he about to ask? Yes. I asked, trying not to shake from pure anxiety. We always think that the future is going to be a lot cooler than it ends up being. I remember watching the second Back to the Future in '89 when I was 13 and being in awe of their predictions. Look at us now though, this place is a dump, he said, frowning. Well, it's not October 21st, yet so you just have to give it a bit more time, I said supportively, smiling. Good point, but how can so much change in so little time? He asked curiously. Because sometimes, there are things that happen outside of our control that defy any sort of explanation. Some things happen inside this world that if you tried to explain to them, people would think you're crazy. But it is possible, you just don't know it yet. Chapter 12, January 1, 2015. 11:06 a.m. Listen, son, I wanted to show you something, my dad said, walking into my room with some sort of book. What could that be? I've never seen it before. What is it? I asked curiously. It's an album of our family starting from your great-grandmother, the one you asked about, he said, opening it up to the first page. On the page, I could see a photograph of her from 1931 and her signature below it, which read Delilah Winston Andrews. She had the prettiest signature I had ever seen. This is what it looked like, Delilah Winafsi Andrewa. Real posh, am I right? Whoa, wasn't she like 15 back then? That's how old I am, I said before realizing how stupid of a mistake I had made. I know you can't wait to be older, but you're not quite there yet, he said, laughing at my gaffe. I looked closer at her picture and faintly made out the words Cleveland High School. Hey, wait a minute, I'm going there. Well, online for now, but still. Cleveland High School, I mumbled out. That's the one, they built it during her lifetime. I believe they built it in 1927 or so. Of course, now Beacon Hill is primarily Asian, but it wasn't always that way, he said, flipping over to the next page, which had what appeared to be her infant daughter in it. Who is that? I asked curiously. That's Grandma Rosie, silly, he said, knocking on my head. Oh, right. What was she like when she was young? I'm glad you asked because she was a shutterbug, just like her mother was. Unfortunately, during her teens in the 50s, color photography was quite expensive, so she had very few photographs that were colored then. The first colored photograph she took was sometime in 1957. While I don't remember exactly when it happened, I remember what it was a picture of. She took a photograph of Daytona Beach, and in it was her boyfriend, Ricky. Now I want you to guess who Ricky is, he said, chuckling. Grandpa? I asked, shocked. Ding ding ding. You know, your grandfather was something of a troublemaker. He did street racing when he was in college, he said, shaking his head in disapproval. Grandpa? No way. You're pulling my leg here, I exclaimed with my mouth open in shock. This was all new information to me. Oh yes, they nearly suspended his license for it before he finally cut it out. The Department of Labor was kind to him because of his age, he said, laughing while looking at the young photograph of my grandfather. Are you in any of these photos? Also, how did you just find this album? I don't think I've ever seen it, I asked, curious as to how it magically showed up in this timeline. To answer your first question, yes, and so are you. Now that is a good question. See, I forgot about it for years on end as I didn't think about my grandmother for a very long time until you mentioned her. If it hadn't been for you, I might have never remembered it, he exclaimed, patting me on the back. I still can't believe this is my first time seeing it. How do you forget? I asked, laughing. Son, when you get to be my age, you'll have so much on your mind that you'll start to forget your own family. The only thing on my mind now is H&R Block. Trust me, after a certain point, it all goes downhill, and then you die, he said, flipping over to a page of him as a baby. This one was in a strange sanguine color. What's wrong with the photo? It looks like it's bleeding, I asked, repulsed. Back then, colored photographs faded after about a decade. I believe a Kodak took this one. You'll get extra points if you can guess when I was born, he replied, winking cheekily. What kind of task is that? I asked, laughing. When is my birthday, then? The last time I asked you what it was, you were off by 4 months, he asked with a smirk. Wednesday, March 27, 1976 at approximately 7:06 a.m. You were born 2 weeks late, and they kept you in the hospital for a little while to check up on your health before letting you go. Your blanket was dark green, and it was raining on the day you were born. I suppose now I'll get extra points. I asked smugly. Instead of hearing a reply, all I could see was my dad staring at me with his mouth open for around 5 seconds before hugging me tightly. His warmth comforted me, and at that moment, every single problem I had ever experienced left my body. I didn't even think about Madeline, who I thought about 24/7. I know it was entirely my fault that our relationship failed, but I still have feelings for her. I dreamed that I married her once, only to wake up all alone. Sometimes, I wish I wasn't so careless with my words. I speak before thinking. I've told multiple people they meant nothing to me and that if they died, I wouldn't blink an eye. Told you I'm a horrible person. How can I save the world when I can't even save myself? Believe me, I've seen many impressive things in my lifetime, but nothing blew me away quite as hard as that did, he asked, almost crying. Yeah, well, you mean a lot to me. Dad, can I ask you something? I asked, trying to form my following sentences as carefully as possible. What is it? He asked, leaning his head to the side like a dog out of curiosity. Do you ever get these horrible nightmares where you lose people you love? When I get them, they feel very realistic, and I constantly lose you in them. It's like I keep having these nightmares that I can't wake up from, and a part of me worries that they'll happen. I know that probably makes little sense, but I'm afraid that one day I'll lose you, and if I do, I won't know what to do, I said, trying not to shake from anxiety. Would he know that something was off about me? The entire day I acted quite strange. Of course, everyone I've ever met gets nightmares like that. They're just a normal part of life. You'll lose me one day, and I know that it will be tough to cope with, but that doesn't mean that the pain will always be there. Let me tell you a story. When I was around your age, my father bought me a beagle from the pound whom we named Oscar. I adored him and played many games of fetch. He was everything to me. Later we found out that he had epilepsy and spent a long time trying to help him before we realized he wouldn't survive much longer. We had to put him down, and I was destroyed. I was both angry and upset. At the same time, all I ever wanted was to have him back. I called my dad a bloody moron at least 5 times. It took me a while to get over him, but I eventually did. So death, no matter how horrible it may make us feel, eventually goes away. I know that dogs and humans are very different, but the concept of death is universal. It's an awful thing, but it doesn't haunt you forever. When I'm gone, I want you to remember all the good parts of me, okay? He asked, hugging me so tightly I nearly squealed. I couldn't imagine doing anything else. Chapter 13. February 24, 2015, 6:30 p.m. For my 11th birthday, I was allowed to create flyers for the celebration with my parents a few days before it. I made one little mistake, however. I was too good with Word for my age, which resulted in my parents asking me how I learned to use it so well in just under 2 months, and also why I hated Comic Sans so much all of a sudden, which I, unfortunately, loved as a kid. Thankfully, I never liked papyrus, so I guess I deserve half a point there. Speaking of papyrus, a friend I had in middle school wrote about the Egyptians using it, which is just downright embarrassing. Surprisingly, there's a font even worse than both of them called Comic Papyrus, which I only suggest you look up if you hate yourself. As for my favorite font, I quite like Baskerville. It makes anything you type look so formal and fancy. I mean, I could write about the banalest thing and still have it look beautiful. Why do you think I use it? That's 1 point for pseudo-intellectualism. I swear I'm the long-lost great-grandson of Dean from the Iron Giant. I'm not a kid anymore, I pouted. Guess not, you'll be wearing a suit and tie soon at this rate, my mother joked. Like hell, I will be. I'd rather be buried alive. As long as I won't have to sit in a box with my back hunched all day, I think I'll be fine, I replied with a small smile. My biggest nightmare is that I'll get one of those crummy office jobs and have to sit in a cubicle the whole day while my boss whines and groans about every little thing while hopped up on a gallon of caffeine. I can't even have any without turning into a nervous wreck. Just 1 cup is enough to get me to shake like my washing machine. I swear that thing will explode one day. It's not all bad. My office has an espresso machine, my dad said, stretching sleepily. They taste horrible, I said, sticking my tongue out in disgust. I once had 2 shots of it, and it tasted like agony in a cup. My history teacher once told me about this girl in his class who had 6 espresso shots at once and how her heart got all messed up due to her having long QT syndrome or something. Sure, but nobody has them for their taste. If coffee didn't stimulate you, then it would have lost about 99% of its drinkers. Sometimes you have to decide which is worth more, he said, going into the kitchen to get some coffee. As soon as he came back from the kitchen with a cup of joe, I smelled the pleasant scent of coffee and felt relaxed by it. I've never cared much for it, but I would be a liar if I said that it didn't smell amazing. It's too bad. It gives me horrible anxiety if I drink it. This one time, I had this drink called Rain, and I swear I had heart palpitations for 2 hours. I was so anxious from it that I was shaking all over the place. Guess that's what happens when you drink the equivalent of 3 cups of coffee all at once. So, how does it feel to be 11? My dad asked, kneeling to not have to look down at me. He was around 6 feet 2 inches if I remember, making him by far one of the tallest members of my family. His dad was only around 5 feet 4 inches, so I don't know how he grew so tall. I don't care that I'm 11, I just care that I can see the both of you happy. I see my birthday as any other day, but you are everything, I said, trying to hug both of them at once. You know, you're a very unusual child, Clive. When I was your age, I cared more than anything about my birthday, my dad said, chuckling. Being strange isn't bad, Dad, being the same is boring to me, I said, smiling at how beautiful the moment felt to me. I cheated to get it, but I certainly didn't regret doing so. I wish I were more like you when I was younger, my dad said, brushing my hair. Maybe one day I'll make that happen. At me. A loud knock at the door startled me. That must be Malcolm, my mom said, winking. I'm sorry, but who's Malcolm? Is my memory failing me already? As she opened the door, I caught a glance at his straw blonde hair and sapphire blue eyes, and the memories suddenly hit me like a punch to the stomach. This was the kid who wrote his paper in papyrus. This was the guy who once short-circuited all the outlets in biology class by sticking a wire there on a dare, and most of all, this was the person who for the longest time had been my only friend in the entire school. I experienced memories I hadn't thought of in years at that moment. I couldn't believe that I had just forgotten him completely. How did I forget such a huge part of my life? My mind is genuinely my worst enemy, it always does the opposite of what I tell it. If brain transplants ever happen, I hope they give me the brain of some surgeon or someone just as bright. Uncle Dante is a surgeon, but I certainly would not want his brain. I don't want to know what goes on inside his head. I took this one test to see which disorder he had, and it returned with ASPD. I can't say I'm surprised. I think we should diagnose him with arrogant shithead personality disorder, but that's just me. Malcolm. I called out happily to him. I'm not exactly sure why I was so happy at that moment to see him. It was as if I had known him my entire life. Hey, you'll never guess what I got you, he said, winking. I genuinely won't after all these years. Is it a telescope? I asked, making the wildest guess possible. His jaw dropped from surprise before he squinted his eyes in suspicion. He gave me the look of, you cheated to guess that. Are you wearing X-ray glasses? He asked, looking all over my face. No, and that's not how they work, I replied, laughing. Whatever, happy birthday, loser, he said, hugging me tightly. Thank you. It feels like I haven't seen you in forever, I said, dreading the moment that he'd eventually let go. I saw you yesterday, though, he replied, confused. I know, but do you ever get this strange feeling like you miss someone before they'd even left? I replied as he finally let go. You get that too? I thought I was the only one, he said with his mouth open in surprise. How did I ever virtually forget this guy? What made me forget so much of the past? Perhaps going forward in time will reveal it someday. The only problem is I don't even know where to travel to. I get that too, my mom replied with a small smile towards my dad. I don't want to hear that, Malcolm said, sticking his tongue out in disgust. My mom began saying something in response but couldn't finish her sentence because of another knock on the door. Who could it be now? I believe that right there is Ricky and Rosie, my dad called out to me. It's going to be so weird seeing them old after the photo album. Oh, Calvin, you look so handsome, my grandmother said as she went inside. Grandma, my name is not Calvin, I said, laughing a bit at her mistake. A slip of the tongue, my dear, look at how tall he is now, Harry, she said, looking over at my grandfather, who looked just as confused as I was at her mistake. My grandmother mixed up names constantly and once called me Jackson, her poodle. You always had to remind her she got your name wrong, it got annoying. I'm afraid my name is not Harry, but that certainly is one growth spurt. You must have grown about 5 inches since I last saw you, he said, hugging me. Grandpa, how tall are you? I asked out of curiosity. Depends. I used to be 5 feet 4 inches in my better days, but now my back is imploding. Value your back while it still works, Clive, it won't always be there for you. Remember, lift with your knees, not your back, he said, chuckling. Time works a bit differently in my case. I can experience 12 lifetimes in just one day. It's scary how much power I possess. I can change everything and everyone if I so desire to. Can I trust myself to be responsible with this? I doubt it. Now, I am become death, the destroyer of worlds. I am the ferryman that will carry you all to hell. What'd you get for Clive? Malcolm asked curiously. Oh, hello there. I almost didn't notice you, my grandmother said in a surprised tone, finally noticing Malcolm. I got you a ferrofluid display, my boy, Ricky said, brushing my hair as my dad used to. What? The entire room asked in confusion, excluding my grandparents. They were really into science and, particularly, chemistry. My grandfather was honestly the type of person to become a mad scientist. He taught me not to mix bleach with ammonia as a kid because I had a habit of mixing everything around the house to see what would happen. Usually, nothing would happen, but I mixed vinegar with an eggshell one time, and it wholly dissolved 12 hours later. You explained this one, Ricky, my memory isn't nearly as sharp as it used to be, she said, patting him on the shoulder and sitting down at the nearest table. I can tell. Now I assume all of you know what a magnet is, right? He asked the entire room. We all nodded in response. Well, in 1963, a man working as a scientist at NASA named Steve Papel created ferrofluid as a form of rocket fuel that could function in zero gravity due to having a magnetic quality to it. Ferrofluids are colloidal liquids of either nanoscale, ferromagnetic, or ferrimagnetic particles that get suspended in a carrier fluid. They usually use either an organic solvent or water for it. They also coat it with a surfactant to prevent clumping. Does that explain everything? He asked all of us. Yeah, definitely, I lied unconvincingly. It's okay that you don't understand it, Clive, it's magnetic fluid that you can play with, he said, winking. That sounds kinda fun. It's always the simplest things that we find the most fun in, my mom replied with a small smile. Or people are just lazy, Malcolm said lazily, stretching. I swear I did not know how I forgot about Malcolm. It's like someone simply wiped away my memories from existence. What was it that could have caused something like that to happen? It's a lot like in nature, many people pick the easiest option even if they know that it carries risks. In college, they taught me about the ID, ego, and superego in psychology class, why it was T-dash. Dad, we don't need to hear another verbose explanation about how cool your college life was. We get it that you were popular and loved by all the girls and your teachers, my dad said, rolling his eyes. That was the first time I had ever seen him do it. I'm sorry for rushing this, but can we eat the cake? I asked impatiently. What's the rush, Clover? My grandmother replied. Oh, boy, Clover is new. It's just, this happens every single year, and I just want our family to be happy. I know that sounds crazy, but you guys all mean so much to me, I said with a pained smile from remembering my proper timeline. Was I right to change reality like this, or was I ruining every other timeline as a result? A small part of me didn't care how much damage I caused as long as I was having fun. You would have probably done the same thing in my shoes. Well, kid, that was the smartest thing I've ever heard you say. Malcolm replied, putting on an elderly voice, not unlike my grandfather. Shut the hell up, Malcolm, I replied, annoyed. Swearing is immature, Clive, my grandfather said, shaking his head. Bite me, I countered. I'd rather not, cannibalism is illegal, he said, chuckling. Anyways, let's all settle down, my mother said awkwardly, chuckling. We all sat down at the table and discussed cutting the cake into 6 slices, which, unfortunately, became an entire debate. Everything in our family became a massive debate, no matter how small it was. I'd say that I was different, but I was just like them deep down. One of my problems is that I make a big deal out of nothing and then act like the other person is the one to blame. I also have a habit of taking everything to heart. Criticism always makes me feel like I'm worthless. Sometimes, I even feel suicidal when someone tells me something negative. There are these train tracks near my house, and I have considered jumping in front of the train. I was always too scared to try it. Clive should get the biggest slice, Malcolm said, shaking his leg. He was ADD to the max and took Ritalin ever since he crawled out of the womb. I can't believe I still remember all of this. No thanks, I want to be fair to the rest, I said, frowning. We can't fit too much anyway, dear, my grandmother said, smiling. What's your excuse for eating so little? My mother said, glaring at my father. Potentially cancer. I don't think that this applies to the current discussion, my father replied, annoyed. I zoned out while everyone was arguing until I saw what looked like an amaryllis on the cake. The flower was golden orange and had red tips on its petals. At that moment, it was as if the universe itself were mocking me. Oh please, no, it's just like the one I put on his gravestone. October 18, 2019, was the day my world turned upside down. I still remember everything about that day. It was raining like crazy, and my mom walked into my room with tears in her eyes. I remember punching trees in the nearby forest after he died from how angry I was at myself for not giving him more attention. My hands became all bloody and bruised, and even a drop of hand sanitizer would burn like a blaze. They also became swollen, and the slightest movement would cause immense agony. We put hydrogen peroxide on it so they wouldn't get infected. Do I regret doing it? Sort of. The truth is, no matter how hard I punch something, it will never get rid of the most immense pain of my life. My flashbacks started speeding up to where I got vertigo from thinking so much. I wanted, more than anything at that moment, for them to finally stop. My stomach hurt more than anything from the anxiety, and my heart felt like someone trapped it in my knees. I genuinely felt at that moment as if I was dying. I felt this sharp sensation all over my body as if 1,000 needles were stabbing me, and each prick would get progressively more painful. It felt a lot like when your foot wakes up, but about 1,000 times more painful. Stop! I accidentally yelled out loud in agony. Everyone froze in place at that moment and became silent again. I apologize that you had to see that, my father replied, sighing heavily. Yeah, the Amaryllis kinda sucks, I agree. Why does this always happen every year? I mean, why are we so dysfunctional every time we meet? This has to stop, we're family after all. I replied, shaking my head in disappointment. Because nobody wants to listen to anyone in this family, we only care about our own opinions and act selfishly, Ricky replied, frowning. He's right, my father replied. I never expected him to agree with him. Let's try this again, okay? I replied. All right, my mother replied calmly. Equal pieces of cake for everyone and a simple birthday song, nothing too extravagant. I'm talking about you, Malcolm, I replied with a tiny smile. Got it, boss, he replied with a double thumbs up and a goofy grin. After my father cut the strawberry cake into 6 pieces, I asked him to give the slice with the flour to Malcolm because he meant a lot to me. That wasn't the real reason for my choice, of course, but explaining it would have led to him thinking that I was either on drugs or insane, and I'm not sure which one would have been worse. That's a nice flower, Malcolm replied, patting me on the shoulder. I wish I could agree with you, my friend, but I don't. The flower itself isn't the problem, but rather the memories I have associated with it. I have never hated the colors orange and red as much as I did on that day. At least it wasn't a blue butterfly, I suppose. I still remember how it landed on his grave and sat there for minutes as if it was mourning the loss of my father along with me. I wish I could fly away with it, never to be seen again. I'd get a new identity along with plastic surgery, and everyone would think that I died years ago while I was secretly exploring the world. I'd leave everything behind me, but it wouldn't be too shabby. I would be the man who sold the world. Ready for us to sing, Clive? My grandmother asked with a smile. My mouth dropped about 4 feet due to her being able to get my name right. Yes, I replied, nearly choking from being so emotional. Despite the birthday song that ensued being awful and full of Malcolm adding stupid lines, I felt a sense of happiness that I had not felt in a while. It was as if I was genuinely a kid again. When I was a child, I always wanted to be older, but now I realize the most significant time of your life is when you're a kid. Trust me, you should keep your childhood as long as you possibly can. Nothing is worse than a childhood that's lost too early, it affects you for the rest of your life. As I blew out the candles that spelled 11 following the song, Malcolm instantly asked me what I had wished for. You know you're not supposed to tell anyone what you wish for, right? I asked, laughing. Come on, I'm your friend, he replied, practically begging me. I'm good, I replied with a smirk. Now you might ask what exactly I had wished for on that day and why I didn't decide to tell my only friend at the time about it. The truth is, if I told you, it wouldn't ever come true, so for once, I am going to keep something from you. Perhaps you think I am wrong about it, but I promise that my wish is far too important to disclose. As to whether or not wishes can come true after death, I do not know, but sometimes you have to believe in something because if you don't, you'll have nothing to believe in at all. Chapter 14, February 28, 2015, 3 p.m. While a large part of me wanted to repeat this better timeline permanently, I decided to make this my last day in it. I still wanted to see my great-grandmother in the past, and the curiosity about what she was like was tearing me apart like a sheet of paper. As impulsive as that decision was, at that moment, it felt like it had been entirely logical. Oh, what a fool I was. The whole situation reminded me of the fairy tale of the fisherman and his wife. For everything that I had been given, I still wanted more and more, never being satisfied. I could have visited every year possible and still wanted more. That's my problem, I'm never thankful for what I have and always want more. I'm not a good person, to be completely honest with you. You know where I've always wanted to go? I asked my dad, who was driving and rubbernecking at every possibility. It drove me insane, and yet I'd probably have done the same. I'm probably the biggest hypocrite of all time. I do exactly what I claim to hate and get all defensive when people call me out on it. Right, he said, paying virtually no attention to either the road or me. I'm surprised we didn't all die whenever he drove. He was like those androids from Arcadia. I've always wanted to go to that one Woodland Park Zoo, I continued talking, annoyed. In case you're not from Washington State, the Woodland Zoo is this amazing zoo with over 300 different types of animals. I remember seeing siamangs there, and they kept making these loud hooting sounds anytime I got closer to them. I'm not sure if they were angry or just curious, but their behavior amused me. I love animals more than people, they never call you ugly or laugh at you. If you hurt animals, I'll hurt you. I still remember my dad telling me all about Michael Vick and his dogfighting ring. What a pathetic excuse for a human he is. And don't give me a bunch of crap about how people can change. You have to be majorly screwed in the head to hang, shoot, and electrocute dogs. Well, I have bad news for you, Mr. Vick. If I ever see you up in Seattle, I'll make you suffer like those dogs. He said, staring at some crashed motorcycle on the side of the road. The ambulance was there, and a bunch of police officers were talking to a truck driver at about 8,000 miles an hour. I don't know what any of them said to this day. It sounded like one of those bizarre conversations you hear in your dreams that make no sense once you wake up. After that, I gave up talking to him as I saw it did little good. It's not like he did it on purpose or anything, though. We just had a family full of ADHD people, and I was no different from the rest. Where are we going again, dear? My mother asked my father, who finally had enough of an attention span to reply. Kerry Park, it's in Queen Anne's neighborhood, if I recall correctly. It's a stunning vantage point, you won't regret it, he said with a small smile. The strangest part was that I didn't see him smile, but I somehow knew that he did. Perhaps that makes no sense, but I can feel many things that I wouldn't be able to explain, such as different people's thoughts. I'm slightly clairvoyant now that I think about it. I mean, I've seen places and events in dreams and then actually experienced them. I once heard a girl in my class tell me that God speaks through dreams, so maybe he's trying to reach out to me. Let me tell you about the girl. Her name is Annalie, and she's from Logan, Utah. She's LDS, Mormon, and eats green Jell-O pretty much 24/7. She invited me to go to church with her a couple of times, but I always kinda politely declined. I should go one of these days, it can't hurt that much. I know many stereotypes about Mormons are false because of her. For example, they do not practice polygamy anymore. Well, there is the FLDS church, but we don't talk about them. After looking out of the window for a little while, I got incredibly sleepy. I wasn't bored, but rather in a sort of trance from watching the stripes on the road fly by one after the other like little seagulls. It reminded me a bit of the drowsiness I would get from antihistamines. Where I was awake but barely. I swear, those things can seriously knock you out. When I was around 6, I would constantly get carsick, so we would never travel without a pack of Dramamine. To this day, when I take it, I still get reminded of my younger days, when pretty much everything would make me throw up. I have a weak stomach, I can't even drink apple juice in the morning without it hurting like crazy. Don't even get me started on the time I drank an entire bottle of lemon juice for a dare. I was kneeling over the toilet and groaning like I was a second away from dying. I was hardly aware that I had even closed my eyes and fallen asleep on the window. It was as if I had my eyes open the entire time. It was very reminiscent of what I had felt while unconscious from the lightning, a peace so surreal that it almost felt as if it didn't belong there. Death isn't so scary when you think about how peaceful it can be. Death is just the body entering into a permanent sleep. Really, it's the last nap you ever get to take. *****. Hey, you knocked out, my dad said, brushing my hair when I finally woke up. I can never catch myself falling asleep, I've tried so many times, I said, laughing lightly. You'll have better luck getting rid of your shadow than catching yourself falling asleep, Clive, he said with a small smile. You must have tried, I joked. Hasn't everybody, he jested back. I tried, but he got mad at me and refused to ever talk to me. He's a little quiet, you see. He's a shady feller, I said, stretching my back. That was enough to send my dad into a frenzy of laughter. I'm not sure exactly why he found it so funny, but it was strong enough to scare my mother awake. He's one of those people that laughs like a villain. The closest comparison that I have is Jack Nicholson's Joker. Here's how I'd describe it, he who arguer. I'm sorry, that was just too good. Man, I haven't heard anything that funny since Bill Hicks, he said with tears coming out of his eyes. Bill Hicks? I asked, confused. One day when you're older, I'll show you him, he was amazing, he said, frowning. Did he die? I asked curiously. Yeah, he died in 1994, if I remember correctly. Man, I can't believe that was over 20 years ago, he said with a nostalgic longing in his eyes. Well, the past will always be the past, I said, patting his shoulder. Unless you can time travel, then time itself doesn't exist in one solitary concept, as it is technically everything and nothing all at once, he joked. I think I just had a heart attack. Right, I replied, acting confused. I'm just kidding, let's go to the park. Would you like to see the greatest view of your life, he asked the both of us excitedly. Has anybody ever said no to that? I asked with a wide grin. Maybe in a different universe than ours. Chapter 15, February 28, 2015, 3:02 p.m. Kerry Park looked just as beautiful as ever, with the Space Needle sticking out above the other buildings like a raised fist. It wasn't the first time I had ever seen it, of course, but it certainly didn't lose its charm. For one thing, the building was an architectural marvel and was far ahead of its time when it was completed in late 1961. For example, it can withstand earthquakes of up to 9 magnitudes. They also found a mammoth's tooth while building it. My only real complaint against the Needle is the prices of their restaurants. Sky City, for example, is ridiculously priced, with some meals costing $40. Everything is cheap when you're rich. It's so beautiful, isn't it? My mother asked emotionally. Yes, it's almost like it's from a dream, I said Indeed, I once watched a movie in the 90s, and they had this park at the beginning of it. I don't remember the name of it, but it had Heath Ledger in it for sure, my dad said, scratching his head. 10 things I hate about you, I replied with a sly smile. That's the one. I loved that movie so much, I had just graduated from college. One day I should show it to you, he said, patting my shoulder cheerfully. Trust me, Dad, I've already seen it about 1,000 times. You know how? You were the one who showed it to me. Is that Rainier? I asked curiously. I could hardly see anything because of the fog covering the object, all I could tell was that it was extremely tall. Yes, I've climbed up there before when I was younger. Did you know that it's a volcano, son? My dad asked for the 8,000th time. I guess he thought I had some sort of severe memory loss where I forgot everything every couple of days. It drove me insane. Still, I tried to be nice about it. I did actually. My school told me that it last erupted in 1894. I hope that it never erupts again, though, I said, with my stomach dropping a little. They told me that if the mountain erupted, there would have been severe damage caused to the city. The last time it happened, 23,000 people died, and 5,000 homes were destroyed. If it does, it's going to be actual hell on earth, my mother whispered in fear. Don't worry so much, at least you won't have to cook your food anymore, my father snickered. I heard that, she replied, trying her best not to burst out laughing. Perhaps it was my extreme impulsiveness, or maybe it was my insatiable curiosity, but I had decided at that moment that I was going to time travel to 1931 in the nearest bathroom stall I could find. There were more than a few problems with that idea. such as not screaming in agony while my body felt like it was being torn apart and, not getting caught. Whatever compelled me to do it, I had decided at that moment that there was no going back. Retrospectively, I can admit that this was one of the worst choices of my entire life. "Mom, I'm going to the bathroom," I said, trying to keep my heartbeat steady. My heart was bouncing around everywhere like a ping-pong ball, and trying to relax did not work in the least. "Okay," she said, putting an arm around my dad and laying her head on his shoulder. I practically took off running to the west and, in about a minute, had found the bathrooms and went inside. My heartbeat was getting even crazier now. It was as if my heart was a wild animal that strained to be free from its cage. "Calm down, you'll be fine," I whispered in a shaky voice. What would happen if someone caught me time traveling? There are plenty of bad things that can happen with time travel, but being seen hopping time was definitely one of the worst. I went inside the first stall I saw and briefly got distracted by all the writing and art on it. It was a mix of random phone numbers and strange alien creatures drawn everywhere. The aliens looked like black scorpions, but they certainly weren't the xenomorphs from the Alien series. The first two movies gave me nightmares as a kid. I still remember being about 7 when I saw that infamous dinner scene in the first movie. I developed nightmares where the alien tried to burst out of my ribcage. I was so scared, in fact, that I slept with the lights on for about a month. Come to think of it, I still fear the dark to an extent. Every shadow looks so menacing at night. After about 5 seconds, I got myself to focus again and realized at that moment that I still did not have an exact date to travel to. Just saying 1931 probably wouldn't have done me any good, so I decided to make up a random one instead. Travel to March 13, 1931. The process began as it usually did, but this time something seriously felt off in my heart. I felt this strange feeling, like my heart had electrocuted me, and before I realized it, I was lying on the floor trying not to scream and convulse. I did not know what had happened to me, but when I tried to feel my heart, it beat so fast that I couldn't even measure how long a single heartbeat was. It was as if it beat 200 times per second. I honestly thought that I would die at that moment because of how much my heart hurt. "Oh, please make it stop." I sat up in a fetal position once I realized that I couldn't fix my heart and saw and heard countless scenes and sounds whizzing right past me like bullets. I witnessed what looked like scenes of the American Civil War. The strangest scene that I saw was some dystopian future that I had never seen before. It seemed as if it was taking place during 2220, but that would have been impossible as I had been there not that long ago. How could so much have changed in so little time? Perhaps it doesn't even exist. Right before I screamed from the agony, I heard a loud whooshing sound and found myself sitting in a grungy stall in the year 1931. Well, this must be the Great Depression. Part 3, Mr. Hoover. Chapter 16, March 13, 1931. 3:02 p.m. It took me less than 5 seconds to get laughed at. As soon as I left the bathroom, I realized I was in some sort of high school due to everyone being around the same age as me. The only difference was everyone was dressed for more formally than me, as if the place was a Catholic school. The girls wore a dark green dress with a black top with a picture of a lion on it, and the boys wore slacks and a button-up shirt. I stuck out like a sore thumb in the crowds with my vicious delicious shirt. I felt so damn embarrassed, I nearly considered traveling back to 2015. I didn't know the circus was in town. Someone call P.T. Barnum, some girl guffawed. "What are you going on about?" I asked, confused. "Your outfit, it's dreadful. Mrs. Calvert will give you a whooping if she sees you like this." 10 smacks on the wrist with a ruler, she said with a sneer before looking around in paranoia for her. "Well, madam, you just tell her I'll be waiting," I replied with a smirk. Two could play at this game, and I was more than ready for it. "You know what? I like you, Mac. What's your name?" she asked, patting my shoulder like my dad used to do or rather still does. "David Newman," I lied. The name came so quickly to me because it used to be what I called my alter ego as a child. Every time I got in trouble, I would blame it on him. I finally stopped using him as an excuse for my awful behavior when my dad told me that I had my head up my ass. He loves that last word, along with rubbish. If you were to show him a trash song, he wouldn't call it shit but say it was rubbish. 99.6% of rap music was rubbish to him. The only exceptions were Public Enemy, KRS-One, LL Cool J, The Beastie Boys, and Run DMC. One of his favorite songs is actually Walk This Way by Run DMC. My name is Delilah Andrews, it's swell to meet you, she replied, suddenly friendly. I nearly choked upon hearing that sentence. This was my great-grandmother? She seemed very unkind. Aren't grandmothers supposed to be nice? The Delilah that's into photography? I asked curiously. I couldn't believe that it only took me a few seconds to find her. How do you know about that? She asked with a raised eyebrow. I saw your camera in your locker once, I lied. No way will that work. You saw my number 1A autographic Kodak Jr. A great camera and a nice little family relic. I had to hide it to not get it confiscated, she said, laughing a bit. What in the world were you photographing? I asked, confused. My friends, nothing is better than having a permanent relic of the past. My mother would whoop me if she saw me taking it to school, but she could try to stop me. It's in my blood to be a photographer and my dream to be recognized someday, she said, smirking. I agree unless the past is too painful to remember, I said, shaking my head at the memories of all that I lost. For some reason, whenever I was feeling half decent, the horrible memories would flood my head all over again as if waiting to attack me at the perfect moment. I'm glad you understand how that feels. Now I suppose you've wanted to ask me why I reacted the way I did initially towards you, she asked with a tiny smile. Indeed, I have. Why did you act that way? You're not very kind, you know, I replied, shaking my head. Because this school is full of no good lying, cheating, snobby little crazies. I associated you as just another one, and when you've had so many unpleasant experiences with people, you start to think that everyone is bad despite being false. I apologize sincerely. You are forgiven, I said, patting her shoulder precisely the way she did to me. You know it's quite strange, I feel like I'm supposed to know you, but I don't. Do you ever get that feeling? It's eerie, but I'm likely just overthinking. Why, after seeing so many faces, you realize that everyone actually looks quite similar. Yes, I do, I said, nearly whispering in return. I couldn't allow myself to say anything stupid to her or risk blowing my cover. I've already done it more than once, and 3 is supposed to be the magic number of screw-ups allowed. Anyway, why don't we meet in the soup kitchen at 3:15? You seem quite interesting to get to know. Just be careful of getting mugged, my friend, she said, winking before taking off to the exit on her side. Well, she's quite different from what I imagined. Chapter 17, March 13, 1931. 3:06 p.m. There were about 12 soup kitchens in Seattle, so finding the soup kitchen proved a massive struggle. I might as well have been trying to find a needle in a haystack. Or maybe trying to find a shred of sanity in this mad world. This planet is a giant psychiatric hospital, corporations are the nurses, and we're the goddamn patients. The least she could have done was give me an address. I don't even know where to start looking. It's going to be nightfall before I find what I'm looking for. Not knowing my directions around town, I tried going around nearby bus stops to find one with a map. It took me around 5 tries to finally find one, and it was the very last one there. Grabbing it, I looked through all the soup kitchens and decided to first go to the one called St. Teresa's that was closest to me. Walking through the dense crowds, I could make out a faded poster on a wall that read "Elect Hoover, the time for change in America is now." Yeah right, isn't he one of the worst presidents or something? It's Ulysses S. Grant who should be up there. He was quite underrated. It's not his fault he had a cabinet full of crooks. Grant was an honest man, something that is rare in politics. On my way to the first soup kitchen, I smelled the scent of rubbing alcohol coming from one of the buildings and practically checked it out before a voice inside my head told me not to. That was practically the only reasonable choice I had made during my travel to 1931. How desperate could you guys be for alcohol? After finally arriving at St. Teresa's, to my shock, the place had all but burned down, leaving nothing but its charred remains standing. Whatever it was back in the day, it had clearly lost all of its glory, and all that remained was ash. Seeing a police officer nearby, I asked him if he knew what had happened to the kitchen. I don't like cops too much, but life would be a lot worse without them. They arrested my uncle for disorderly conduct during one of his episodes. They kept him in a cell overnight until he sobered up. Since he was a teenager, he's had behavioral problems. My mother told me he once committed armed robbery as a minor and spent 3 years in prison for it. I still love him and all, but he's not exactly a good person. I probably got all my negative qualities from him, come to think of it. You ain't heard about it? They say some madman spilled kerosene all over the place, and it lit up, he nearly whispered before looking all around as if scared of someone. When was this? I asked, curious about the case. About 2 days ago, me and my boys got a call about the fire, but by the time we got there, there was nothing left. Rumor has it there was a speakeasy there, and they burned the place down to hide the evidence, he whispered in my ear. Who do you think did it? I asked curiously. Dunno, the kikes probably. They ruin everything. If it was up to me, I'd deport them all. Mr. Ford had the right ideas on how to deal with them, he said, shaking his head in disgust. My dumbass forgot how hateful the 1930s were. I shouldn't have been surprised by him casually dropping an ethnic slur, but I was. I see. Well, I gotta go, but you stay safe, I said impatiently. Girls go crazy when you're even a little late. Abyssinia, kid, he said, waving goodbye. After wandering around Seattle for what felt like the rest of my life, I caught sight of a dark green uniform and felt my eyes light up instantly. There you are, Shutterbug. I entered the soup kitchen and sat down by Delilah. Chapter 18, March 13, 1931. 3:15 p.m. How about a cigarette, Dave? They are menthol, good old Lucky Strikes, Delilah said, waving her hand around my face. I had become very distracted in my thoughts and went into my often dissociated state of mind. The only thing I knew was that I was missing something deep down. Something was bugging me, but I did not know what exactly it was. This was essentially a repeat of my first situation, except I didn't have any clues to help me this time. I'm okay, thank you, I said, smiling awkwardly. You look rather upset, what's wrong, she asked, concerned. It's stupid. Let's skip that subject, I replied, shaking my head. Please, Dave, she asked with pleading eyes. This police officer blamed a soup kitchen being burned down on the Jewish people. He said that Mr. Ford had the right ideas for dealing with them, I half lied. I'll admit that it upset me, but that wasn't at the forefront of my mind. I was more upset by Madeline than anything. I wanted her back so badly that it hurt. What? They blame us for everything, she nearly roared with her face contorting into a twisted expression of rage. Delilah, I do not believe the lies that society has spoken. They just want a scapegoat for problems they have created themselves. Do not let them bring you down, they do not matter, I said, hugging her tightly. Her uniform smelled awful from all those cigarettes, but her warmth felt welcoming. You're a great person, Newman, I truly feel like I found a kindred spirit in you, she said with a genuine smile. She flicked her cigarette, and all the ashes fell on her uniform. I appreciate that, Newman. So tell me, what do you do for fun, she interrupted, putting her elbows on the table. It amused me to no end to see my grandmother act like she was 7. If I recall correctly, I put my elbows on the table when I was little. It would constantly lead to me getting scolded in school and at home. I was pretty crazy as a child. To be honest with you, I was like a ticking time bomb. I read a lot, especially science fiction, I said, trying to think of books that had been written by 1931. It wasn't a complete lie, I actually read many science fiction books, but rarely ones from that age. For example, I had read Jules Verne and H. G. Wells before. One of my favorites of all time would have to be June by Frank Herbert, though. How nice. Do you know that one story with the giant tripod robots, she said, getting excited suddenly. She reminded me of a child at an amusement park. You must mean War of the Worlds. I said, smiling. That book was excellent. I can't even imagine how crazy it must have been to read it back then, it was way ahead of its time. I nearly asked her if she remembered the big scare that happened with the radio adaptation but held off on it since I remembered it didn't happen until 1938. Apparently, people thought there was an actual alien invasion because of it. I'd have killed to have seen the result firsthand. I'd probably have been laughing in the background, as horrible as that sounds. I mean, seriously, how stupid can one be? I'd sooner believe the Earth is flat than believe that an alien invasion is taking place. That's the one. I remember when I read it, it blew my mind. I mean, how can someone create something so beautiful, she said, blowing her cigarette smoke in my face by accident. My eyes stung, and I felt like I was going to die for around 5 seconds. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to, she said profusely, apologizing. It's okay, Delilah, I'm just rarely around smoke, is all, so my lungs are susceptible to it. As for your question, I think every writer is a little crazy in the head and sees the world differently than most, I said, trying my best not to cough my lungs out due to all the smoke in the room. I felt like I was on the verge of either vomiting or passing out. I had never been around so much smoke in all of my life. I bet at least some of the smokers in the room were doctors who didn't know any better yet. I like that. You know, I wanted to be a writer once, but my family kept telling me that women aren't meant to write books. I mean, if the Bronte sisters wrote books, then why can't I? They want me to be a homemaker and pretend that everything is always all right, she said, sighing. Why do you let them stop you? If you want to write, then I say go for it, I said, smiling supportively. It's not just that, I'm also not a very creative person. I mean, I'll never reach the ranks of the greatest writers, so why even bother trying, she said, sighing and proceeding to chain smoke. I'm telling you, she smoked more than Holden Caulfield. Hello there, Miss Nicotine. Don't be so hard on yourself, you don't have to be among the greatest to still be good, I said, patting her on the shoulder the same way she did to me. I suppose you're right. Anyways, enough about my struggles. There's this book that I want you to read. Many people don't like it or even know it, but it's terrific, in my opinion, she said, getting all excited again. It was as if she was on a constant sugar rush. What would that be? I said, nearly calling her grandma at the end. I could barely control my speech due to how paradoxical this whole situation was. Never. In my life did I ever think that I would be talking to my great-grandmother while she was the same age as me. The Great Gatsby. The way F. Scott Fitzgerald writes is gorgeous, and the symbolism is amazing. I really liked how he talked about T.J. Eckleburg. I found him almost like God watching over everyone. Have you ever read it? She asked curiously. Indeed, I have, I replied with a tiny smile. It's a good thing I have high school English. No way. Who's your favorite character? She asked, nearly jumping up and down from happiness. Her happiness amused me to no end. Probably Nick, to be honest, he was one of the nicest people in the book, I mean, and a lot of them weren't exactly understanding, I said, remembering Tom. I liked Nick a lot too, and I felt bad for Myrtle. If I had a husband like Tom, I would have killed myself. I mean, can you imagine living with someone like that? It would be your dash. You won't, I promise, I said, smiling slyly. Promise, she said, nearly pleading with me. I promise. Now let's get out of here before my lungs collapse. We've got an entire city to explore. Chapter 19, March 13, 1931. 3:22 p.m. Do you ever get that feeling that everyone is watching you without actually checking? Well, that is precisely what I experienced as we were walking to Kerry Park. It most likely was due to me fearing that people would judge my clothing, which by 1930s standards looked ridiculous. Wearing an infected mushroom shirt during the Great Depression was not among one of my life's highlights. I'll admit I didn't plan out my travels very well. Oh, well, what could they do? Look up the group. They certainly didn't have any iPhones back then. Walking towards Kerry Park, I knew that I couldn't exactly expect the Space Needle to be there as it didn't get built until 1961. I didn't know what to expect at all. Actually, I had never read about its history that far back. My entire plan rested on hoping that Delilah would fill me in on whatever was there. I was a tourist here as far as I was concerned. No, the police are really corrupt in Seattle, Delilah randomly commented. I had almost forgotten that she was right there by my side. I was distracted by these strange palpitations in my heart as if I had drunk all the energy drinks in the world. I, however, ignored it and focused on her instead. It's a shame really, I mean, if you're only doing something for the money and all, it's like you don't even really care about what you're doing. So many people only do good things because they get paid for it, I said, shaking my head. I agree, money isn't everything in this world. Some things I reckon are far more valuable, she said sneakily, smiling. I knew what she was hinting at, and it nearly made my heart explode from fear. I couldn't pull off a Back to the Future. What was I even thinking when I thought of going here? I need to get out of here and fast. Things will only get worse if I stay. I have put this curse upon myself, I am to blame for this calamity. After she said that, my palpitations got even worse, and it felt as if I had a mini heart attack at that moment. I was about 2 seconds away from hyperventilating. It was at this point that I began to worry about my health. You're smarter than most people your age, I commented, trying to move away from the awkwardness I had felt. Oh? I have never had anyone tell me that, she said, giggling. She was the brightest shade of crimson you'd have ever seen. She looked just like a strawberry at that moment. I screwed up. What do people usually think of you? I asked curiously. Well, I've been called an uptight brat by Margaret Winston, and James Green called me uncultured, whatever that meant. It's always uncultured people who call others uncultured, she said, shaking her head with a frown. Yeah, well, sometimes people are wrong, I said supportively, smiling. How do you know they're wrong, though, she asked, shaking her head again. Sometimes, you know that something is true, but you don't have any proof to back it up. I guess it's a bit like how people believe in God. That's the only way that I can explain it properly anyway, I said before running headfirst into a light post with a bonk. I was becoming dizzy at that moment, and my measurement of distance had become wonky. I felt like I had just gotten off the world's fastest merry-go-round. Everything felt like it was miles away despite being right next to me. It was almost as if someone zoomed out in a game. Will I die tonight? That set her off right there. She laughed for what felt like hours until finally, she started choking from oxygen deprivation. My forehead kept throbbing and felt like it was on fire the whole time. You have no idea how crappy I felt at that moment. That pain that I was experiencing kept growing worse by the minute, and I had experienced what felt like mini-seizures. My hands kept jerking suddenly like I had Parkinson's syndrome. The best way to describe it would be like being electrocuted. I am so sorry, I found it funny for some odd reason, she said profusely, apologizing and speaking at the speed of sound. It almost sounded like she spoke I am so sorry, if ended funny for some odd reason instead of a proper sentence. It's okay, we all laugh at things we shouldn't sometimes. So, where is this park? We've been walking for what felt like hours, I said, feeling tempted just to sit down and fall asleep on the pavement. Perhaps it resulted from time travel, or maybe I had just been naturally tired, but I had felt as if I hadn't slept in days at that moment all of a sudden. It was akin to what I experienced on antihistamines, where I physically couldn't stay awake. I once got really addicted to Benadryl by using it as a sleep aid. It was the only thing that allowed me to actually rest. I've had insomnia ever since I was 8. My doctors won't prescribe me Ambien for some stupid reason, so I'm stuck fighting my thoughts the whole night. Right around the corner, she said, stifling another laugh. When we finally arrived there, I gave the view one look and found myself massively disappointed. It looked kind of dystopian, I guess. I didn't recognize a single building by name. All I saw were shades of grey and black in a way that reminded me of the world after a nuclear war. Take the color palette of Fallout 3, and that's what you end up with. I feel like I'm in downtown hell. This park was a gift to us in 1927 by the Careys. Alfred and Catherine said that they donated it so that everyone might enjoy the view out here, she said excitedly. Either she drank all the coffee in the world, or I was simply lethargic. That I did actually know. I don't think I know any of these buildings, I said, disappointed. I don't either, to be honest with you. It must be boring working in those large buildings, having to file taxes all day or whatever they do on their little Remington typewriters. It would drive me mad, honestly. Imagine doing the same thing every day for 40 years, I don't know if I could handle that, she said, yawning right after finishing her sentence. Tell me about it. Let's go sit down, I said, feeling like I was on the verge of going unconscious. I'm not sure what was causing my health to be this bad, but I felt suddenly as if I was dying. One of the most noticeable things that I had experienced was a blurriness in my vision. It was as if I was struck on the head with a sledgehammer. I heard a faint ringing in my ears as if someone threw a flashbang near me. As we walked towards the closest bench, I blacked out and found myself on the pavement face first. I couldn't process how I ended up there, but I knew I wasn't always there. I felt delirious, could barely move, and felt like I was half dead. My memory at that moment was so poor that I couldn't even finish a single sentence inside of my head. All that I could process was 1 or 2 words at maximum. I kept repeating the same 1 or 2 words but could never process it into a proper sentence. It was as if someone kept playing repeat on my life. Help him, he's had a seizure. Delilah yelled somewhere in the background. Her voice was beyond muffled and sounded as if she was screaming into a pillow. I wanted to ask her what happened to me, but I practically forgot how to formulate a sentence, so I didn't even bother speaking. All I knew was that I was growing weaker and weaker by the moment. I couldn't even remember my own name or when I was born. An unknown time later, an ambulance came, and I heard the paramedics saying something to me that sounded like absolute gibberish. They were saying something along the lines of Orion blah blah collapse. You'll be okay, one of them said as they loaded me into the back. I felt so peaceful at that moment that I had felt that this was all a dream and that I'd soon wake up from it unharmed. My body grew number by the minute until I couldn't even feel that I was lying down. It felt more like I was floating in the air. I accepted death at that moment and expected that would be my final moments. I'll be okay. I'm okay, I whispered as they drove me to the nearest hospital. I couldn't get the greatest view of the city from the back, but it somehow all looked alien, I guess. Everything looked as if it didn't belong in the 1930s, as if 2 different timelines had converged into one and exchanged buildings. I cannot be sure whether what I experienced was a hallucination because of my delirium, but it certainly wouldn't surprise me if I had ruined the 2 timelines by then. Whether I had gone temporarily insane or actually saw 2 different timelines there, I still do not know to this day. Sometimes we see things that are so crazy that they defy any explanation with words. Worse. You thought that was bad? Hold on, it gets much worse. Chapter 20, March 13, 1931. 4:01 p.m. When I finally got my mental faculties back, I felt perplexed as to why I was in a hospital. It was as if they had wiped all of my memories of the past 40 minutes clean. I had always been in the hospital, as far as I was concerned. Why am I here, and how did I end up here? I sat up and waited for what felt like hours, but was really 5 minutes until a doctor walked up to me with a clipboard in one hand and a cigarette in the other to ask me some questions. He lit up his cigarette with a steel lighter and crouched down near me. His lungs are blacker than my soul. The good news, Mr. Newman, is that your teeth are fine and that you have only sustained minor injuries to your face that will heal within a matter of weeks. Was this your first seizure? He asked as he prepared to write something down. He held the clipboard on his knees since he couldn't hold it with the other hand, which he used to smoke. Yes, sir, I'm very much confused as to what caused it, though. I don't have epilepsy, so it couldn't be that, I replied, frowning. I see. Perhaps the cause is a case of brain injury. Your symptoms are highly similar to it. Are you aware that you started talking about different timelines with the staff on the stretcher? You had these bizarre hallucinations about vines growing everywhere and angels talking to you, he said, writing something on his clipboard. I couldn't read very well what he wrote, but it looked like he put down possible psychosis. Oh, but different timelines do exist, my friend. I'd take you to one if I could, but then things would get even crazier. I'm very sorry, I didn't mean to, I stammered. Don't apologize, young man, you have nothing to be sorry about. For now, we're going to keep you in here to monitor your condition. If you worsen, our plan would be to prescribe you anticonvulsants to avoid another seizure. Are you all right with that? He asked. Yes, sir, I replied, hoping that I wouldn't have to say sir for each response. I tried my best to sound like I belonged in the 1930s, but I hardly knew anything about them at the time. Good, now let's get you some food. It better not be soup. Chapter 21, March 13, 1931. 4:06 p.m. If you guessed that by food, they meant a disgusting soup that tasted like it expired a decade ago, then you would be correct. I'd actually be more surprised if it wasn't soup. Hospital soup is probably my least favorite thing to eat. They gave me lots of it when I had my seizure at 13, which pretty much turned me into the cynical misanthrope I am today. I wish humanity didn't suck so much sometimes, no. It's like whenever something good happens, some moron always shows up to ruin it. Only problem is, I'm that moron. You look just like my son, young man, a middle-aged man called out to me. He was lying on his bed, and looking at him, I could tell that he had been through a lot of sorrow in his life, I could see it in his eyes. Is that so? I asked, slowly sipping on the awful soup. I would have passed on eating it entirely, but I needed to regain my strength after the seizure. Whatever caused it was likely due to me screwing around with time too much, I was sure of it. I was finally feeling the first side effects of playing God. The android with the prosthetic hand had warned me to be careful, but I was selfish and ignored his advice. When people tell me not to do something, I often do it anyway just to piss them off. You really do. My son is around the same age as you, and last year he and I went to Snoqualmie Falls together. Have you heard of it? It's quite beautiful, he said with a nostalgic look in his eyes. Nostalgia can be so painful at times. Nothing is worse than wanting what you can't have. Of course, Twin Peaks, my friend. I have, sir, it's a wonderful place, I replied with a genuine smile. Sometimes I honestly forget that there are kind people in this world due to constantly being surrounded by so much negativity. I think the biggest negativity we get in our lives is the news. It's not their fault, though, that positivity just doesn't sell. To be successful, you have to give the people what they want for better or worse. Please, call me Ron. And your name would be? He asked, sitting upright. David Newman, I said smiling. David, what a nice name. Pardon me for asking, but what led to you being here? He asked curiously. I had a seizure on the pavement after hitting my head on it. The strangest part is that it didn't even hurt. I had always imagined seizures to be agonizing, but I was barely conscious during it. It was as if I was in a trance. May I ask what brought you here? I had a stroke. I felt this horrible numbness on the left side of my face and felt this unbearable sense of confusion. In fact, it was my son who noticed what was happening and called an ambulance for me, he said with a look of sadness in his sea-green eyes. I wish I had his eyes. I have these dull brown eyes that are the color of redwoods, aka nothing special. My father has silver gray eyes, but my mother has medium brown ones, so I ended up losing the genetic lottery. Aren't you a bit young to have a stroke? You look no older than 45 to me, I said, instantly regretting my words. I have a horrible habit of speaking before thinking. It's gotten me into trouble before. It can happen to anyone at any age, including yours. I just hope that it doesn't become a pattern that eventually takes my life. The worst feeling is for a child to lose their father. Perhaps you don't understand that feeling now, but someday I'm sure you will, he said, sending chills right down my spine. It was as if the universe was speaking to me directly at that moment. I experienced it once, and I never want to experience it again. I agree. The way I see it, though, is that what matters more than how you die is how you are remembered. One of my biggest fears is being remembered negatively. Do you ever get that? I asked as I finally finished my soup. I wasn't exactly dying for seconds, but I felt a bit of my strength flow back into my body. Slowly but surely, I was on the path of recovery. Doesn't everyone? Some fears are naturally a part of our psyche, no matter how much we try to suppress them. Off topic, but have you ever heard of what Freud had to say about the id, ego, and superego? He said, perking up suddenly. I swear he reminded me so much of my grandfather at that moment. Sort of, but not really. Not in any meaningful capacity. What did Freud say? I asked, perking up my back. It was stone stiff, likely due to me sitting in the same position for God knows how long. Well, it's quite complicated, but the gist of it is that he categorized the human psyche as having three distinct parts: the id, ego, and superego. The id is the part that deals with primitive and instinctual urges such as aggression and repressed memories. I like to imagine that the id is a little devil. Next, we have the superego, which I picture as a little angel due to it dealing with your conscience. Morals and societal values are concepts that are part of it. Finally, we have the ego, which is essentially the decision-making part of the psyche. The way it works is that it tries to solve the problems of the id realistically and sensibly. The way I picture it is as a judge. The ego is simply explained as a combination of your conscious, preconscious, and unconscious mind. I know that was complicated, but I hope you understood it, he said, chuckling at the end. Grandfather, you're officially amazing. I understood it, and I was quite fascinated by it. Where did you learn all of this stuff? I asked, laying back down. College. I wanted to be a psychologist once, but I realized I didn't want to be one halfway through my courses. It's funny, you think you want something so much until you realize that you never wanted it that much at all, he said with a pained frown. College must have felt like so long ago for him. Time itself appears to be relative. Some minutes feel like years, and some years feel like minutes. Sometimes, it honestly feels as if I was born yesterday. Yesterday all my troubles seemed so far away. Now it looks as though they are here to stay. Oh, I believe in yesterday. Tell me about it, friend. That's what's funny, you can be good at something that you don't even like. I don't have any specific examples off the top of my head, but I have plenty of things that I hate doing that I'm oddly good at. Have you ever had that happen? Well, sure, I'm good at writing, despite finding it immensely boring. It's difficult to explain. Unfortunately, he said, frowning as one of the doctors went over to him and asked him how he was feeling. They talked for what felt like hours but were really a couple of minutes. My memory blanked out during all of that time as if it took a vacation until another doctor came over to me and told me that I had a visitor who was around the same age as me. Oh no. Chapter 22, March 13, 1931. 4:09 p.m. As Delilah walked in, I noticed that she had changed out of her green and black dress into a silver wool coat. She looked just like a detective at that moment, and I was the person she would interrogate next. I instantly knew our conversations weren't going to be any good. Like I said earlier, I can read people like a book. I may be crazy, but I'm not stupid. Those 30 seconds must have been the longest of my life, Delilah said, nearly crying by my bed. She lit up another cigarette and chain-smoked as she typically did. At this rate, she would smoke 100 cigarettes a day. You might be asking me why I didn't scold her for smoking underage. The truth is she wouldn't believe that cigarettes are unhealthy. Surprisingly, the Nazis were against tobacco smoking. That's hilarious to me because they smoked meth on the battlefield. Is that how long I had a seizure? I asked, trying not to cry. I hated seeing her so sad. I felt in a way that the seizure was my fault and that the universe was punishing me for my transgressions, as crazy as that sounds. Yes, she said, with a single tear coming out of her left eye. I hugged her tightly at that moment and felt her stop shaking briefly. It felt good to be able to comfort her. Usually, I do the exact opposite. Whenever I try to help someone, I make things even worse, partly because of my brutal honesty. There's virtually nothing I won't say, and frankly, I don't care if it hurts your feelings. I swear this generation is so sensitive to everything. Just because you don't like what I have to say does not mean that I am wrong in any way, it just means you're a pampered bitch. I'm sorry, I whispered. Why are you sorry, dear? She asked, confused. Do you ever have something happen and feel like it was your fault despite irrefutable proof that it wasn't? Because that's how I feel every single day. I feel like this seizure was completely my fault. I swear it sounds crazy, but that's how I think. Actually, yes, she said, hugging me. For once, I welcomed something from her. Listen, I might get out tomorrow, but I don't know. I don't know where to go after that, though. I don't have anywhere to go, I said, fighting tears. If I time travel again, this might actually kill me. I put so much effort into saving my dad, and now I might end up dying myself. Why do I ruin everything? Don't you have parents? She asked, confused. Yes, but they don't really pay much attention to me, I lied. I felt absolutely horrible for lying to her, but it was the first thing that came to my mind. I was becoming more and more reckless by the moment. Sounds like my mother. Why don't you stay with us? Why, we could even pay your bill, she said, smiling. Absolutely not. How do you plan to pay my bill during a depression? You'll go bankrupt over me. I nearly yelled angrily. I felt awful for yelling at her, but I knew that if she had paid my bills, my entire future family might have suffered. Don't yell at me, you swine, she replied, annoyed. I'm sorry, I can't let you do this for me. Your parents would kill me, I replied with a half frown. They don't have to know, she replied with a sly smile. What in the world are you suggesting? I asked concernedly. I think you know, she replied with an even bigger smile. No, I won't let you do this, I replied, crossing my arms. Sorry, but you don't get to tell me what to do. Delilah Andrews takes orders from no one, she replied as she adjusted her coat, pocketed a pack of Camel cigarettes, and left. I must put an end to this. Chapter 23, March 13, 1931. For 11 p.m. May I please go to the bathroom? I asked the first doctor that I saw. I'm not stopping you, am I? He asked, lighting up a Camel cigarette and casually blowing the resulting smoke right into my face. My eyes stung like hell, and I could feel my body slowly dying. Nice one, Doc. Walking to the bathroom felt bizarre, as if someone had suddenly turned the gravity up 800%. I can't describe it for the life of me, but it was as if I was on a different planet. It took all of my strength to move my legs to the bathroom. It was almost as if I had forgotten how to walk. I feel like I'm carrying weights on my ankles. Once I finally went inside, I locked the door and leaned my head against the wall to not seize out on the floor and hit my head repeatedly. I already had enough brain trauma as it was, getting even more wouldn't do me any good. Am I making the right choice here? Is this the better or worse one? Oh, I am a fool for doing this repeatedly. When will I ever learn? I felt my heart nearly stop from panicking so hard and told myself to calm down, to no avail. I ended up biting a knuckle hard enough to make it bleed to calm myself down. Travel to May 18, 2020, 3:37 a.m. This time was even worse somehow, as it turned into a complete and utter nightmare. I witnessed the walls before me turn into the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, with civilians running away from atomic explosions and evaporating into nothingness. I saw them look directly at me in fear, as if I was somehow responsible for their atrocities. I wanted to scream so badly at that moment, but I knew that I had to stay quiet for this plan to work. This is the definition of torture. I can only watch this atrocity that I have created. When I die, I hope they'll bury me somewhere in a goddamn landfill. This is what I deserve. I am the dark side of the moon. Come to think of it, it's all dark. The walls then bled, and I could see the crimson liquid pour down from every angle until there was a puddle of it right next to me. I felt it to see if it was real or not, but my fingers went right through it and were not stained in the least. What happened next was even worse. I bit my lip until it nearly bled, but the horror only continued. I experienced next what looked like the Axis and their troops fighting against the Allies with more bloodshed than a man ever should have to witness. I closed my eyes to escape the horror, but it would simply play inside my eyelids like some sort of snuff film. Bullets would whiz past me, and I ducked every time I heard them out of pure fear. I would constantly hear German and Italian sentences being shouted out intermingled with the cries of agony. I genuinely felt at that moment that I was about to go insane, and let me tell you, once you lose your mind, you never go back to being normal. This went on for what felt like hours but was only around 2 minutes. It was as if time itself had slowed down to a crawl just to agonize me. Time moved very slowly, and every second felt like a decade. I worried at that moment that I would forever be stuck like this in agony, with scenes of war playing out in my head. Then, without warning, I felt the world shake around me and found myself in the hospital again. Ain't that something? Part 4, Paying the Price. Chapter 24. The first question that I had was how I even got to the hospital, as I had absolutely no memory of getting there. It was as if I had teleported there from 1931. What? Why am I here? Did I have another seizure or? I heard muffled talking, which I quickly realized was a doctor talking to my mother. I leaned towards the closest wall to hear what they were saying better. I could make out about half of what they spoke. Perhaps isn't bipolar, a doctor said in a muffled tone to my mom somewhere in the corner. What is he talking about? I'm not bipolar, you moron. I know this is off topic, but I once drew my mental illness. I don't know what it is, but I wouldn't be surprised if I have BPD. Here is my rendition of it. He seemed fine until today, my mother said, crying in response. When she cries, you can hear it from 1,000 miles away. I know this isn't nice to say, but it drives me insane when she cries. A part of me just wants to tell her to shut up. I'm the polar opposite of her because when I cry, I do it quietly. Most of the time, people don't even notice that I'm crying. But then again, what do people notice in this world? All they care about is sex, drugs, status, and money. Personally, none of the forever interested me very much. I mean, like for the first one, I'd much rather cuddle with a girl and talk to her about philosophy. I'd brew her a pot of Earl Grey and discuss Nietzsche and the ethics of stem cell research. Society doesn't know what love is anymore. I really need to know what happened. I stood up at that moment and walked to where I heard their voices until a nurse stopped me and told me that it was safer for me to lie down. Why the hell am I here? I asked, confused out of my mind. It was officially at that point that I realized the effect of what I had done. What initially was fun had quickly become destructive. I became a slave to the dopamine rush. Please don't swear, they're a child. That's not an answer, I replied irritatedly. You had a manic episode and then had a seizure in the kitchen. Your mother says you grabbed black paint from the garage and started painting your teeth with it while laughing, she said, reading some cheesy romance novel. I can't stand those sorts of books. They always have some whiny simp as a protagonist. I may be whiny, but I sure as hell don't dedicate my whole life to one girl. I mainly commit it, albeit unintentionally, to disappointing my friends and loved ones. Why don't I remember any of this? I asked, tempted to cry. I'm incredibly emotional. I'm either crying and wishing that I was dead or laughing my ass off at things that aren't even that funny. I'd call myself a ticking time bomb, but that wouldn't be fair. Bombs serve a purpose, I don't. Manic episodes often result in severe memory loss. Would you like me to get you something to eat? Perhaps a sandwich. Sure, I'd like a ham sandwich, if that's fine. I got a turkey one if that's okay. Would you like any juice, Clive? She asked, standing up from her chair. I had a stupid moment right there and then where I wondered how she knew my name until I looked at the wristband they put on me, which read Clive Spencer Andrews, age 16. They gave the Spencer part to me in honor of Hollywood actor Spencer Tracy. I can't stand Hollywood, that's where all the freaks reside. If I were president, I'd make Twitter illegal so I wouldn't have to see their brain-dead tweets constantly. Hollywood is proof that you don't need to be smart to be successful. Head. Yeah, that sounds good, I said, nodding my. Alrighty, try to go back to your bed, cause if you pass out, you'll hurt your head, which I don't think you'd want very much. No, I most certainly wouldn't, I replied with a small smile. I went back to my bed and lay down, staring at the ceiling. There were what looked like tiny poppy seeds on it, like the ceilings in schools, that were the most boring things imaginable. The only difference was that it wasn't cold enough to freeze nitrogen in school. Could this place possibly be any colder? If it gets any colder, a mammoth might just show up. Time moved absurdly slowly in the hospital as if someone was slowing it down just to torture me. While thinking about how much I regretted time traveling, I noticed that I would occasionally see historical events on the walls that were never actually there out of the corner of my eye. I had abused time travel so much that I had actually started hallucinating. However, the strangest part is that when I looked directly at the hallucinations, they disappeared into thin air as if they were terrified of me. They also had an eerie vibe that I couldn't exactly explain, it's like something about them just felt entirely off. If you want to know the truth, I probably had ruined at least a couple of timelines by then. Could this get any stranger? Eventually, the nurse arrived with my food on a tray before leaving to read more of the book. Must be an excellent book. I sure wish I had one with me right now. I want to read there again. Rule of the Bone was pretty good too. I haven't read Before I Fall in a bit. After what felt like years, the doctor walked over to me and told me what would happen to me next. Even before he opened his mouth, I knew that it wasn't going to be any good. Please, just don't send me to the psych ward. I'll give you all of my money and then some. Hell, I'll give you a kidney if you just let me go, I replied, shaking like a leaf. Unsurprisingly, my bribe didn't work. It got a chuckle out of him, though. That's now how the system works, Clive. We're putting you on a 72-hour hold because you are a danger to yourself. Don't think that you did anything wrong because you can't control these things. Inside the psychiatric hospital, they'll monitor your mental health to check how you're doing before releasing you once they see your condition has improved. Do you have any questions? He asked, straightening his glasses. Aren't psychiatric hospitals full of crazies? I'm scared to go there, I said, nearly shaking from fear. I didn't feel like being in a madhouse with a bunch of other freaks. My dad had scared me enough by showing me One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. I wasn't too keen on experiencing the madness myself. I didn't want to meet a real-life nurse ratched in the hospital. That's a common mistake that people make about psychiatric hospitals. Most patients there are good people who just have struggles in their lives. I promise you that you'll be okay. I must warn you, though, that phones are not allowed in them. Why? I asked, confused. Phones are not considered therapeutic, and they don't want you to record other patients. But you'll have many other things to do there, I promise. Now get some sleep, I think you need it, he said, patting me on the shoulder. Don't mind if I do. Chapter 25? I've had the same nightmare for several years now. In it, I find myself unable to walk and have to resort to crawling. This would typically be nothing more than highly annoying, but the dream always seems to place me in dangerous situations, such as right next to the train tracks. They say that nightmares are based on our fears, but I never figured out what caused them. This time, I crawled through an abandoned dystopian future, the exact opposite of Arcadia. Architecture-wise, it seemed to be based on French Baroque, which confused me beyond any words. It was as if two distinct realities combined into one in a blender. In fact, I would have thought that I was in the past had it not been for the advertisements for Sizorton hoverboards like the ones in Back to the Future. The sign read, "Get the future today." What happened to this place? It looks like it was abandoned years ago. Where is everyone? Is this what the end of the world looks like? Did I cause a nuclear war of some sort? A few people laughed, a few people cried, most people were silent. I remembered the line from the Hindu scripture, the Bhagavad Gita. Vishnu is trying to persuade the prince that he should do his duty, and to impress him. Takes on his multi-armed form and says, "Now, I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." Moving around the place, I found countless statues dedicated to one person, as if he was the only important person who had ever existed. Every time I tried to read the inscription on the figure, it became so blurry that I couldn't make any sense of it. I could see the writing, but my brain could not make any sense of it, as if I got hit on the head with a sledgehammer. The best way to describe it is that I became extremely farsighted. I wonder where all of this takes place. Crawling forward toward what looked to be a massive palace, I witnessed giant silver-colored robotic centipedes with crimson-red eyes that hissed and snarled any time I tried to get close to them. Their mouths looked razor-sharp, as were their legs, which they had about 10 of. As far as I was concerned, they wiped out the entire town. Their mouths kept making these horrible clicking sounds as if warning me to stay away. Their clicking sounds almost sounded like bones being broken. I hated that sound beyond all description. This was when the dream became very surreal, as if it was a David Lynch movie. The ground before me crumbled, and I was trapped in a black void with many voices echoing in the distance, calling out for me. No matter how hard I tried moving, I couldn't move an inch, as if I was glued to the floor. The voices became louder and louder until, eventually, they overwhelmed me. I heard many disapproving voices around me and wanted to crawl into a ball and stay in that position forever to escape the agony. Here are some of the things that I heard them say. Look at him wasting his life away, the fool. This will eventually kill him, and he doesn't even realize it. I'm dead because of you. Time isn't meant to be played with, Clive. I tried my best to escape the blackness with all my might, but the harder I tried, the more I became trapped. It was as if I was swimming in a pool of superglue. There was no escaping this situation. It somehow got even stranger after that. The black void disappeared, and I found myself situated next to the side of a highway. I heard a motorcycle crash and crawled over to where I heard the sound out of curiosity. There I saw a bleeding biker who begged me for help. I had the strangest sensation of déjà vu at that moment. I swear I saw him before somewhere. Please help, he begged with blood running down his forehead. The poor guy looked pale as snow and sounded like he was a second away from dying. I'll help you, I said, trying to prop him up. As I did, he pulled out what looked like a desert eagle from his jacket and shot me point blank in the chest. I didn't even realize what happened at first. I looked down and saw that there was a hole in my chest. I dug into the hole with my bare fingers and pulled out a .50 Action Express cartridge. As soon as I did, he disappeared, and I felt my legs give in 10 seconds later. I collapsed and lay on the ground in shock. I could feel my life slowly being drained away like sand inside an hourglass. My only question at that moment was why he shot me out of nowhere. Being shot felt like being hit with a baseball bat with the force of a Mack truck. My vision gradually faded, and before I knew it, the entire world turned black. Oh, and it got even worse after that. I saw my funeral and my family putting flowers and teddy bears on my grave. Seeing my own funeral tripped me out so much. I heard my mother crying and heard her say, "Now I lost you too." I called out to her, and she looked all around, shocked to have heard my voice. "Where are you, Clive?" she asked desperately. Her? "I'm right here," I said, about a foot away from. "How are you talking to me if you're dead?" she asked, unnerved. "I don't know. How long have I been dead?" I asked, curious. "You died 2 days ago," she said with tears in her eyes. Following this, my mother disappeared, and I found myself in my bathroom at home. I thought nothing was off at first until I started hearing police officers knocking on the door, threatening to break it down if I didn't open it. I heard them shouting that they would arrest me for a double murder, and at the time, I didn't realize how bizarre their reason was. Out of terror, I opened the door and, to my surprise, there was no one there. After I opened the door, I hallucinated a bunch of EMTs who walked over to me and told me they were taking me to the hospital. "I'm sorry you wasted your life away," one of them said as they picked me up and put me on the stretcher. "What happened?" I asked, confused. Instead of replying, all the EMTs disappeared, and I realized at that moment that I was talking to my reflection the entire time. You have no idea how terrifying it is to realize that what you experienced was nothing more than a hallucination. As I stared in the mirror, I witnessed my face morph into a demonic figure with blood-red horns and skin as red as the Soviet flag. I opened my mouth in horror and saw that all of my teeth became jagged. My hair became jet black and reached my shoulders. My neck became replaced with what looked like some sort of ribcage. The scariest part of the figure was its eyes. It had no irises, and the white part of the eyes, whatever the hell it's called, was instead pitch black. All I felt was pure unadulterated dread as I looked at it, and the longer I looked at it, the worse I felt. Ironically, I was too fascinated to look away. It's like watching a car accident. You just can't look away. Since describing their hallucination with words will not do any justice, I'll show you what I drew of it. The demonic face started speaking to me telepathically in the mirror a few seconds later. It would keep repeating, "My, what sharp teeth you have," in a distorted robotic voice. "You think I can't see that, you moron?" I asked in an annoyed tone. "My, what sharp teeth you have," was its reply. "Can you say anything else? I mean, what are you exactly?" I asked curiously. "I am Israel, and I am you." "Who is Israel?" I asked. I got absolutely no response after that. The one time I wanted it to talk, it went silent. People always speak when they shouldn't and don't shut up when they should. My face eventually returned to normal, but my surroundings thought it would have been hilarious to turn into a bar. In front of me was a bartender, and to the left of him was the karaoke stage filled with drunken idiots thinking they were the next Pavarotti. I heard one of the worst covers in history there. This one guy was covering Hallelujah by Leonard Cohen and forgot half the words. Besides skipping half the song, his singing voice sounded like someone drowning. I walked up to the bartender to ask what this place was, and he replied with something like, "They're dead and never free because the pancakes are purple," said Henry. "What the hell does that even mean?" I asked, bewildered. He said nothing in return, but his facial expression started morphing. I didn't realize what was happening at first until I realized I was having a full-blown conversation with myself. I don't remember too much after that, but I remember looking at the walls and seeing piles of skulls on them that rotated in a circle. After the heads disappeared, I saw the words "you did this" appear on the walls in my handwriting, followed by math problems that were also in my writing. Oh, and I hallucinated Hitler doing a Nazi salute because that's what this was all missing. "Are you okay, Clive?" the doctor called out in real life, finally allowing me to awake. Yeah, I couldn't be better. Today is the greatest day I've ever known. Can't wait for tomorrow. I might not have that long. I'll tear my heart out before I get out. Chapter 26, May 19, 2020, 8:10 a.m. A part of me was tempted to time travel out of the doctor's office. In fact, it took everything to escape the temptation. It would have been so easy to do, but the risks would have far outweighed it. The poor guy would have needed his own hospitalization if he saw me vanishing into thin air. I swear the more I time traveled, the more reckless I became. It was almost like a pseudo-drug addiction of a sort, and time travel was my drug. At this rate, I would end up in Bat Country in a week. "Clive, are you paying attention?" the doctor said, snapping his pointer finger right in front of my eyes. I dissociated from the current moment once again. At that moment, all I could think about was how much wrong I had done in so little time. It was almost impressive, actually. If there were an award for the biggest disappointment of the year, I'm sure I would have won first place. "Yes, sorry, I just feel really terrible right now," I said, groaning. Whatever mania I may have had due to time travel had crashed below sea level into the Marianas Trench. I understand. Your urine test came back, and it's negative for everything. I'm not a psychiatrist, but your symptoms seem very reminiscent of bipolar I, as a result, they will most likely prescribe you antipsychotics in the hospital. Speaking of the hospital, an ambulance will pick you up in about 2 hours, and they will drive you to St. Clara. If you're like most people there, you will have a roommate of the same gender. Do you have any questions for me? He asked, straightening his glasses. Yes, do antipsychotics help with hallucinations? I've seen strange things, I said, trying to be as careful as possible with my words. I worried he'd permanently send me to St. Clara's if I were more direct. Yes, they will, if you're okay with it. Would you explain exactly what you see? He asked, getting a clipboard and a pen. I see historical events out of the corner of my eye that disappear as soon as I directly look at them. They are completely random and seem to happen spontaneously, almost. They are more annoying than anything, and I can ignore them if I put enough effort into it. Still, I figured it would be important to tell you this. Do you think you could help me fix my brain? I asked, practically pleading. I hated that I couldn't tell him the real reason I was experiencing all the hallucinations. In fact, at that moment, I had hated myself. I felt like I was more than worthless. I almost wished I was dead because of how stressful the situation was. I'm very thankful that you told me all of this, but unfortunately, I'm not qualified enough to tell you what I think is happening to your brain. In fact, there has never been an official explanation as to the cause of hallucinations. Well, that is all that I wanted to talk to you about. Oh, wait, I believe your father is about to visit you right about now, he said, looking down at his watch and taking the clipboard with him out of the room. Oh, yes, I almost forgot I saved a certain somebody. Chapter 27, May 19, 2020, 8:15 a.m. Where are you, Dad? You're the only thing that can help me right now. Save me from this madness that I have created. Help me stay sane just for a little while. Be my light in the darkness. Hey, my father said, hugging me from behind. This was typical behavior of him, and I had always loved it. Dad. I'm so sorry, I said, feeling tempted to cry into his shirt. To him, my apologizing must have seemed foolish, but to me, it was practically a necessity. This entire situation happened because of my impulsiveness. I wanted to never let go of his shirt and to freeze that moment forever. What are you apologizing for, Skipper? He said, brushing my messy hair away from my face. I couldn't remember the last time I had brushed it. I mean, I just went all out CC crazy, and I didn't mean to, I said, nearly stammering all over the place. The massive loss in memory was the scariest part about it. I did not know what happened exactly. There's nothing more terrifying than being unsure of something, trust me on that. It's not like you controlled it or anything. But I guess you're strangely curious as to what exactly happened. Am I right? He asked, winking. Wrong, I controlled it. This is all my fault and could have all been prevented. I'm just a fool. Yeah. What exactly did I do? I asked nervously. Well, you were speaking to people that weren't there and in complete gibberish too. I couldn't understand a single thing you were saying, but you seemed terrified while talking to them. You'd stop talking midway through a sentence and walk around the house, knocking everything over and throwing objects around for seemingly no reason. You grabbed some olive oil and started chugging it for some odd reason. You did many bizarre things before your mother noticed you talking to the walls. Of course, she was terrified and took you to the hospital, where you surprisingly talked coherently. I mean, don't you remember doing anything? You even told jokes to the staff, he said, sitting down on my bed. It must not have been very comfortable because he kept shifting every couple of seconds he was sitting on it. I'm afraid not. I mean, it was as if I woke up in the hospital. In a way, it's great that I don't remember any of this because it would have been traumatizing too. But enough about me. How are you? I asked, smiling from ear to ear. I had completely forgotten that I had brought him back to life. It's crazy how sometimes our mind makes us forget such important things as if it's purposely trying to annoy you. My mind is my worst enemy. You know, I'm surprisingly good. Check this out, my boss wants to start a robotics company in the future named Conium, and he wants me to be the creative director of it, he said, nearly squealing from excitement like a little girl. A robotics company? Since when was he interested in robots? What in the world is a conium? I asked, confused out of my mind. It actually means nothing, strangely enough. It's an inside joke we had where we came up with the most generic name for a company possible. I mean, doesn't it sound like the most boring name possible? It sounds like some scummy company that dumps waste into rivers, he said, chuckling like a madman. He was incredibly prone to laughter sometimes. You know what? It's pretty funny, I'll admit. It's probably the worst name next to Monsanto. Do you know about them, Dad? I asked, hoping that he did. My biology class went over them during my freshman year, and I developed a hatred for the company that I didn't even know I was capable of. The devil himself probably ran Monsanto. Oh, yeah, Agent Orange and the like. Luckily, they went out of business 2 years ago, so there's that. Hey, listen, how would you like to name my first robot in the future? Just make sure it's not something stupid like Robbie, he said, winking and proceeding to laugh some more like an idiot. I have no ideas right now, I'm sorry. Robbie, eh? If you ever named me that, I'd disown myself. Say, why did you name me Clive, anyway? Was that just the first thing that came to your mind or what? I asked, curious. He always promised to explain why I was named Clive but never actually got around to it. It was one of those things that I simply had to know before I died. Heh. Clive Bullock was a great friend of mine in high school. He was what you might call the class clown. I miss that guy so much, he said with a quivering lip. Did you guys part ways or what? I asked, worried about his expression. My father never spoke much about his past, so this was a completely novel story for me. He died in 1997 of a car accident. Poor guy was barely 21 at the time. Promise me something, Clive, my father said, nearly holding onto me for comfort. What is it? I asked anxiously. Promise me never to take your friends for granted. One day, they might die, and if you didn't talk to them that much, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Sure, I was young and stupid, but this is one of those things that I'll have to live with for the rest of my life. Tell your friends that you miss them and never be afraid to tell them just how much they mean to you. It can change everything, he said with his voice fading out at the end. Malcolm. I never found out what happened to him. Dad, what happened to Malcolm, if you remember? I asked with my heart beating at about the speed of light. I must find out. Don't you remember, son, he asked, looking at me as if I grew another head. No. I replied, confused out of my mind. Why is he looking at me like I'm crazy? What happened to Malcolm? Son, he killed himself 2 years ago. Chapter 28, May 19, 2020, 8:20 a.m. You know that feeling when you get punched in the stomach and literally cannot breathe? You know what it feels like to gasp for just one breath of air? That's precisely what I felt after hearing about what happened to Malcolm. I honestly thought I would forget how to breathe and die from cerebral anoxia. It was as if time had slowed down immensely at that moment, and I was just trapped in an inferno to suffer for the rest of my life. I felt sick to my stomach and felt an uncomfortable heat rush throughout my body. I felt like I was dying. All I could do was repeatedly murmur, "Please no, this isn't real." It was almost like my mantra. The situation reminded me of an experience when I was around 7 or 8. I was playing in my school's playground on the monkey bars when I suddenly slipped and fell stomach first onto a rock. I remember being in agony and clutching my stomach, completely unable to breathe. It was as if I was drowning. This was far more painful in comparison. Sometimes I hate that chaos surrounds me. When all the answers that I seek are around me. Am I drowning? Am I fading away? But how did I forget? I can't believe that I forgot something so important. What the hell is wrong with me, Dad? I said, starting to genuinely weep at that moment. You experienced the pain of it over the past 2 years and pushed it into your subconscious. Your mind tried its best to make you forget, and eventually, you did. Nothing is wrong with you, and in fact, this is a common occurrence. I'm sure he didn't hold a grudge against you, he said, hugging me so tightly that I nearly squealed like a little girl. I'm such a horrible person. You're right. Do you know why he did it? I asked, trying to stop myself from shaking all over the place. This hospital might as well have been a freezer. It's not one of those things that one can easily answer. Everyone has their reasons, but whatever pain they are going through is big enough for them to want a way out. Some say it's selfish to commit suicide, but that only negates the person's struggle. We should be supportive instead of bringing down the people in our lives, he said, hugging me tightly again. I love you, Dad, I said suddenly, feeling a spark of happiness within me. For a moment, I had almost forgotten about all of my troubles. I love you too, son, he said, patting me on the back. Hey, let's do that father and son thing we used to do when I was younger, okay? I said, excited that I had suddenly remembered it. I wondered how many more memories were hidden by now. Okay. Like father, he spoke dramatically. Like son. In my darkest moment, I found the brightest joy. We often take happiness for granted, but I promise not to do the same for you anymore. This is my new reality, this is my chance at redemption. This is my destiny. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll, I am the master of my fate, I am the captain of my soul. Chapter 29, May 19, 2020, 10:23 a.m. How are you feeling? One of the EMTs asked from the back where I was. I must have dissociated pretty hard because his words came out of nowhere. It's always been a tactic that I use to escape harmful situations. I spend more time in the clouds than I do in real life. Sometimes when I'm distraught, I sing songs in my head. The song that I sing the most is The Weight of Love by the Black Keys. Ha! Oh, I feel okay. I'm just very nervous about this whole thing, I stammered like an idiot. My sentences always sound better in my head. You know, it's okay to be nervous. Our mind fears the unknown, it's just one of those things that it does, he said reassuringly. It's just, this all feels so strange to me. It's as if my entire life had all been a dream. Do you ever get anything like that? I asked, propping myself up. The leather straps they put on me made it incredibly difficult to do so. They said that they put them on everyone for their safety, so it's not like I was a special case, at least. I wondered how many people had struggled to break out of them. Can't say I have. Tell me about this dream world, he asked, leaning in full of curiosity. It's like sometimes certain things happen, and a part of me just doesn't believe that they could have happened to me, of all people. It's like it's so bizarre that my brain tells me that the only way it could have happened was if someone trapped me in a dream. Does that make more sense? I asked, hoping more than anything that he understood that feeling. You know, I actually do understand that a bit. What are some things that happened to you that made you feel like you were in a dream, he asked, making my heart nearly stop from anxiety. I couldn't exactly tell him about time travel without sounding completely insane. Just going to a psychiatric hospital, I guess, I never in my life thought that I would have gone to one. Well, there's a first time for everything, right? I replied with a nervous laugh. Take it as a learning experience, Clive, maybe someday what you will learn in the hospital will prove useful. You never know when a certain bit of information could change your life, he said, patting me on the back. Hearing him talk was one of the few things that could calm me down, he was a natural silver tongue. You're right, by the way, we're here, the driver interrupted. Well, there's no turning back now. Chapter 30, May 19, 2020, 10:37 a.m. Have you ever thought about hurting yourself or others? A lady with a clipboard in an office with beige walls asked me. I swear the room was probably created to torture people. it gave me the worst vibes possible. I almost wanted to run out of the room at that moment. I'd run into the nearest woods and live there Unabomber style. The Morons would never find me. I'd survive on tree roots, berries, and squirrels. Every once in a while, I'd check out how society was doing, but I'd always return before they got suspicious of me. I'm a bloody genius. Is this a standard question? I've thought about hurting myself but not others, I said, fidgeting with my right leg. I've never been diagnosed, but I firmly believe that I have restless leg syndrome. I've had moments at the dinner table where it was virtually impossible for me not to twitch my legs. Oh, and I lied when I said I never thought about hurting someone. I actually think about it all the time. Don't worry, most of the time, they deserve it. If I ever had a fight song, it would be something hype like Bewitteber by Kid Rock. I could take out an army if that song played, I mean it. I understand. Have you ever been diagnosed with bipolar disorder or depression? No, they have not diagnosed me with anything. I'm here because I went manic, I said, trying to stop my leg from shaking at 100 miles an hour. MHHM. Is there anyone you would like me to contact if you get restrained? You don't have to add anyone, this is just a question that they ask everyone. No, I'll behave well, I said with a tiny smile. Good. Do you know what it means to be AWOL? What's an AWOL supposed to be? No, I have no idea what that is, I replied, furrowing my eyebrows in confusion. It sounded like some sort of military slang, by the name. My favorite military slang would have to be FUBAR, which describes my everyday life. AWOL means absent without leave. If someone leaves before they are to be discharged, they are considered to have left without permission. Will you attempt to escape while you are here? She asked, looking right at me. It'll be tempting, I'll admit. No, I'll wait for my discharge before leaving. I promise. Good, our last question for you is, do you want to create a visitor list for people that may visit you? The only requirement is that they have to be over 18, she said, giving me the contact paper. Sure, I'll put my dad and mom there. Their number is Anne. Do you have that? I asked, finally getting my leg under control. Yes, it's snack time right now, so enjoy the food. Stay safe, Clive, she said with a genuine smile. You too, I said as I finally went inside the youth wing. Here. Make the best of this, Clive. It only gets worse from. Chapter 31, May 19, 2020, 10:40 a.m. What are you in for, new kid? A girl asked, lying on the couch sipping on what looked like orange juice. I'm not sure why, but at that moment, I remembered that one line from The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air about drinking orange juice out of a champagne glass and almost burst out laughing. I remember the most random things constantly. I once recalled the song Toxic Love from Ferngully, the last rainforest in class and nearly sang it out loud from how good it was. This one time, I had When You're Hot by Jerry Reed play in my head for about 4 hours straight while I was taking my finals. Just try focusing on your work when all you can hear is la 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 la. When you're hot, you're hot. For the record, the only time I'll ever be hot is when they burn me at the stake. What a way to introduce yourself. Oh, mania. I remember nothing about it, though, I said, frowning. Sometimes I wish to forget certain things, but there are also times where not remembering something can be incredibly painful. Nice, I'm here for psychosis. Anyways, there are Rice Krispies in the back, if you're interested, she said lazily, stretching. Don't mind if I do. I grabbed one of the Rice Krispies at the speed of light and wolfed it down. It had been so long since I've had actually good food. It was probably the most delicious thing I had ever eaten at that moment, that's how hungry I was. Whoa, when did you last eat? She asked, laughing. Oh, yesterday maybe. I replied awkwardly. My memory had been incredibly awkward ever since I went into the hospital. It's like time travel killed half of my brain cells. I'm on antipsychotics, so it's nearly impossible for me not to eat. Ever heard of risperidone? She asked, sitting up. She moved about 12 times a second. Can't say I have. What is it like? I asked, getting a second Rice Krispie. It's horrible, it makes you a literal zombie, and you just want to sleep all day. It's supposed to lower your emotional threshold or something, but it just makes me feel like I'm sedated most of the time. Plus, the metallic taste in my mouth isn't exactly the best, she said, yawning heavily. Man, I'm so sorry. How much do they make you take for your psychosis? I asked as I finished the second Krispie. You won't believe this, but 2 milligrams. It's not even supposed to be that heavy of a dose. Oh, well, it beats losing my mind and talking to people that don't exist, I guess, she said, shrugging. You talk to people that didn't exist? I asked curiously. Yeah, like I was talking to my friends and family, but they were never actually there. It's crazy, 'cause I could have sworn that they were actually there because of how realistic it all was. I would also keep hallucinating this ninja in my closet who would stalk me and throw his shuriken at me whenever I looked at him. Eventually, my parents realized how bizarre my conversations had become and took me here. I thought I was making perfect sense. I wouldn't wish anything like that upon my worst enemies, she said, frowning. Neither would I. Hey, what's your NA-group time? An instructor interrupted as she entered the room. It better not be knitting. If it is, I'll knit myself a coffin, I swear on it. Chapter 32, May 19, 2020, 10:45 a.m. It wasn't knitting but rather art, which I was very fond of. I mean, I'm not going to claim that I'm some sort of Rembrandt, but I can draw pretty well when I feel like it. I draw a lot because it distracts me from my depression. Usually, I make art of people I care about, such as my cousin Grace and Madeline. I wonder what the latter would think of my drawings of her. The greatest part of drawing, in my opinion, is being able to create something out of nothing. It was one of the few classes I genuinely enjoyed in school. I had massive attention issues for every class but art. It was the one class I could actually pay attention to. It was the missing puzzle piece to my mind. Good morning, group. Today we're going to be delving into art, the instructor said in an exaggerated, cheery voice. I hate it when people exaggerate emotions so much for some reason, and yet I can't even explain why. I'm a hypocrite, though, because I constantly exaggerate my feelings. I often pretend to be enthused by something while actually hating it deep down. I'll admit that I'm afraid to admit that I don't like something sometimes. It's like you're expected to like certain things, and if you don't then, you get treated like an outcast. For example, people think I'm weird for not liking most sports. The only sport I actually care about is baseball. I'd gladly play for the MLB if I could. My dad took me to see a couple of Mariners games during my life. They are my favorite team after the Red Sox and the Yankees. To be frank, they are not terribly skilled, but I still feel pride watching their games. It's like a dad watching his son perform something. He's never going to say, "Hey, kid, you suck." What should I draw? Instead of thinking about what to draw, I let my mind wander while making random lines on the paper that would hopefully turn into something else. Essentially, I was activating my fake it till you make it mentality. As I was drawing random lines, I noticed I had drawn an oval shape representing a face. I decided at that moment that I was going to draw Malcolm's face from when he was younger. My memory was nearly photographic with that sort of stuff. I've never been one to remember names, but if you were to show me a face, I could virtually guarantee I'd recognize it 10 years later. That's what I find remarkable about crows, they apparently never forget someone's face. I hate most birds, but crows are unique, they are insanely clever. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and a very goofy smile. I miss you, Malcolm. I hope you're staying safe wherever you are. Keep my seat warm for me, kiddo. While I was drawing, I heard a strange sound in my ears that sounded like a girl humming some sort of sea shanty. I looked around to see if anybody else had noticed it before realizing that I was hallucinating it inside my head. You have no idea how realistic it was. I couldn't even tell that it wasn't actually there. As if their humming wasn't bad enough, I saw spiders crawling under the skin of my wrist. I knew they were spiders because of their outline. Something almost tempted a crazy part of me to cut them out of my skin, but I reminded myself that it was all an illusion. Remind me to never time travel again. In about 20 minutes, I was finished with Malcolm and laid it out in front of me, proud of the work that I had done. My fingers were feeling twitchy from putting in so much effort, but it was well worth it. From that point on, it genuinely felt like things were getting better. Maybe this is weird, but whenever I have a positive outlook on things, colors seem to be more vibrant and look gloomy and dark when I'm down. That's very good, the girl from last time said with her mouth open. Yeah, right, I said, rolling my eyes. No, really, it's exceptional. Can I have it? She asked, nearly pleading. Yeah, of course, I said, handing her the drawing. I'm Madeline, by the way, thanks for the drawing. Oh. Chapter 33, May 19, 2020, 11:06 a.m. I was 14 when I first heard the song Savin' Me by Nickelback. Don't judge, what does that song have to do with anything, you may ask? Well, there's this one lyric in it that goes, "Heaven's gates won't open up for me. With these broken wings I'm falling." All at once, I felt the guilt of hurting Madeline hit me in the heart like a brick. I felt this sharp pain that made me feel like that biker guy reshot me. The worst part about it was that I didn't even recognize her. When we were dating, she had an emo phase. She'd wear pierced veil bracelets and dye her hair black every month. That was how I remembered her, but things had changed since then. Are you okay? She asked, noticing my shocked expression. If I told you what was wrong, you would hate me, I mumbled like a moron. What? Could you be any quieter? She asked, confused. Look, do you remember that one guy last year who broke your heart and abandoned you? I asked, shaking and hyperventilating. You know me? She asked curiously. Yes, you know how. How? I'm the one who broke your heart. I'm so sorry for what I did. I've regretted it every single day of my life. The truth is, I was arrogant, and I didn't want to admit it. I saw you a couple of times around town, and I wanted to apologize to you. I really did. It's just, I said, trailing off. Just what? She asked, annoyed. I'm terrible at apologies, I replied, shaking my head. So let me get this straight, you felt bad about what you did, and yet you never once reached out to me. Do you realize how much of an oxymoron that is? She asked with a tone of pure anger. I was scared, I stupidly replied. Scared of what? She practically yelled at me. That you'd hate me. Hate you? I don't hate you, I'm just really disappointed in you, she replied with a sigh. Do you have it in you to forgive me? I practically pleaded. Maybe someday, but that day is not today. Someday, somehow I'm gonna make it alright, but not right now. Chapter 34, May 19, 2020, 11:08 a.m. Through a nurse, I found out that the hospital had special headphones that also functioned as a radio. Radio Shack Digital AM, FM stereo. I practically begged for them as I wanted to drown out all of my sorrows. Some people get drunk to escape the pain, I just listen to music on maximum. I've considered getting drunk before, I mean, who hasn't? I guess the one thing that stops me from drinking is remembering my uncle's sociopathic outbursts. A part of me fears that I'll kill someone if I drink. Anyway, I grabbed the stupid headphones and practically sprinted into my room, closing the door behind me. It didn't even have a lock on it, so anyone could have entered and bothered me. Thankfully, nobody did. I scrolled through all the available radio stations until I found the punk station that this eccentric Jim guy ran. He constantly used unusual slang such as freaky deaky and hairy eyeball while sniffing every 2 seconds. I honestly don't know if he was sick or a coke addict, probably the latter, as he spoke at a million hours an hour. Anyways, he said the Ramones were going to play next, and that got me genuinely excited. He even played my favorite song of theirs, Pet Sematary. I sorta laid there on my bed, staring at the ceiling and smiling like an idiot. I almost forgot about Madeline at that moment. I say almost because they say that the subconscious mind forgets nothing. I think it's all a bunch of baloney along with subliminal messages. If they actually worked, everyone would spend their paycheck on Pepsi. Cherry Coke is better, by the way. Actually, come to think of it, I know something better than Cherry Coke. When my family and I visited Annalie in Logan, she gave us something called Iron Port. No, that isn't a kind of beer. Mormons don't drink alcohol, nor do they drink coffee or tea. I found this out by reading a pamphlet about the word of wisdom in her house. Anyways, it's, debatably, the most incredible soft drink in history. God, I miss her so much sometimes. I thought of dating her, but the thought of seeing her parents scares me half to death. Her dad was in the Navy and would crush every bone in your hand when giving you a handshake. He was also like 6 feet 7 inches. Her mother, on the other hand, was a little nosy. She'd ask you anything, from your bloody political affiliation to whether or not you believed in God. I'd tell you about her 5 siblings, but that would take me a day and a half to write. Let's just say that they are different. After the song was over, Jim said he'd be back and didn't even bother putting on another song. I'm telling you, that guy was a total junkie. Since then your cokehead wasn't being much help, I took off my headphones and just laid there staring at the ceiling. I must have stared at it for 15 minutes before I heard a knock at my door. The knock caused my body to jolt from sheer surprise. "Yeah?" I called out. "It's Madeline," the voice replied. I got up from my bed and opened the door. I honestly wasn't sure how to feel at that moment. Just a few minutes ago, she told me I disappointed her, and now we were on speaking terms. What gives? The one good thing about the situation was her Metallica shirt. It was the glitched variant from Hardwired, too. Self-destruct. Moth into Flame is terrific. Halo on Fire is another banger. Look, maybe I was just a little too harsh towards you, she replied with a frown. Well, I needed a wake-up call, and I got it. It's okay to call me out for being a crappy person, I replied with an awkward chuckle. You know, you're not a bad person, you just make terrible choices. I missed you a lot while we were away. Really? I asked with a stupid grin. Yeah. Anyways, what have you been doing for the past year? She asked curiously. Oh, I awkwardly replied. What is it? Oh, you know, just time traveling. You see, I don't really do much in my life, I replied with an awkward chuckle. Welcome to the club, kid. Look, could I ask you something crazy? I asked anxiously. I wanted to ask her if we could ever be together again, but I worried deep down that she would hate me for it. Sure, she said, shrugging her shoulders. Do you think we could ever be together again? I asked, with my heart nearly exploding from anxiety. Maybe, everyone deserves a second chance, right? Yeah, I replied with a small smile. Well, anyways, I'm gonna take a nap. See you, she said as she left the room. I'm a moron because I almost said out loud, I love you. Good thing I didn't. I put my headphones back on, and my buddy pal Jim returned. The next song he played was Die, Die, My Darling by the Misfits. As crazy as it sounds, that song helped me fall asleep. Sometimes I wish I didn't have to sleep. Why, you may ask? Because sleep is the cousin of death. Chapter 35, May 19, 2020, 12:30 p.m. Don't expect the food to be good or anything, Madeline said, snorting. Who said I did? I replied, chuckling. Everyone on their first day wonders how bad the food could be. Well, the answer is worse than you might think. You'll see, she replied, shaking her head. It can't be that bad, right? Lunch was pasta with meatballs that looked like they had been in the freezer since the Jurassic era. I hoped that it was the herbs that made it green and not the spoiled nature of them. Whatever the case, I couldn't just not eat. As soon as I took a bite out of it, I felt every negative emotion out there seize me at once. It was as if I had opened Pandora's box itself, minus the hope part. I genuinely hadn't eaten something so horrible in years. The nastiest thing I've ever eaten was a spider that I somehow mistook for a raisin. It tasted extremely bitter and nearly made me puke my guts out. Oh wow, I said, pausing in place. So, how bad was it? Madeline asked, trying her best not to burst out laughing. It's like feeling every negative emotion out there at once. I've experienced bad before, but this is probably rock bottom. This is the equivalent of having the stomach flu, I said, trying not to throw up. Now get ready for this, you have to eat it, or they'll think you're anorexic and force you to eat. And if you throw up after eating for any reason, they'll most likely consider you to be bulimic, she said, shaking her head with one of her eyes twitching repeatedly. Are you okay? I asked, concerned. What? She asked in confusion. Your eye, it's twitching. Oh, that. It's called a tardive dyskinesia or something. My meds cause it, it sucks, but it's better than hallucinating, I guess. Well, I'll try my best not to throw up, but it's a little hard not to, I said right before gagging. Distract your mind, it'll help you, she said, thumb wrestling with her thumbs. I have no idea how that was supposed to work. Just 20 more bites left. Chapter 36, May 19, 2020, 1:13 p.m. Needless to say, I threw up despite my valiant efforts and lay in the bathroom for what felt like years but was a couple of minutes. Despite the floor being ice cold, I couldn't find the motivation to get myself off of it no matter how hard I tried. I wanted to lie there in that one position until the end of time. I felt no motivation to do anything at all at that moment, to be honest with you. It's like I stopped caring about everything but time travel. My theory is that it somehow messed with my serotonin and dopamine receptors like a drug. The worst part is I kept doing it even though it made me feel like I was dying. I guess I did it so much because it distracted me from my other problems. Can't think about life's issues when you're delirious. It's funny how fragile the human brain is. All you have to do is mess around with a few chemicals, and you create a monster. I could lie like this forever, it's quite peaceful. Maybe I'll fall asleep and never wake up again. I wonder how people would react to my passing, would anyone care? I'm a nobody in this broken world. Why did you give me life, Father? Do I have a higher purpose? Save me. I beg you. As I was lying there, I started humming along to the tune of Digital Animal by Honey Claws, although I'm not sure why. I first heard that song in Breaking Bad and have been obsessed with it ever since. What's funny is that I don't even like rap that much, the only rapper I really listen to is NF. Listen to his song How Could You Leave Us? I swear it'll change you. I used to listen to this one rapper called Sadistic, who's from Seattle like me, and I really loved his song Orange. Apparently, the song describes a type of synesthesia. Eventually, someone came for me and asked me if I was alright and needed anything. A way out of this wretched place would help. Oh, and I'd kill for a McRib right now. Do you have anything for nausea? I nearly pleaded. We have Benadryl, how does that sound? Does it work? That's all that matters to me, I asked, groaning. I think so, but I'll check. Did you force yourself to throw up? He asked, looking right at me. No, there was something wrong with the food. I guess my stomach didn't like it or something. Okay, I'll be back soon. Stay right there, he said reassuringly before leaving. Not like I got anywhere to go. While he was gone, I stared at the bathroom walls in absolute boredom. They were the most boring color of them all, beige. If there were a trophy for the most boring walls ever, this bathroom would have taken first place. I was so bored, I almost wished I could watch grass grow. After what felt like centuries, the man returned and handed me a single pink pill with water. The medicine was a most horrid neon pink color. Looking at it was enough to make my eyes burn. Thanks, I said before drinking it down. Thankfully, the pill itself was tiny, so it wasn't a struggle, unlike most drugs. Of course, just a warning, though. Benadryl can make you exhausted. If you start feeling drowsy, then I recommend you get some sleep instead of fighting it. Wait, so I can operate heavy machinery then? I joked. Not a chance, he said with a chuckle before walking away. I eventually got up off the floor and went to my bed, where I sat down. In about 15 minutes, I started feeling the worst drowsiness come over me. I was sedated, but not in a good way. I fought against falling asleep as much as I could, but eventually, I felt so damn uncomfortable that I gave in and went to sleep. Benadryl also makes my stomach hurt like crazy every time I take it. Like I said, my stomach is weak. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I am walking in what looks like an apocalyptic landscape devoid of plant life in my nightmare. They built everything out of these menacing machine-like parts like what H.R. Giger would have made, specifically his Peace National Park. I must get out of this place, but how can I get out if I don't even know how I got in? That's the bizarre thing with dreams and nightmares. For some reason, you never remember how they start, you only typically remember the middle and the end. Or even worse, it's all fragmented up in such a convoluted way that it's as if someone knocked you out several times over. Walking past what looked like an abandoned war machine with sides, I could see a little red button that I felt strangely compelled to press. I was pulling off that movie 9 at that moment. Well, I know that a red button is typically not something you should press, but this is only a dream after all. Before I noticed it, I had pressed the button, and the machine started whirring and jerking around as if it was having a seizure. It was as if it was trying to break from some sort of bounds that were holding it back. What they could have held it back against, I'm not exactly sure. Well, now I'm screwed. I didn't wait to see what would happen next, so I ran off, but the machine sensing movement moved far swifter than I ever could have. I knew at that moment that I was done for, so I closed my eyes and braced for impact, knowing that the result would not be a pretty sight. Lesson learned: never press shiny red buttons. Chapter 37, May 19, 2020, 2:27 p.m. When I woke up, I felt my body about 1,000 times to ensure that all of my limbs were still intact. The nightmare was one of the most realistic things I had ever seen in my life, and a part of me almost wondered if it really was only a nightmare. I honestly felt like I was slowly going insane at that moment. I just felt so hopeless and lost. If I had my phone at that moment, I would have put on Where Is the Love by the Black Eyed Peas. That song makes me cry my eyes out every time. I mean, don't get me wrong, the group sucks ass, but that one song is great. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. I seem okay, so far, anyway. Let's hope something doesn't fall off. I went to the main room where everyone was sitting down watching some drama movie and went over to them, curious about what could have captivated their attention so much. What movie is this? I asked, pointing at the screen. Rain Man, I'm surprised it even lets us watch it. All the other hospitals I went to had parental restrictions. Looks like we got lucky, Madeline said happily before letting out a massive yawn. Antipsychotics, a girl asked Madeline, who simply nodded in response. The more I watched the movie, the more it felt like some special memory was attached to it. It was as if it was important somehow. Think, why is Rain Man important? How could a movie that you've never even seen be important? That was when the realization hit me that this was the last film that my father had ever watched before dying. He said that it was one of his all-time favorite films and that he watched it all the time when he was in his 20s. He said he related a whole lot to it because he also had a fear of flying. I fear being in cars. I've lost at least 3 people to car accidents. I swear whenever someone is a rubbish driver, I almost start worrying that I'm going to die. I get the worst shivers throughout my body, and my heart rate goes up about 1,000 times. I had this friend once named Peyton, and he would constantly drive at 90 miles an hour. I was so terrified I would die that I prayed to God and asked him to forgive me of all of my sins. Annalie taught me how to pray correctly because I was beyond clueless about it. You might be asking me why I didn't just ask my mom how to do it. It's kind of hard to when she's locked in her room 24/7. I remember him inviting me to watch it with him and me not feeling up to it and passing up on the opportunity. I should have never said no. If I had accepted his offer, I would not have had all those regrets deep within my heart. I was just going through this phase in my life where I felt no motivation to do anything. It was like I had to force myself to accomplish anything. I know I probably sound whiny, but I wish I didn't waste so much of my life away. It's like mentally, I want to change and be a better person but never actually act on it in real life. This is one of my dad's favorite films, by the way, I said, trying to fight back the regrets. That's the thing with missed opportunities in life, some of them only come around once, and then they are permanently gone. Don't waste any opportunities and act as if they are all your last. I don't blame him, it's very moving. What is your dad like, anyway? Madeline asked, twirling a finger through her hair. That depends entirely on the timeline, he's both alive and dead at the same exact time. What a paradox. But I can't tell you all that without sounding insane, now can I? He's great, he always listens to what you have to say and is really kind. I'm very close to him, and I feel like I'm a younger version of him sometimes, I said. With a genuine smile. My father was almost like my best friend in my life. That's very sweet. My dad doesn't get me much, it's a terrible feeling when someone doesn't understand you. It's like the only reason we care about people is because we feel like we can relate to them, you know, she said, shrugging. I don't agree entirely with that perspective, I said, half distracted by the movie at hand. I have severe distraction issues, leading to every task taking 5 times longer than it should. I swear I can't focus on something for more than a minute, sometimes, I can't even finish a song before putting another one on. Why's that? She asked, pulling off a deep thinking pose like that thinker statue. Because if that were true, then a lot of marriages wouldn't exist. My parents were, exact opposites in a lot of ways, and yet they are still happy together, I said, having a heart attack after making the mistake. I hoped more than anything that she wouldn't ask me about why I said were, it would have led to some very awkward conversation. You know what, you actually have quite a solid point right there. My parents are co-dash. Group time, a counselor exclaimed out of nowhere. Well, looks like this will have to wait until next time, Madeline said. I guess so. Chapter 38, May 19, 2020, 2:31 p.m. In the group, they taught us about drug prevention, which I've already gone through about 1,000,000 times with the DARE program. What's funny is that despite going through the DARE program countless times, I grew up to be a libertarian like my father. I felt annoyed at having to go through it again, but I knew that complaining wouldn't have changed a thing here. One of my weaknesses is that I constantly complain about things that don't matter. I make a big deal out of things that really aren't that special. The counselor kept talking on, and after a while, her words sounded like Charlie Brown's teachers. It all seemed fine and dandy until she handed us a quiz based on what she had talked about. As if this place wasn't already shitty enough, they were now giving us tests. Oh no, I am so screwed. Now, if you were paying attention, then this quiz should be elementary for you. However, if you were slacking off, then this might prove to be a bit of a challenge for you, she said, looking directly at me. I felt my face turn crimson red and decided at that moment to wing the quiz and hope for the best. I honestly expected to get every answer wrong. Cocaine affects which neurotransmitter in the brain? This one I actually knew already, so I put down dopamine as the answer. We were taught that excessive dopamine was thought to be responsible for stimulant psychosis. Trust me, you don't want to experience it. During one of the DARE presentations, they had an addict speak about what cocaine did to him, and I swear he said something like, "My carpet was crawling towards me and growling." He also said he saw his furniture disassemble and assemble back together. True or false, does drinking coffee help you sober up faster after drinking alcohol? This was another easy one that I had already gone through in school, so answering it proved to be easy for me. I picked false for it. All coffee does is mask the sedation you feel from alcohol, nothing more. It can actually be dangerous to drink coffee with alcohol because you feel less drunk than you really are. True or false, crystal meth destroys the teeth due to how acidic it is? I'll be honest and admit that I did not entirely know the answer to this question. As a result, I put it as true since at least part of the statement was already correct. If I remember correctly, it's terrible for the teeth due to all the paint thinners and other junk they put in it. I wouldn't know, though. Maybe next time I'm in a public park, I'll ask all the tweakers why their teeth are so fucked up. Heroin is what type of drug? This was another straightforward one, as anyone in the DARE program already knew its answer. For this one, I put an opioid. At that moment, my paper was snatched out of my hands by the counselor, who looked over meticulously at everything that I had written as if looking for a mistake she could criticize me on. "Very nice," she said, smiling and giving it back. "Thanks, I guess. True or false, psychedelics are completely harmless." Once again, because of the DARE program, I knew the answer had to have been false if it related to how harmful something was, so I put false for this. Inhalants can instantly kill you, true or false? I also knew this one by heart, so I put true. I remember hearing tales about students in my high school who died from abusing computer dusters. Their hearts kinda just gave up. In fact, this one kid named William Grohr sat next to me in my algebra class and passed away from it. They found out because he had a backpack full of dust off. I didn't know him too well, but it still hurt immensely to hear that he died. They said he died from sudden sniffing death syndrome. I flipped to see if there was a backside to this before realizing that no, this was the entire quiz. At that moment, I felt a smug smile overcome my face. I couldn't wait to see the expression of the counselor when she realized I paid no attention at all and still succeeded. That's the thing, I can somehow pay no attention at all to something and still succeed. I've had this strange skill ever since I was a child. Some things come really quickly to me, while others are impossible to learn, no matter how long I try to understand them. I still struggle with what an adverb is, for example. I'm not very smart, to be honest with you, I just act smart to hide my emotional scars. I hide behind the veil of pseudo-intellectualism to protect my fragile ego. "Let's see how you all did," she said, carefully looking over all of our completed papers. "Very nice, Madeline," she said, patting her on the back. I could see visible discomfort flood her face. One thing that I noticed growing up is that the eyes speak when the mouth is silent. "Next time, don't sleep in my class, Morgan," she said disapprovingly to a boy that I had never heard speak. I could have sworn that he replied something back, but he was so quiet that it proved impossible for me to understand him. "Satisfactory job, Ashley," she said, smiling genuinely. I was next, and I could have sworn that she glared at me right before reading my paper. More than anything, I could tell that she wanted me to fail so that she could tell me, "I told you so." But boy, did I have a surprise for her. When she finished reading my paper, she nearly screamed out in shock. I had to try my absolute best not to burst out laughing when I saw her expression. "Clive, are you aware that you are the only one who got all the answers correct?" she said in this strangely high-pitched voice as if she had just sucked the air out of a helium balloon. Okay, it wasn't that high-pitched, but it was close. "Actually, no, I wasn't," I replied awkwardly, chuckling. "Well, you did, and for that, I congratulate you. Now, seeing as this is everyone who showed up, I'll see it fit to dismiss this group as we have gotten everything out of the way now," she said, clasping her hands together. And I thought that it would have never ended. Chapter 39, May 19, 2020, 2:42 p.m. "So, do you like any bands?" I asked Madeline immediately after the group was over. "I like a lot of them, but my favorite, at least right now, would have to be Queensrÿche." "Have you heard of them?" she asked, propping her head on her hands. "Yes, my dad has a CD of theirs. It was called something like Mind Crime, if I remember correctly. Does that album exist, or am I tripping right now?" I asked, confused. Operation Mind Crime exists, and it's my favorite album by them. I have it on vinyl. I love the song Revolution Calling on it. Somehow, the album just gets better every time I listen to it. "Do you ever get that?" she asked, tilting her head to the side in a dog-like fashion. God, she was so adorable sometimes. "Well, yes." "Do you know the album Break the Cycle by Stained?" I asked, hoping that she recognized them. That album is one of my favorites and has helped me get through difficult times. In fact, it was probably my most listened to album during my freshman year. I will not go into detail about it though, let's just say that it was a disaster in every way. You have no idea how bad my high school is overall. Drug problems are rampant. I've been offered MDMA countless times by people I didn't even know. Truth be told, I almost considered taking it because I heard it makes you love everyone, but then I remembered reading about Leah Betts and changed my mind. I'd tell you about her, but I'm far too lazy. Fine, I'll tell you. She died of drinking too much water on it and went into a coma from which she never woke up. She wasn't the only one who died like that, there was also Anna Wood. I wish I wasn't so curious about the morbid things in life sometimes. Stained. I feel like I recognize that name somehow. Could you name a song by them? She asked, with her legs bouncing all around like she was on a sugar rush. It reminded me a bit of my restless legs actually. One reason I don't have caffeine is that it makes my already restless legs even more twitchy. She reminds me so much of my grandmother. Oh, great, now all my anxiety is coming back to me. It's been a while. No, I don't know that one. Let's see if I recognize any other ones, she asked with a look of deep thought on her face. Outside. I asked, hoping that she knew it. I once heard a homeless man listening to it, and I struck up a lengthy conversation with him at a bus stop. It was all going great until he started talking to non-existent people and yelling at them in gibberish. It was one of the scariest moments of my life, and I must have only been around 13 or 14 around. Then. It's like suddenly, his mind flipped a switch and turned him psychotic. Despite all that, I remember him talking about his wife and children and how happy he was at one point in his life before he lost everything. He didn't mention specifically what caused him to lose everything in his life, but I had one clue due to all the sores and scars he had on his face, so I think it's a bit obvious what happened. That's the thing with drugs first, you control them, and then they control you. Still, I think that the entire war on drugs is a massive waste and a complete failure. Big Pharma is just legalized drug trafficking if you think about it. Wait a minute, I know that one, she said excitedly. Is that so? Tell me how it goes so I can tell you if you're right, I said excitedly. I'm on the outside, I'm looking in, she sang melodically. You got it. I said excitedly and started bouncing my foot over and over like I had taken all the sugar in the world. You know, it really is crazy how much you can learn about a person in a day, she said, sighing happily. Tell me about it. Chapter 40, May 19, 2020, 4:58 p.m. I almost forgot, you are going to have a roommate, a nurse by the name of Wendy something told me as I was leaving the TV room. Oh, who would that be? I asked stupidly. I already knew that it would be Morgan since he was the only male in the hospital besides me. Morgan, he hasn't had a roommate in a while, so we decided to place him with you. Are you okay with this? Sure thing, I replied anxiously. For some reason, I felt at that moment a sense of unease for reasons that I couldn't explain. Perhaps somebody was quietly playing infrasound on the hospital speakers. I never found out what caused that feeling. Alrighty, let me get him, she said as she went down the hallway to the room next to mine. I decided at that moment to venture down the hallway to my room as well due to a strange sense of paranoia and unease that was quickly building up. I felt at that moment as if something was seriously wrong and was tempted to look over my shoulder every couple of seconds to make sure that I wasn't being followed. I swear I don't know what was wrong with me at that moment, I just kept feeling like everyone was plotting against me for some reason, and every little sound would make me jolt. My vision also got blurry for about 5 seconds while I was walking, and the result left me even more dazed. Additionally, I'd keep seeing these black dots and squiggly lines in my vision. The squiggly lines covered every surface and would move around in a jerking motion as if having a seizure. The lines I saw were transparent and were the color of jellyfish, which is to say they were transparent. A couple of them even transformed into different objects and people. I saw this one line that changed into an outlaw cowboy riding a carriage and a second that turned into a school bus. The bus was insanely detailed, too, you could see every dirt speck and scratch on it. I could even see people inside the bus. I'm pretty sure I saw Annalie there, and she waved at me. Growing conspiracy. Everyone's after me, frayed ends of sanity. Hear them calling. hear them calling me. The worst one, though, by far, was when I saw the devil himself. He pointed a finger at me and laughed. I couldn't hear him laugh, but I knew he was doing it anyway. He looked a whole lot like the devil from Cuphead, a game that I both love and hate. I'm a masochist when it comes to it. I fail constantly, and yet I can't stop playing it. If I ever met the game developers, I'd punch them in the face and then thank them for making such a fantastic game. I practically ran into my room because I started having the delusion that someone was about to kill me. I kept hearing these whispers in my ears that said, come out wherever you are. I swear I felt like I had a schizophrenic episode. You have no idea how terrified I was. My heart felt like it would stop from how rapidly it was beating. Once I got to my room, I discovered that Morgan was sitting on his bed as quietly as ever. I swear you'd never meet someone quite as silent as him. He barely even moved or blinked. Well, you two introduce yourselves to one another. I have to go, so behave you two, Wendy said, chuckling before leaving. After about 5 seconds of awkward silence, I finally said hello to him. Hi, he quietly replied before going straight to sleep. What's up with him? It was about an hour before he woke up and looked over to me where I was lying down singing Becoming Insane by Infected Mushroom in my head. That song is so catchy it's almost illegal. I felt like that song described how I felt at that moment, like I was slowly going insane. A lyric that specifically stood out to me is, remind me the story that I won't get insane. I felt like I had to constantly remind myself what time travel would do to me to stop me from going insane. I swear I almost wanted to cry at that moment. My thoughts would just keep echoing in my head louder and louder each time. I almost considered breaking the massive window in our room and jumping out of it. The only problem is that I'd probably survive and be in an even worse spot than before. Still, maybe I could be like that James Castle kid. The thought of people walking near the entrance and seeing my corpse also put me off doing it. Even in death, I'm afraid of being judged. Oh, and their hallucinations did not stop, in case you were wondering. They got worse. I remember looking up at the ceiling and seeing Bud Dwyer shooting himself in a seamless loop. I don't recommend looking up the video of him committing suicide on live television, but don't blame me for anything if you do. Besides the lovely image of Dwyer blowing his brains out, I hallucinated my face. My expression was normal for about half a second before contorting into a demonic entity. The creature spat green poison at me, but it vanished before reaching my skin. The last hallucination I remember hearing was an auditory one instead of a visual one. I hallucinated a bunch of doctors telling me I had a seizure or some crap. Then, they started screaming that I was going into cardiac arrest, and I started having the delusion that I was actually going to die. I need to distract myself from this hell. Sleep well? I asked anxiously. I slept all right, he said, yawning heavily and making me yawn as a result. What made you come here? I asked curiously. Ahar. I'd rather not talk about that, yet, he said, crossing his arms and grabbing some book from the bookshelf. What you're reading? I asked, trying to see the cover. The Alchemist, it's a brilliant book, he said with a small smile. My grandmother on my dad's side loves that book. Man. I really should have brought one with me. Knowing that I couldn't get much more out of him, I took another nap out of pure boredom. It certainly beats staring at the beige walls. Let's hope I don't get murdered tonight. Chapter 41, May 19, 2020, 6:30 p.m. To my surprise, I wasn't murdered in my sleep and woke up to the calls of dinner. I have to say I expected that to be my last nap ever. If it were, I honestly wouldn't have minded too much. I felt so depressed at that moment that death felt like the only way to escape this hell. A surprise, to be sure, but a welcome one. Dinner tonight was fried and crispy vegetables with ancient pieces of beef. They probably dug it up from some Bronze Age archaeological sites and cooked it. That's the only explanation I have for it. Perhaps they purposely made every meal as horrible as possible for some sick kick. Some people like to watch the world burn. Nero certainly enjoyed seeing Rome go up in flames. As we were all eating and chatting away, I heard Morgan laughing away at nothing in the corner. I wondered what he could have possibly found so amusing before Madeline told me that nobody knew what happened to him besides the staff, who weren't keen on telling any details. They told us that his reason for coming here was confidential and that we couldn't just ask for it. Rumor is that he overdosed on PCP or something like that, she whispered in my ear. How do you know that? I asked curiously. His symptoms are incredibly similar to it. He sometimes appears to be incredibly paranoid, talks to beings that don't exist, and has strange delusions, Madeline whispered back. Strange delusions? I asked, confused. He thinks he's dead and in heaven. He even talked about all the people he met there, and it's incredibly detailed too. You can tell that he's not making any of it up because of that. He's fascinating, Madeline replied, looking over to him. Perhaps I could get to know him better. I went over to him against the advice of both Ashley and Madeline and started a conversation. For better or worse, my curiosity was getting the best of me. Hey, how are you? I asked, faking a smile. I've faked many smiles before, but faking that one was one of the most challenging things I've ever had to do. I'm good, he said before bursting out laughing and turning red from laughing so hard. Whatever affected him must have made virtually everything humorous, excluding the times he became paranoid. He reminded me a bit of that homeless man I once met. Tell me, what do you see around you? I asked curiously, hoping to see just how differently he saw the world than the rest of us. A dream, he replied, suddenly taking everything seriously. This isn't a dream, we're in reality right now, I replied concernedly. Then why does everything look like one, he asked, looking all around and pointing at random objects as if to prove a point. I don't know, what does a dream look like to you? I asked, clasping my hands together. Everything glows unnaturally bright around you, and it all feels fake. Everything here is artificial, you're artificial, Ashley and Madeline are artificial, he said, pointing all around the room. Why aren't you eating your food? I asked, pointing at his untouched meal. I'm not hungry right now. I tried eating, but it didn't taste like anything to me. It's artificial like everything else, he said, sighing. Who do you talk to sometimes? I asked, curious as to what or who he saw. Just my friends, he said casually as if the situation was completely normal. Your friends? I asked curiously. Sure. There's Clay, Barker, and Sasha. Wanna meet them? He asked excitedly. Sure. I replied awkwardly. That was definitely one of the strangest situations I've been in during my life. Okay, here's Clay, he said, motioning to thin air. It helped me imagine what his friends looked like to make the situation less awkward. Hi, Clay. I replied awkwardly. He says it's very nice to meet you, Clive, Morgan said with a wild smile. Boy, that smile looked like he was one step away from cutting you up. It was nice meeting him too, I replied with gritted teeth. Strangely, I felt like I was using him by asking all of these questions. I almost wondered if I was a terrible person for it. Oh, they gotta go, he said, frowning. Count me in. Chapter 42, May 19, 2020, 7:06 p.m. You know, I noticed just now how thin you really are, I commented to Morgan while staring at a wall out of pure boredom. The place could have at least had some books to read. I was so bored, I almost wished I were hallucinating again. I mean, yeah, most of the things I saw were horrifying, but at least I felt fascination watching them. I don't eat a lot, he commented in a monotone voice. You don't say, kid. Don't you ever get hungry? I asked, turning my gaze over to him. Something about him captivated my attention that I couldn't quite explain. It's almost like I was drawn into the mystery of what happened to him. You know, I used to before, well, he said with his voice trailing off towards the end. Before what? What happened? I asked, curious as to what he was hiding. Look, it's a long story and, frankly, not the most interesting one. Let's just say somewhere around sophomore year, I made one of the biggest mistakes of my life, one that still affects me to this day. It will probably kill me one day, he said, turning over to the other side. What is he going on about? It's okay, you don't have to tell me. So, what's the craziest thing you've ever done? I asked, hoping to stir up anything besides negativity. I felt strangled by the negative energy in the room. Me? Well, when I was around probably 15, I snorted a Carolina Reaper, so there's that, he said, bursting out laughing. Hold on, the Carolina Reaper? I asked in disbelief. If you're not aware, Carolina Reapers are officially the spiciest peppers on the planet. Yeah, like the world's spiciest pepper. So are you ready for the story? He asked excitedly. I could tell that he'd wanted to talk to someone for a long time, and I felt good about being able to be there for him. Sure, let it rip, I chuckled. So I have this friend named Mike, but no one actually calls him that. His proper name for the past several years has been Crazy Mike, 'cause he'll literally do anything you dare him to for money. So one day, Mike dares me to do something for once and get $20 in exchange. I agreed to the deal, which was when he pulled out some Carolina Reaper powder, arranged it in a nice little line, and dared me to snort the entire thing. I knew right then and there that I was screwed, but I really wanted the money, so I manned up. And did it. The pain was horrific. I was coughing, crying, and sneezing non-stop, and my face had actually started turning numb from the pepper. It took me around 15 minutes before I felt normal again, but I got the $20, so I was happy. What's the craziest thing you've ever done? He asked, turning over to face me again. Probably time travel to the extent that I actually damaged my body from it. At only 16, I'm already having problems with my body and mind. You know, I actually don't really have anything crazy that I've done. But do you ever get this feeling that you're insane before meeting someone way crazier than you and realizing that you're actually sane? I asked with the words leaving my mouth before I even consciously thought of them. Everyone's crazy, especially the ones who say they aren't, he muttered. How do you define crazy, to begin with? I mean, it can be used in both positive and negative ways. I guess we're all crazy, it just depends on what kind, I said, blanking out all over again. For some reason, whenever I'm in deep thought, I always blank out of existence as if I'm daydreaming. Crazy is whatever you want it to be. Definitions only exist because people have created them. Without people, there wouldn't be any existent concepts because they wouldn't be defined, he said, staring right at the ceiling. I never thought of it like that. You know, you're not as bad as I thought you were initially. I honestly thought you were a psychopath at first, I replied with the words leaving my mouth. Half-consciously. Instead of getting upset, he burst out laughing as if what I said was the funniest thing ever. Right, I awkwardly replied. You know, one day we'll all look back on this moment and laugh, he said, sighing. The craziest part is he's probably right. Chapter 43, May 19, 2020. Something went seriously wrong as I woke up in the middle of the night. I realized at that moment that I was physically unable to move and felt a sense of massive dread overcome me. Everywhere I looked were clusters of insects crawling all over me and biting into my skin with the strength of a lion. It was as if they had tiny razor blades for teeth. Giant ants the size of my palm would crawl all over me and cause intense itchiness. I wanted to throw them off me more than anything, but I couldn't move, so yeah. Oh man, is this a side effect of time travel? Despite being in near total darkness, I could make out the shape of giant millipedes and arachnids running all over my room at top speed and occasionally pausing to look directly at me. When I say that they were huge, I mean they were around 7 feet tall. I know this because their size was around the same as the door to my room. After about 10 seconds of insects running around my room, I noticed one finally stopped dashing and instead turned to face me directly. The creature was a giant transparent scorpion around the same size as my arm. Dread filled my nerves as I saw it crawling closer and closer. I genuinely thought at that moment that it would have killed me. Then, at the very last second, a cluster of tiny spiders dropped from the ceiling and rolled up the scorpion into a ball of web before proceeding to feast on him greedily. Despite me hating spiders, I was beyond thankful for that moment. Thanks, you freaks. I thought at that moment that the nightmare was over, but the worst was yet to come. Out of the corner of my eye, I witnessed a giant pitch-black mass in the shape of a human in my room. He didn't speak or make any kind of facial expressions. As a matter of fact, he didn't even have any visible facial features such as a nose or ears. Rather, he was like a human-shaped black hole. Please leave me alone. Almost as if he was mocking me, he walked over right next to where my bed was. With every step of the way, I felt the chills on my skin getting stronger and stronger. It was as if he was radiating pure cold like a freezer of some sort. He did nothing further than that and instead stood there for a little while. It was one of the most bizarre things I had ever experienced. The whole time I felt my heart beating about 1,000 times per minute, unsure what he would do next. Even without words, I could tell that the being's intentions were sinister. It was like it was negativity expressed in a physical form. Right before he disappeared into thin air along with all the insects, I noticed he was wearing some sort of fedora on top of his head along with a trench coat. In the strangest way, it somehow made him even scarier. It was as if he wore those clothes so people could easily recognize him. I spent the rest of the night crying into my pillow and waking up every 5 seconds to make sure that I wouldn't be killed by giant insects. Chapter 44, May 20, 2020, 8:30 a.m. Why are your eyes so red? Ashley asked at breakfast. Breakfast was pancakes with maple syrup, and for once, they didn't ruin the meal. But then again, is it even possible to ruin them? People always seem to find a way. Humans were the biggest mistake nature ever created. I'll admit that I'm a bit of a misanthrope. I would have gotten along amazingly with Oscar Wilde if I ever met him. He once said, "Other people are quite dreadful. The only possible society is oneself." It sucks that the government treated him like crap because of his homosexuality. I mean, being gay doesn't mean that you're a terrible person. I kept getting paranoid that some shadow dude with a fedora had kept watching me and couldn't sleep. I couldn't sleep, I kept getting this weird nightmare. At least I think it's a nightmare. It was more like I was awake and experiencing hell on earth, I said, shuddering. Just remembering the shadow man was enough to make the room drop 20 degrees. Who was he, and what did he want from me? Everything is scarier when you don't know why it happens. Sleep paralysis? Morgan asked, sitting down right next to us. Hearing him talk to us was so shocking that I nearly forgot how to speak at all. It was even more surprising to hear him sound somewhat sane for once. Is that what it's called? I remember I couldn't move or speak, no matter how hard I tried. This dude in a hat kept stalking me, but he wasn't truly human. He was made of like antimatter or something, I said, with the images of last night flashing all over again like a picture book. I felt absolutely helpless and never wanted to experience anything like that again. I've had that happen before, actually, Madeline said, twirling a strand of her hair around until it got stuck. Really? What was your experience like? I asked, strangely excited to hear if her story was similar to mine. When I saw him, he had more of a cowboy hat on, and he had this pocket watch that he kept looking at. He was probably about 7 feet tall, and when he tilted his head to the side, showing those blood-red eyes, it was almost as if he was mocking me, she said, shuddering. How weird is it that you've both had the same nightmare or whatever? Morgan asked, finally eating for once. It surprised me to see his appetite coming back. That is strange. What if he, like, travels between dimensions or something? Ashley asked with wide eyes. Whoa, are you saying this is some Twilight Zone material? I asked, chuckling. Basically. I mean, how else is any of this possible? She asked in deep thought. Great question. Unfortunately, I don't think that this mystery is one that'll get answered, Morgan said, finishing his food for once. You finished your food, Ashley replied in shock. I hadn't eaten in like 2 days, so I thought that I should finally give it a go. Besides, life gets quite boring without it, he said, yawning heavily. So tell me, what exactly happened to you? Madeline asked, tilting her head to the side out of curiosity. See, I'd tell you, but this is quite a long story, and I'm sure you'd get bored with it by the time I'm done, he said with a sly smile. Try me, I replied, excited to finally hear what happened to him to make him come here. Like most, if not all, of you, I came here by trying to kill myself. I had a massive breakup with a girl I knew right before attempting it. My strange behavior was caused by drinking about 15 ounces of Delsum. During that time, I experienced possibly the most terrifying experience of my life. I kept hallucinating my friends being right there next to me despite them not being there at all. That really messed with my mind, and the deeper I got into the overdose, the longer and more often it would happen. These encounters were often full of people saying how much they missed me and that they wished to see me on the other side. Because of what they said, I had believed that I was already dead and in heaven. See, on DXM, you have an illusionary vision that makes you feel like you're dreaming deep down, and escaping that can be quite hard. I also physically could not eat anything due to simply not having any appetite to begin with. I honestly could have starved to death and not felt any pain. And you know what's crazy? I still feel the effects of it over 2 days later. I'm sorry for all that I have put you guys through. I am not normally like this, and I apologize from the bottom of my heart for all of this, he said, practically in tears by the end. Hey, man, just know we're here for you, Ashley replied, hugging him tightly. Yeah, no matter what, we're in this together, I replied with a smile. Because family isn't always blood. Chapter 45, May 20, 2020, 9:17 a.m. I was wondering, what was she like? I asked Morgan while we both lay on our beds facing each other for once. We were finally talking like ordinary human beings. At first, I thought Emily was funny and sweet, but first impressions can be misleading. She quickly ended up being just a, well, not great person. I mean, there would be times where she'd threaten to kill herself if I didn't do something. I can't believe I tried to end my life over her. It's like deep down, I still loved her and pretended that everything was all right. You can only pretend for so long, Clive, he said, exhaling sorrowfully. You're right, eventually, it ends up breaking you down. This is a bit off topic, but you said that DXM would one day kill you. How did you end up on it, anyway? I asked, curious how deep the rabbit hole went. I ended up doing it with one of my friends sophomore year, and instantly I felt a love for cough syrup. It makes you feel very warm and chill, and music on it sounds amazing. Walking on it is the funniest thing, too. It's like you become a robot. The only downside is the nausea can be insane and that it's literally impossible to act sober on it in front of your parents. It's like you become mentally disabled. Oh, and it makes you super itchy, which is why many people take Benadryl with it. A lot of people throw up from it, but I can handle it just fine. You gotta get the syrup without the guaifenesin for the best trip. I also bought RoboCough off eBay, and that was probably my favorite way to take it. We gotta get you off of that shit. I don't think it's very good for you, I said, patting him on the shoulder supportively. That's easier said than done. You have no idea just how addictive it is. I mean, there was this 1 month where I was sober for like a day because I was always on it. I wish it didn't exist sometimes, you know, he said, putting his head in his hands and trying not to cry. Think about it this way, if you never started struggling with cough syrup, we wouldn't have met. Trials are everywhere in our life, and they strengthen us when we defeat them. This may sound ingenuine, but one day it will get better, I promise that, I said, hugging him. Promise, he whispered. I promise. Chapter 46, May 20, 2020, 10:45 a.m. Our first group of the day was on eating disorders, a depressing subject but nevertheless a crucial one. For once, I was actually interested in a group. Has anyone here ever struggled with an eating disorder? The counselor asked. Ashley raised her hand, and I admit it surprised me. She was the last person I expected to have an eating disorder. Which one, dear? The counselor asked. I struggled with bulimia for years. I started purging at restaurants, and it gradually just got worse and worse. I'm a lot better now. I would have never guessed she'd gone through bulimia by looking at her. I guess looks really can be deceiving. Today, we will be going over bulimia, binge eating, and anorexia. If it's okay, could you also occasionally give us your experiences with bulimia? The counselor asked Ashley. Sure thing, she replied, nodding. A common myth many people have is that people with eating disorders all look sick. This isn't the truth. There are many unseen sufferers of eating disorders, she said, showing us photographs of some people with eating disorders. Most of them looked completely healthy, and I would have never guessed that they had struggled with such horrible trials. I wonder how many people in my high school suffered from eating disorders with no one knowing. That's so scary to think about. A second myth that is unfortunately quite common is that families are responsible for eating disorders. We know currently that a combination of genes and environmental factors causes eating disorders. Did your parents feel responsible when they found you struggling with bulimia, Ashley? My mother did. She pretty much blamed it all on herself even though there was no way it could have been her fault. I think it's because she felt guilty over what I did, she replied, yawning. Well, thankfully, everything is all right now. A third myth that often pops up is that the disorder is a choice. This isn't true. No one would purposely go through something like that. To say that it's someone's choice is unfair. Were you ever told that it was your choice? Yes. I was constantly told that. You can't just stop is the thing. It got to the point where my dental enamel was eroding from purging so much. I'm sorry if that last part was too much, she replied with a frown. No worries, and now we'll be on our way to the final myth of eating disorders, which is that it only affects white upper-middle-class girls. This is, of course, blatantly false, as even boys can struggle with eating disorders. Saying that it only affects one group can prevent people from getting the help that they need. When did you finally decide to get help, Ashley? I decided to get help when it became obvious to my parents that I had bulimia. I was constantly throwing up and losing weight as time went on. They caught on and saved me just in time, the hospital said. You are so inspirational to me, I mean it, I said with a genuine smile. Hearing about her struggles and how she beat them almost made me shed a tear. Oh, of course, she replied, red as a beet. Now, we will explore anorexia a bit. The word comes from orexis, which means appetite in Greek, and which means without. It wasn't until the late 19th century that anorexia became widely accepted and recognized. I remember when I was little watching Karen Carpenter on the television and just being in awe of her beauty. At the time, however, there wasn't much information on anorexia, unfortunately. I remember it was after her death that people got to learn about it. It was very tragic what had happened to her, the counselor said, fighting back emotions. The Carpenters are nice. I like their cover of Calling Occupants of Interplanetary Craft. I used to listen to the Carpenters all the time, and I never knew about Karen having anorexia. It's crazy how much you can learn, Morgan replied with his jaw dropped. Yes, it certainly is. Now we're going to talk about binge eating. Binge eating is far more common than people think. The disorder is characterized by frequently binging on food and feeling that your eating habits are out of control. Wait, I have that. I think I have the disorder now that I think about it, I replied, shocked that I had struggled for so long without knowing that I was going through an eating disorder. You do? May I ask for your experience, Clive? The counselor asked. Sure, I binge on food often to where it hurts. And even when I'm not full or hungry, I still eat. I feel so ashamed of it, and yet I had never considered telling anyone until now, I replied, feeling great that I got my struggles off my mind. Don't be ashamed that you have it. It's common to feel shame, but with treatment, you can get the help you need, she replied with a supportive smile. I was about to thank her for her words when suddenly, I blacked out. When I awoke, I found myself in the dystopian future I had seen before. Hell welcomes my return. Chapter 47. What if everyone just saw me travel to the future? I'd be screwed. How did I even get here by accident? I found myself in an alley not too dissimilar to the one in Arcadia and searched for a way out, as I wasn't getting a good feeling about it. I instantly felt like I was being watched by someone or something. Something felt entirely off about this place, yet I couldn't explain exactly what it was. Perhaps it was the countless propaganda posters all around the area that read "Did you do your part today, citizen?" with a picture of what looked like the neighborhood watch guy. Citizen? Do people matter that little here? Are they just cattle to you? Two men wearing black and yellow military clothing ambushed me as I stepped forward. I recall their uniforms had a raven patch with a cyborg eye on it. I couldn't see much more as they both grabbed me by the arms. "Hey, what gives?" I asked as they led me towards somewhere unknown. Whoever these guys were, they clearly didn't like strangers. "There is no record of you existing in this town. Who are you, and what are you doing here?" one guard asked me angrily. I couldn't see his face due to him having a mask on, but I caught the glow of one of his bionic eyes. They looked just like Maynard's. "Okay, stay calm, this will all be over soon. My name is Clive Andrews, and I came from Byzantium," I lied. "False, your records do not match up with what you've been saying," the other cyborg replied. As they led me across the town, I caught sight of what everything was like, and it wasn't pretty. I saw at least 3 people get arrested in the middle of the street for seemingly no reason. They put them into these grey vans and drove off into the distance, never to be seen again. These police officers would pounce on their victims like lions to a zebra, and you could tell that they got a sadistic rush out of doing it. I remember hearing one say, "How will you get out of this, little piggy?" As if that wasn't bad enough, I heard screams deep in the distance that sounded like screams of torture. What were they doing to the poor people there? I can only guess. "What is this place?" I asked, terrified. "This is Arcadia, but you should know that more than anybody else," the first cyborg replied mockingly. I did not know this was what Arcadia turned into. Also, the way the first cyborg replied reminds me of Maynard. What happened to that asshole, anyway? Imagine if I met him. Nah, I doubt that would happen. I would soon get the answer to my question as we arrived at some sort of palace. Compared to all the other buildings in the area, it looked shiny and well cared for and looked as if they had built it hundreds of years ago for some sort of king. It looked like the Palace of Versailles, actually. It was clear some big cheese lived there. "Go inside and explain to our great leader how you ended up in Arcadia. What he does to you, however, does not concern us," the second cyborg said, laughing maliciously. "Well, it's not like I have a choice." Chapter 48. Walking inside, I found that the palace was one of the most beautiful in the world. There were many paintings on the walls by unknown artists that featured fierce animals in profile, and these paintings were unique because they nearly looked 3D, as if you could just reach out and touch the animal. I spent a good half-minute just trying to feel all the wild cats. I love wild cats, they are so beautiful. My favorite would have to be jaguars. Did you know their bites are so powerful they can bite through turtle shells? I know a ton of useless facts that will never get me anywhere in life. Besides the paintings, the place also had a luster that made you feel at home. I would have no doubt stayed there for longer if I didn't have to meet their so-called great leader. Who calls their leader by the title of great leader? That's probably the most cliché thing I've ever heard. Whoever asked for that title had an ego the size of the sun. I may be a narcissist, but I'd never ask for such a ridiculous title. I'd pick something snazzy like the king. Why no? I'd be like Elvis. I'd even replace the Star-Spangled Banner with Jailhouse Rock and wear those crazy pompadours he had. I'm mad, I mean it. It took me forever, but I finally found the main room in the end. The place had about 70 rooms. And you could barely find your way around without getting lost. The place also had several kitchens. Whoever lived here clearly had serious dieting issues. I walked up the red carpeted stairs in the main room for what felt like hours until I finally saw who the leader was. Words will never describe my shock at that moment. It was Maynard. Chapter 49. Surprise. "You miss me?" he asked with a guffaw. I didn't get what was so amusing about all of this in the least. You're crazy, what you're doing here is no different than fascism. What do you want from me, you psychopath? I asked, practically growling at him. Those are big words for a stupid kid. Oh, just a little something special, he said, pulling out a revolver, putting it on my forehead, and pretending to pull the trigger. I nearly wet myself in those few seconds. Nothing is scarier than knowing that you might actually die. He then laughed like a maniac at my terrified expression. I swear, he was the very definition of neutral evil. Give me one reason I shouldn't blast you to pieces right now, he asked with a bored-looking expression on his face. You'll have to live with the burden of killing a time traveler. You wouldn't want that now, would you? I asked, finally being honest with him. My lies never worked anyway. It wouldn't affect me, you're an unmod anyway, he replied with a sinister smirk. Why do you hate unmods so much? I asked curiously. Because they are weak and useless. I am giving these people a blessing, and they throw away the chance to be a better person. It's survival of the fittest out there, and we mods are the fittest. We are the apex predator. Whatever you say, buddy, I replied, shaking my head and trying my best not to have a panic attack. Maynard shut up for about 8 seconds and went into deep thought before turning to me with the most malicious grin I've ever seen. Tomorrow morning, you're going to give a confession speech to all of Arcadia about how you're a time traveler. It's a little dangerous what you do, kid, people need to be aware, he replied, spinning the revolver around like a toy. I'm surprised it didn't go off during that. I prayed at that moment that he would have shot himself by accident. I am not doing that. I replied, tempted to strangle him at that moment. I don't recall asking, he replied, bursting out laughing. I swear that guy was insane in the head. He reminded me a lot of Tyrion from RWBY, except Tyrion was somehow saner. I didn't even bother replying to him, that's how angry I was with myself. I just stood there and thought over how messing with time created a reality where Maynard was a ruler. I felt so much anxiety at that moment that I honestly felt like I'd throw up. Then, right as he asked me if I was ever going to reply, I blacked out again. When I awoke, I was in the psychiatric hospital again, lying on my bed with no memory of how I got there. I have a bad feeling about this. Chapter 50, May 20th, 2020, 11:25 a.m. And now Maynard saw me time travel. Hey man, you alright? Morgan asked, poking me in the shoulder as I lay down, not making a sound. I just wanted to crawl into a ball and die at that moment. Maynard now had solid proof I was a time traveler, and I couldn't imagine anything worse than that. Everything I had tried so hard to hide was now in plain view. Sometimes trying to hide something only makes it more apparent. I hate the Streisand effect so much sometimes. I wanted at that moment to lie and tell him I was doing great and that there was nothing to worry about, but I just couldn't force myself to. Instead, I started weeping over everything I experienced during the last 5 minutes. Maynard was now in control of Arcadia. My actions led to all of this happening. It was because of my actions that so much suffering had happened. I have to get something out of the way before you think that I have completely lost my mind. Sometimes, when I get depressed, I laugh really loudly and hysterically. This was one such moment. I started laughing my ass off and couldn't stop for a good 40 seconds. I couldn't help but think about all the people I had indirectly hurt because of my time traveling. In the 2002 Spider-Man film, there's this one scene where Uncle Ben says, "With great power comes great responsibility." I had great powers, alright, but I sure as shit didn't use them responsibly. My biggest problem is that I never move on from the past. I almost let it define me. I don't mean to arouse pity or whatever, but my life has been hell ever since I was a kid. I remember once being in Uncle Dante's room while he was passed out drunk and debating whether I should jump out of the window. I was only around 10 at the time. I should have been thinking about my crush, not thinking about committing suicide. Dante woke up eventually, and I tried to leave the room to potentially avoid his wrath. Unfortunately, he called me over to him to have a real man's talk. I still remember everything he said on that day. Its memory constantly haunts me. Don't go down this road, Clive. You think the alcohol will make it all better, but it just destroys you on the inside. I don't know how I can keep living with myself, knowing that I can't function without it. It's like I'm a slave to it, you know," he rambled in a slurred voice. He puked into a trash can about 7 seconds later and continued his depressing monologue. Or was it a soliloquy? It all started during my junior year of high school. I went to a party and was peer pressured into drinking so much that I nearly died. I swore I'd never do it again, but here I am. I remember once getting so drunk and angry at the world that I considered robbing a bank just to ruin someone's day. I grabbed my dad's Colt Python and walked in there, ready to go out blasting. I didn't care what would happen to me, I just wanted to get back at the world. As I pointed my revolver at the bank teller, remorse filled my heart. I could have killed him, but then I'd have to live with that burden for the rest of my life. And you know the rest. They sent me to prison for 3 years. I had to learn to be tough and to stand up for myself because the people there weren't my friends. The worst part of it all was that I lost what should have been the best 3 years of my life. But that's life, I guess. It's a cruel world. He rambled some more before breaking down into tears. This show of emotion from my uncle was scarce and reminded me that he wasn't a complete psychopath. Truth be told, he did do a few good things in his life. I remember he let Grace and I watch the Iron Giant in his room, and we both had a great time. My favorite scene from the movie is when Hogarth gives Mansley a crapload, no pun intended, of laxatives. That scene is just as funny now to me as it was back then. Another good thing he did was buy me the Silver Side Up album by Nickelback for my 13th birthday. I know some of you are saying, Nickelback sucks, but they are really not that bad of a band. Yeah, some of their music is kinda whack, like that dreadful Photograph song and most of No Fixed Address, but I still enjoy them. Besides, life is too short to care about what people think. No matter who you are, someone out there will hate you. Personally, I find that very reassuring because it reminds me that we can't make everyone happy. Heaven knows I've tried. I focus so much on helping other people that I stop taking care of myself. Sometimes, I even stop eating because it feels more akin to a burden than a reward. Anyways, back to the shitshow that was the psychiatric hospital. Hey, what's wrong? Morgan asked with a scared expression. Nothing is wrong, why would something be wrong? I asked with a disturbing smile, trying my absolute best not to laugh hysterically again. I felt a bit like Arthur Fleck at that moment because I was laughing at inappropriate moments. I once burst out laughing at a funeral, and I still feel awful about doing it. Here's context to explain why I laughed at such an awful moment. The funeral was for Annalie's grandfather, and everyone was crying their eyes out during their eulogies. Suddenly, I remembered a funny story he once told me about how he thought the moon was following him as a kid. He told me that he tried absolutely everything to get rid of it and even considered calling up President Eisenhower so that he could blast it away. Anyways, remembering this story sent me into a fit of laughter at the absolute worst moment. Annalie didn't talk to me for 2 weeks after what happened. I can't blame her, though. I'd be pretty pissed off, too, if someone laughed during my father's funeral. When I'm dead, feel free to laugh at me all you want, I'll put the fun in funeral. Something is clearly wrong, dude. You look like you just came back from war, your shell-shocked expression is terrifying. You hardly look like a human being, he replied, shaking from anxiety. What do I look like then? I asked in amusement. At that moment, I felt a dark charisma overcome me. It was like time travel magnified my negative personality traits and weakened all the good ones. I felt sinister, for lack of a better word. You look like a corpse. Your skin is pale as snow, and your eyes are so dilated that I can hardly see the color in them. You don't do drugs, right? I mean, what caused this to happen to you? He asked apprehensively. I guess he was afraid I would steal his soul or something. I got fed up with his questions about my mental state, so I decided to, mostly, tell him the truth of what happened. The truth is, it was none of his goddamn business, he wouldn't understand my struggles. This hell was my own, and only I could escape it. I took a deep sigh and told him what had happened. I had this nightmare about this dystopian future. I saw people being arrested for no reason and heard screams of tortured people. I talked to their leader, who was the worst of them all, and he basically wanted to expose me in front of everyone. I lied, hoping that he bought into the lie. It was a nightmare, all right, but this one happened while I was awake. Wow, what a nightmare. Hey, you are aware that you blacked out in group and took on a completely distinct personality, right? He asked nervously. Distinct personality? What's that all about? I knew I blacked out, but what is this different personality thing? I asked, confused. The way you spoke and your interests just changed out of nowhere. You also talked a lot about the future and how we were all basically doomed. Everyone thought you were possessed by how weird the situation was, he replied nervously, laughing. That's honestly crazy, I didn't know about any of this, I replied with my mouth open. Your doctor wanted to talk to you about what happened. Actually, they said they think you might have multiple personalities or something, he replied, finally easing up around me. I must have been quite terrifying while blacked out. How could this get any worse? Chapter 51, May 20, 2020, 11:31 a.m. I understand you're aware that you blacked out today, Clive, the doctor asked, looking over some papers. I could just imagine him reading my records and them saying some shit like, beyond all hope. I hate how in the professional world they talk so condescendingly, they always say crap like, unfortunately, you do not fit our criteria. Just say you don't like me, I can handle honesty. Yes, my roommate told me about it actually, I replied uncomfortably, shifting in my seat. I swear the chair felt like it was made of stone, it felt terrible no matter where I sat today. I've seen cases of multiple personalities before, but never one where the person blacks out. To be safe, we should prescribe you something, he replied, trying to smile supportively. Whatever they put me on will just be a waste, anyway. What will you put me on? I asked anxiously. Being put on pills nearly guaranteed that I would overeat or be tired all the time. Sertraline. Not only will it help get your system in order, but it can also help you with anxiety. My only warning is that it can aggravate suicidal ideations in certain people. How ironic. What dose are you prescribing me? I asked, hoping that the sertraline would work for me. 50 milligrams for a start. Take 1 tablet per night before sleeping. I will. Is this it? I replied, eager to get out of his office. Hospitals scare me, to be honest. Yes, you may go now, he replied, sensing my impatience. Chapter 52, May 20, 2020, 12:30 p.m. Hey, I softly said to Madeline. I tried my best not to think about my episode's awkwardness and failed. Oh, dude, if only you knew half the stuff you said. I swear you said some of the strangest things I have ever heard, she replied with a concerned look. What did I say? See, I have no memory of any of this, so to me, this might as well have been sleepwalking, I replied, gritting my teeth, waiting to hear all the stupid things I had said. Arcadia is a city built in 2137 that effectively replaced Seattle in Washington state. Money doesn't exist in Arcadia, and everyone works for a common goal. Need I go on? She asked with a raised eyebrow. No, thank you, I replied nervously, laughing. So is the future communist or something, she asked, snickering. Kind of, but private property still exists, they just got rid of money, is all. Can I ask about the people of the future? What you remember from your episode anyway, she asked, nearly begging me to spill the beans. Since I knew she didn't believe in Arcadia, I felt no fear telling her any of this. It's funny because there are 2 Arcadias as far as I'm concerned, one in a good timeline and one in a bad timeline. I was caught in the latter and witnessed unspeakable horrors. I saw random people being arrested for doing absolutely nothing wrong, heard screams of torture, and saw just how run down the entire town was. The place honestly reminded me of a ghetto more than anything else. The palace where their leader Maynard lives is an architectural wonder, there were paintings of wild animals in portrait that somehow looked 3D, as if you could touch the animal itself. There were around 70 rooms in the palace, and it felt like virtually every room had a different purpose from the looks of it. And then Maynard, oh boy, I said, face-palming. Can you tell me more about Maynard? She asked curiously. Maynard is just crazy, he's always rude and can take nothing seriously. He thinks I can travel time or some nonsense, I replied, shaking my head. Wow, it's almost as if you saw it all in real life, she replied in awe. Thankfully, I didn't. Or wait, did I? The old Arcadia was so beautiful, everything had this shine to it like they made it of gold, and there was this grand hotel there that was shaped like a saucer. The bed there was adjustable to your every need, and the blankets were electric. There are also androids of all kinds in the city, and they did pretty much anything you could think of, I replied with amusement from remembering Constantine. Don't tell me the robots cook. Madeline asked, laughing. I did say they do anything you can think of, didn't I? And not only that, but they keep you entertained while you're waiting for the food by telling you jokes and singing songs. Despite its problems, Arcadia is such an amazing place. I would take you there, but it doesn't exist, I said, shaking my head. All the best things don't exist, she replied with a chuckle. You know, you're not wrong. Chapter 53, May 20, 2020, 2:30 p.m. Our second group of the day was about having healthy connections with people, also known as picking your friends wisely. I've struggled with this in the past. To be honest with you, I was so lonely that I let anyone be my friend, no matter how destructive they were. That's actually how I got my bike stolen. I hope you get appendicitis, Vince Moriarty. So much can change in your life based on who you surround yourself with, the counselor spoke. You mean like on an unconscious level? I asked curiously. Exactly, and that is why it is so important to have good people in our lives. One of the most important lessons they never taught you in school is to pick your friends wisely. How do you do it? Ashley asked. I make a pros, cons page and see the true worth of someone, he replied, chuckling. That's actually genius. One of the worst parts about having a poor choice of friends is being peer pressured. This is how many people begin using drugs, he said coincidentally, looking in Morgan's direction. When did you learn you had bad friends? Morgan asked the counselor. Around the time in high school, I would have these friends that would only hang out with me if I smoked pot with them. I knew right away that if they were genuine friends, they'd hang out with me without all that. And since I've gotten new friends, I felt happier and safer than ever before. What do you mean by safer? I asked, confused. My old friends and I used to play five-finger. Fill it until someone would quit from the pain. The person who didn't give up would get money in return. It was one of the dumbest things I had done during my youth, and I'm glad it's all over, he said nervously, laughing. Did you ever win? Madeline asked curiously. This is the reason I fell in love with you. I can't remember for the life of me, that was about 25 years ago. A lot of time has passed by since then, he replied, chuckling. Time is relative in my case. Could I tell you about my situation, counselor? Morgan asked, perking up. Sure, what is it? He asked, tilting his head to the side. So I'm addicted to cough syrup, and I got into it because of peer pressure from my friends. How do I leave them? He nearly pleaded. Be completely honest with them and tell them they are not right for you. It may hurt to hear, but it's better than being trapped in this cycle of addiction you mentioned. If you don't kill the cycle will kill you. You know what? You inspired me to do it. For once, I'll tell them exactly how I feel about them, he excitedly exclaimed, rubbing his hands together like a fly. I wish I could have seen the moment he talked to them. Remember, everyone struggles with something. The important thing is to continue on with your struggle until it's a victory, the counselor said with a supportive smile. Truer words were never spoken. Chapter 54, May 20, 2020, 3 p.m. An unbelievable thing happened when the clock struck 3, they actually let us go outside. After 2 days of being trapped inside, I had missed the outside more than anything. In fact, after I ran out, I nearly cried from happiness. You never know the value of something until you lose it. That's precisely what happened with my father's death. Boy, when they opened that door, I was out of it in half a second. The breeze outside relaxed me, it was like a soft hug from nature itself. I jumped and rolled around in the grass like a child. I was so dang happy I almost like I was on something. I never wanted that happiness to end. I just felt so warm and comfortable at that moment, like when I lay in that bed in Arcadia. This was the definition of euphoria. I feel like I haven't been outside in years, I said with a grin to Morgan. Same man, it's almost like Blanche Mania, he replied, doing cartwheels on the grass and rolling all around it, getting verdant green stains on his clothes. It amused me to no end. What are you talking about? I asked, confused. She was this French woman who was locked in a room without sunlight for like 25 years by her mother because she didn't like the person Blanche wanted to marry. Crazy case, you should read about it. The Dyatlov Pass incident is another interesting one to read about, he said, laughing from pure happiness. I had no idea how long he'd been away from the sunlight, but he clearly needed it. His skin was beyond pale, and he looked like he hadn't seen the sunlight in 25 years himself. Crazy, Madeline replied before asking if they could play Kids by Management on the radio. I remember hearing that song all the time on the radio back in 2008, it's one of my favorite songs, actually. My favorite would probably be You Spin Me Round, Like a Record, by Dead or Alive. Pete Burns was amazing. His death was one of the few celebrity deaths that significantly affected me besides Chris Cornell and Chester Bennington. I miss Scott Weiland too. Truth is, most celebrities bore me to death. They constantly whine about nothing. Especially the Kardashians, I can't stand them. Anytime I see their television show, I instantly skip to a channel playing baseball. Yeah, hold on, a nurse said before connecting her phone via auxiliary. Once the song started playing, I started rolling around on the grass, and I did a shoulder roll, rolling around like a ball. It caused me to be dizzy, but I just felt so happy at that moment. I know I said I was feeling happy like 3 times already, but I just rarely felt joy, so for me, feeling a sense of happiness was just so significant. While all the nurses were distractedly talking amongst themselves, Madeline walked over and scared me from behind. I felt an electric jolt shoot across my body and nearly had a heart attack from fear. Boo, she yelled out, nearly giving me a heart attack. That's real mature of you, I replied, laughing. Hey, I'm the female version of Holden Caulfield. What can I say, she replied, chuckling. The sun caught her eyes in such a way that it made them almost look like gems. In fact, at that moment, she looked perfect. Are you okay? She asked, noticing me grinning like an idiot at her. I had hardly realized I had even done it. I swear I felt like I was on the world's best drug whenever I was around her. Yeah, it's just you look amazing. You always do, but the sun makes it even better. I know this all sounds stupid, but I ho dash. At that moment, she grabbed my face and kissed me, not a crazy passionate one but just a shy peck. I felt this intense warmth spread all over my face, I felt like I had been reborn, honestly. It's like everything that ever bothered me disappeared at that moment. You know, I saw all of that, Ashley said, laughing and sitting down by us in the grass. Ash, where you been? I asked. I just haven't been feeling too good. I kept getting this feeling like I'm about to have a seizure, it's hard to describe, but I feel a deep rumble in my stomach that spreads to the rest of my body, she said, shivering, even though it wasn't that cold out. Am I causing all this? Did they put you on anything for it? Morgan asked. I had completely forgotten about him. Not yet, but I swear this has only happened recently. Sometimes when I blank out and look around, the surroundings change to something futuristic for a moment, she said, shivering even more. I gave her my coat, but she said that she was okay. Madeline gave me a worried expression in response as if to say, first you, now her. Morgan asked Ashley something in the background, but instead of responding, she kept looking all around her as if she was paranoid about someone or something. It was terrifying. Her eyes became all wide and dilated like what happens during the fight-or-flight response. Her skin also started turning this bright red color akin to a beet. It appeared as if her body temperature had risen significantly. "Get them off me," she suddenly screamed, trying to brush off what I assumed to have been bugs off her. She rolled around on the ground screaming her lungs out, and I watched in horror as I could do nothing. Every couple of seconds, she would try to squish the bugs and throw them off her, but it didn't seem to work since she kept doing it constantly. Boy, I had never felt so awful as at that moment. I almost wished I was dead. What have I done? Hearing her blood-curdling screams, the nurses came running over just in time to see her have a seizure. A seizure I had caused. Chapter 55, May 20, 2020, 3:05 p.m. I have a confession to make. Sometimes, when I do something stupid, I hit myself really hard in the leg. After Ashley got sent back to the hospital, I ran into the bathroom and punched myself as hard as humanly possible on the right leg. Instantly I felt a throbbing pain, and the pain actually calmed me down. Perhaps it was all the endorphins my body was producing, although I have no idea. I've been doing this for around 3 years now and have been unable to stop it. I have bruises all over my legs because of it, and when people ask me about it, I lie that I fell. It sucks because I can be a highly convincing liar. The trick I use is looking the person in the eyes the entire time and not averting my gaze for any reason. As long as you maintain your cool, you can get away with lying about pretty much anything. Right after I hit myself, the voices came back, this time coming from my ceiling vents. I started hearing this one voice whisper, "Nobody will remember you when you're dead," and my mother calling out my name anxiously. I swear it felt so realistic I almost got up to look for her. I also heard my father repeatedly yell out angrily, "Look what you've done, Clive," with each time getting louder and louder, echoing around me as if I was in a tunnel. I sat down next to the toilet in a fetal position and thought over this whole situation. A friend that I deeply cared for had a seizure because of my time travel. I can handle having a seizure myself, but seeing someone else having one is horrifying. Now I know why Delilah was so terrified when she saw me having one. In the craziest twist at that moment, I actually missed her. I knew I shouldn't have, but she at least was entertaining. I had missed all of my time travel experiences, in fact, and I hated it. It was like a drug, and it wouldn't stop until I was dead, both mentally and physically. I also practically missed Maynard because of how lonely I felt. It's like I was so lonely that I would have welcomed any company. I thought about hitting my head on the toilet bowl to distract myself from all the voices and my own thoughts. My father kept telling me how disappointed he was in me. I remember hearing him say, "The world doesn't need people like you in it," and that I should just kill myself because I was worthless. "It's not your fault, you know," Morgan said outside of the door. I still have no idea how he knew I was blaming myself to this day. I swear, he was clairvoyant. Then why does it feel like it? I'm responsible for another person going to the hospital. How can I not feel guilty? I asked, shaking like autumn leaves in the wind. Because sometimes we blame ourselves for things that aren't our fault. Everyone does it at some point, and you're no exception, Clive. Let it go, it'll only hurt you if you let it grow, he said, opening the door and putting his jacket on me. I have no idea how he knew I was cold. Thanks, I needed that, I replied, getting up and lying down on my bed. There was a little while of awkward silence until he mentioned The Alchemist out of nowhere. You know, there's this one quote from The Alchemist that I really like. It goes like, "And, when you want something, all the universe conspires in helping you to achieve it." So, do you think if I really want Ashley to be okay that she'll be alright? I nearly pleaded. I think so. I think the more you think about this situation, the more you'll worry. You know what I do when I'm going through severe pain, he asked, leaning in. No, what do you do? I asked, curious. I just don't think about it. Pretend like it doesn't exist. I lie until I can convince my mind enough to completely forget something. It's not the healthiest way to go about things, but it gets the job done, so there's that. Caring too much causes pain. There's nothing scarier than being haunted by a memory, I said, suddenly remembering how my father had initially died. I had completely forgotten that I had saved him. I had become so accustomed to the comfort that it became normal to me. I thought at that moment of calling him out of nowhere. Somewhere, the universe was pushing me to talk to him. And when the universe tells you to do something, you do it. Chapter 56, May 20, 2020, 3:08 p.m. My heart beat about 1,000 times per second as I dialed his number, which I knew from memory. My fingers kept shaking, but I'm not sure why exactly. A sense of massive anxiety had overwhelmed me at that moment. Something was wrong in the universe somewhere, and I had sensed it subconsciously. "Hey, Skipper," he replied, sounding as if he had been awake for days. I had never heard him sound so tired in my life. "Dad, why do you sound so tired?" I asked, concerned. "Keep this a secret from Mom, but I've been up for 2 days straight working on this one robot my boss and I came up with. Would you like to learn more about it?" he asked, sipping presumably coffee in the background. "Sure, but you need to get some sleep, big feller. Stay up another day, and you'll start to think that the government is after you," I replied, concerned. It wasn't like him to stay up as he constantly taught me how important proper sleep etiquette is. I never quite followed his advice on it, though. What if his pill changed him? I didn't even read the side effects of it. We're onto something huge here. I'll gladly lose sleep for this. This robot doesn't have a name yet, but the way it works is it grabs pieces of plastic, glass, or anything else recyclable and turns them into decorations. My boss and I agreed that it could prevent littering since the sculptures would be kept and not thrown away. "What do you think?" he asked excitedly. "It's actually quite clever. I really like it, actually. Dad, what if one day your boss royally screws you over with the robotics company and and Skynet takes over the world? I highly doubt that would happen during my lifetime. Besides, Maynard isn't the type of guy to just do something like that," he replied, yawning, followed by sipping some more coffee. "Maynard, as in the predecessor of the Maynard, No. Dad, you gotta get out of the company. He's going to screw you over. I just know it," I practically pleaded with him. Whoa, where did you get all your proof from?" he asked, confused. "The future itself. It's just, you know how bosses are with money, it often becomes more important than the people." "Please, I know I sound crazy, but this is the best thing for you," I replied, hating myself instantly for telling him any of this. It's not like I could exactly prove any of this. "It does sound quite crazy, actually. I think they should change your medication. You're behaving very strangely with your current one," he replied, sighing. "But Dad, it's not th-. He hung up before I could reply. "There's one problem with that. My dad never hangs up first." Chapter 57, May 20, 2020, 4:16 p.m. At 4:16 p.m., they told us the news about Ashley's condition, and it wasn't good. She's having vivid hallucinations and paranoia right now. It is unknown if her medication might have caused it. "Still, it's so strange that you both experience bizarre things so close together," the nurse said, looking right at me. I could feel everyone's eyes turn to look at me and I felt discomfited by the swarm of eyes. Will they suspect me soon? Oh, what have I done? Will she be okay? I asked, shaking. With antipsychotics, her hallucinations and paranoia should be under control. "Hey, I have an idea. Why don't you all make her a get well soon poster? She would really appreciate it." "Oh, great, I can't skip out on this. I'll feel so guilty making the poster." "Great idea," Morgan said with his face appearing bright and glowy for once. He clearly got most, if not all, the DXM out of his system by now. It felt great to see him happy for once. "Yeah, sure," Madeline said before doing the most adorable thing ever. She linked her arm with mine, and we both walked to draw the poster. It reminded me of those old 50s movies where couples would do the cheesiest things imaginable. I'm a sucker for the cheese, though. How do I make a poster that doesn't sound ingenuine? Do any of you know what Ashley's favorite color is? I asked. "Orange," she says. "It's one of the most underrated colors. and I agree, Madeline replied, smiling. I love orange, Morgan replied. Oh, that's just great. Why did it have to be orange out of all the colors? I can't stand that color after what happened. So I'm guessing I'm going to be the one to draw. I asked, getting anxious about being judged. The fear of judgment is one of my worst fears. You're the most skilled of us by far, so I'd say so, Madeline replied, messing around with her hair again before letting out a yelp. All good? I asked, looking in her direction. Accidentally tore my hair out, I really need to. Stop the habit, she replied with a heavy sigh. 2. What should I draw? I asked, looking at her. Just draw something that you think will be special. It can be anything, really, Madeline replied, sliding one of her hands into mine. What did I do to deserve someone like her? Why is the universe rewarding me for committing so much evil? I decided at that moment to draw her lying in her hospital bed surrounded by us and a bunch of flowers. Sure, it was cheesy, but it was the best thing that I could come up with. As I started drawing, I swear there were certain moments where time skipped forward and backward. I realized this because I would work on the same lines repeatedly in a manner that set my déjà vu on fire. And the skips weren't subtle either, the surrounding environment would constantly jerk like an unstable camera. I would also keep getting these horrible electric shocks throughout my body, making me feel like I was being tased. I swear I almost went crazy from what was happening. You're shaking, Madeline said, concerned. I'm fine, I just keep imagining her going through all of this pain right now. It sucks, man, I replied, sighing with a shaky breath. She'll be okay, I promise, she replied, squeezing my hand. As I continued drawing, my brain started looping my last conversations with Maynard over and over. It was incredibly distracting as I could barely focus on drawing the flowers because of it. All I could hear was, "Give me one reason I shouldn't blast you to pieces right now," and him laughing like a maniac. While the constant loops in thought distracted me, I subconsciously drew an amaryllis. I realized this in horror when I looked back. In fact, it looked just like the one I put on my dad's grave. Dread filled my nerves, and I almost thought of erasing it before remembering how strange that would have seemed of me to do. Great. Is that a lily? It's gorgeous. Morgan asked, looking over my shoulder. Close, it's an amaryllis, it's my favorite flower, I replied, trying not to scream in agony. Just how badly did I mess up time? I had one, but my cat kept trying to eat it, Madeline said, giggling. You have a cat? I asked excitedly. Cats are one of the cutest animals in existence. Yep, he's a munchkin, his legs are so small they are almost non-existent, she replied, giggling. Could I borrow him permanently? I asked, laughing. Sure, as soon as you finish the poster, she replied, knocking on my head as my father did. I still felt the pain from our last phone call. What was it that had changed him so much? Was I responsible for it? Even if something isn't my fault, I always feel like it is. When I resumed drawing the poster, the time skips got so bad that I swear I kept drawing the same line every 2 seconds. Every time it happened, it got progressively more and more infuriating. Imagine if you're trying to do something, but no matter how hard you try, you can never finish it. That's how it felt for me. Right before I reached my breaking point, I finished the poster, and it looked amazing if I do say so myself. Despite being distracted and experiencing all those thought loops and time skips, I found no noticeable mistakes in it, which I found surprising. I love it, babe, Madeline replied with a grin, showing the poster to Morgan. Nice, let's give it to Ashley, he said excitedly as he walked out of the room and gave it to the front desk. They grabbed a large manila folder and packaged it up. It felt great to not have to look at the amaryllis anymore. Hey, let me show you something cool, Madeline said excitedly, leading me by the hand down the hall while all the staff were distracted. What did she see? While we were practically running in the halls, I experienced a massive time skip forward and found myself in her room. How long had I been there? I won't lie, I felt a little scared at that moment from not knowing how I ended up there. God, she looked so beautiful at that moment. Her amber eyes shone like flames and were practically begging me to kiss her. My mind started playing the Paul Anka song Put Your Head on My Shoulder, and I took the massive risk of kissing her. I've had something on my mind for a while, I said shyly, smiling. What is it? She asked while blushing salmon pink. Just this, I replied, grabbing her face and pulling her in. Her lips were so soft and gentle that I felt like I was sinking into them. Everything negative that had ever bothered me disappeared and was replaced with joy. All I wanted was for this moment to never end. While we were kissing, I experienced yet another time skip and found myself lying in my bed, grinning like an idiot at the ceiling. I knew what I did, and I didn't regret a thing. I swear, at that moment, I felt like I could take on the entire world. I know what you did, Morgan said, lying facing me with a tiny smile. Good, I regret nothing, by the way, I replied, smiling even more. I wouldn't either. Hey, this is off topic, but I want you to read this book, it's really short, he said, handing me a book called Cut by Patricia McCormick. Have you gone through self-harm? I asked, basing my assumption on the title of the novel. Yeah, guys self-harm too, but no one seems to think about us, he replied with a frown. You know, a little birdie once told me there's a light at the end of every tunnel, I said with a smile, trying to cheer him up. Promise? I promise. When will it happen, do you think? He asked, sighing. I have no idea, but one day you're going to look back at all the problems you've gone through and laugh over them. One day this is all going to be nothing but the past, and you'll look back at all of this and smile, knowing that it's all over. That is my promise, okay. Okay. Chapter 58, May 20, 2020, 6:39 p.m. Needless to say, the book was so good that I physically felt as if I couldn't put it down. It took me approximately 2 hours and 20 minutes to finish reading it, and by the time I did, I just sat there with my mouth open, unable to breathe. Sometimes you just read something so relatable that it punches you right in the gut. This was one such case. Another example of music is the album Carrie and Lowell by Sufjan Stevens. Trust me, it's worth the listen. My favorite song off that album is Should Have Known Better. One of my favorite parts of the book would definitely have to be how Callie's, the main character, dissociation is described. It was as if they had scanned my brain and put all of my thoughts into the book despite the book being written before I was even born. Maybe Patricia McCormick is a time traveler herself. I think I'll ask her in a letter. Be right back. I still remember the day I got the book, Morgan said with a tiny smile while eating his lasagna, and no, it wasn't any good. Tell me about it, I replied, curious. A year ago, my mom and I were at Goodwill, and while she was distracted looking for clothes for me, I stumbled into the book section. It was actually the first book that caught my eye, and right away, I felt that I should read it, so I asked my mom if she could buy it. We got the book for around $2, and I finished it the same day. You never know how much something can change you, he replied emotionally. That was when I told him about how I sometimes hit myself when upset. Listen, I don't cut or burn myself, but sometimes when I'm furious or upset with myself, I hit myself as hard as I can on my leg. I haven't told this to anyone, and I hope you can understand. It's like whenever something bad happens to me, this one voice tells me to hurt myself and that it's the only way things will get better. Do you ever get that? I asked, rubbing the bruise on my leg where I hit myself. All the time, it's almost like that demon on your shoulder that you see in cartoons. I have about 1,000 voices in my head, and each one is louder than my own, Madeline replied, sighing. Sometimes you gotta tell those voices to just knock it off, I said supportively. How do I do that? Madeline nearly pleaded. Act like nothing matters. Hey, don't steal my idea, Morgan replied, laughing. Did you put a copyright on the idea? I didn't think so, I replied with a wink. His jaw dropped after I made that comment. Morgan's eyes were filled to the brim with lividness and looked like they wanted to bury me alive. I kept my gaze steady and intimidated him myself by making Marshall Applewhite eyes. It scared the hell out of him, and he finally gave in. I suppose I win. I asked smugly. Just this once, he replied in an annoyed tone, rolling his eyes. Whatever, I replied, taking a bite out of the cherry pie they gave us for dessert. Unlike the rest of the meal, the pie was delicious, the cherries were nice and tart just the way I liked them. While I was eating the pie, I experienced a time skip backward and talked about self-harm all over again. Except this time, I already knew everything that the two would say. This was when I had reached my breaking point, put my head on the table, and wept, startling everybody. To them, my crying out of nowhere must have seemed utterly bizarre. "Are you okay?" Madeline asked. "No, I just want to go home and forget about all of this," I replied, not looking up. "Don't we all?" she replied with a heavy sigh. That was when a nurse approached and told me I had a visitor. Dad. Chapter 59, May 20, 2020, 6:42 p.m. "Hey, Skipper," my dad said with a grin, sitting on Morgan's bed. He had a striped grey shirt on and looked a bit like a sailor because of it. Looking at him made me think of the Cracker Jack mascot for some reason. I remember when the popcorn gave out actual prizes instead of a stupid QR code for some baseball game. I love baseball, don't get me wrong, it's just that I'd rather experience it in real life. I once even caught a foul ball hit by Mitch Haniger. It was one of the most incredible experiences of my life. "I'm still upset with you, you know." "Oh, Dad, please get me out of here." "Please, I'll give you anything," I nearly pleaded. "You miss home, kiddo?" he asked, brushing my hair out of my eyes. He was entirely different from the person I talked to on the phone. I had no idea why it was, but I was thankful for it. "Yeah, you know what I miss doing?" I asked, burying my face in his shirt. I swear for a second, I felt as if I was 10 again. "What?" he asked, lazily stretching. "When we used to watch movies all the time together. Do you remember that? And when I was little? You would always play the Rolling Stones. I memorized the lyrics to Paint It Black because of you," I said with a pained feeling in my chest. Remembering all of this hurt indescribably, it was almost a bittersweet sort of pain. Nostalgia really is something, isn't it? Sometimes we even miss things we haven't experienced. You ever look at an old photo and feel nostalgic for it? I've looked at photographs decades older than me and felt a sense of nostalgia for them, he said in awe. You have no idea. There's this genre of music I used to really like when I was younger that would always make me nostalgic. You might not like it, though. What's the genre? I want to feel some nostalgia, he sang, making me burst out laughing. He wasn't a terrible singer or anything, but it was just so unexpected that I couldn't contain my laughter. It's called vaporwave, and I can't really explain it. See, it's like it's a meme and a music genre simultaneously, and trying to describe it is impossible for me. It is feeling nostalgic for something that hasn't even happened yet. Let me listen to one of these vaporwave songs you kids are into. Do you know any? He asked, getting out his phone. Look up Prism Light Song with You, it's so good. I said excitedly, remembering the times I used to play it constantly. I swear, I've heard that song over 100 times. One moment, he said as he typed up the name. I honestly felt jealous as hell that he could have his phone here. Their reasons for banning cell phones were honestly laughable. Who the hell would record other patients anyway? You know what I would do if I had my phone? I'd put on the album Play by Moby and fall asleep to it. I once had a lucid dream where I saw my entire life fly past me like birds. What does that have to do with Moby? Well, as part of the lucid dream, I chose for the song Porcelain to play in the background. It was an oddly spiritual dream for me. It made me think about how quickly time passed by. The dream ended with me getting old and eventually dying. It was funny in a way. I didn't feel scared when I died. Truth be told, I find death exciting. I'm drawn into the uncertainty of what will happen after we die. Do we go to heaven, or is it all just black at the end? Anyways, back to my dad. When the song started playing, I laid back in my bed and stared at the ceiling, grinning like an idiot. It had been so long since I'd listened to vaporwave, and hearing it again made all the nostalgia of being 13 years old flood my body. Not bad, I actually quite like it, it's got this very 80s vibe, he said, nodding his head along to the song. Well, one thing they do is they sample 80s songs and basically remix them. The most famous vaporwave song remixed It's Your Move by Diana Ross if I remember correctly, I said as the song started playing in my head all over again. I would type out its name, but I honestly have no idea what it's called since it's a bunch of Japanese letters. Just look up Macintosh Plus, and you'll find it. So like Plunderphonics, he asked curiously. Huh? I asked, confused. It's where you sample existing songs and make a new song out of them. The Beastie Boys did this in 1989 with Paul's Boutique. The album is genius, I reckon you'd like it, he said, hugging me tightly. I wish I could live in this moment forever. Listen, I gotta go soon, he said, looking at his watch. Or, why so soon? I asked with a frown. I gotta make dinner, it doesn't cook itself, you. No, he said, winking and patting me on the back. Hey, Dad. I asked right before he left. Yeah, he asked. Don't let Maynard screw you over in the future. I love you. I love you too, son. Chapter 60, May 21, 2020, 8:30 a.m. So, have any of you guys seen Citizen Kane? Morgan asked out of nowhere while we were all eating French toast. In case you were wondering, it was decent. Not good, not bad, just decent. I saw it once because everyone was saying it was the greatest movie ever or some crap. I really liked it, but I wouldn't say it's the best film ever, I replied with a mouth half full of food. So what happens in the movie? I mean, who is this Citizen Kane, and why is he so important? Madeline asked. She wore a grey and orange hoodie without strings, they didn't allow us to have them, and looked amazing. It's not like she ever looked exceedingly terrible, but still. Well, you see, the movie is a little complicated, so the main character's name is Charles Foster Kane, and let's just say he's not the most likable person. He's a super mega rich newspaper magnate who is quite infamous and dies at the beginning, uttering only the word Rosebud as he passes on. Everyone tries to figure out what this Rosebud he mentioned is in the movie. Let's just say it wasn't at all what I expected it to be. What was it? Madeline asked curiously. I can't tell you, it would spoil the entire movie, I said, laughing. Fair enough. Also, why did people talk so weirdly in old movies, she asked curiously. I actually read about that, there's surprisingly a reason for it. The accent they speak is called a transatlantic accent, and unlike most accents, they actually taught people to speak in it during the first half of the 20th century. Why were they taught the accent? Morgan asked, tilting his head to the side. Supposedly, radio and film technology at the time was really weak, so people had to talk like that to be heard clearly. As technology got better, people had no real reason to speak it anymore, so it fell out of favor. It's a shame, I kinda like it actually, I said, sighing. Man, if a girl spoke to me in an accent like that, I would literally die. I'd buy her a diamond ring by the end of the first week. Let's learn it when we both get out, Madeline said, laughing. Hey, I wanna learn it too, Morgan whined. We'll all learn. So what do you guys plan to do? When you do actually get out? I asked as everyone suddenly became silent. I hadn't actually thought about that, Madeline said in deep thought. Probably listen to Linkin Park and ignore everything and everyone. Hybrid Theory and Meteora are two of the greatest albums ever made, in my opinion, Morgan replied, chuckling. Isn't that a mood? It's crazy to think that out of billions of people, I was the one to meet you guys, I mean, how crazy is that? I replied emotionally. It took everything for me not to cry my eyes out. It's pretty crazy, actually, Madeline replied with a smile in my direction. I felt my face redden, and warmth spread all over it like a blanket. Do you think we're going to remember any of this in 10 years and miss it? I asked, sighing. I end up missing a lot of things, even things I don't necessarily like, as crazy as that sounds. For example, when I was about 10, I ended up hitting my forehead on the door to the point where I needed 3 stitches. I guess I just missed the attention and sympathy that everyone was giving me. I can be a little narcissistic at times, to be frank with you. Not as much as Maynard, though. I hope so. To be honest, meeting you both has been one of my happiest memories, Madeline said with a smile as wide as the sun. Oh, you really mean that? Morgan asked, blushing beet red. Yes, I do. Chapter 61, May 21, 2020, 10:45 a.m. 2 remarkable things happened at 10:45. One was that we had another person admitted, a young girl who couldn't have been any older than 14, and 2, we got to pet animals. And not just dogs but cats too. There was one in particular that I really liked, a ginger tabby named Maximum. I'd honestly rather have a bunch of cats than $1 million. At least cats don't make you feel lonely. Just the thought of money makes me depressed, it controls the world. You can get away with anything if you have enough dough. That's one thing I like about the Bible, it talks about how destructive greed is. People treat mammon as their god, you know. If I ever won the lottery, I'd give up all my money and go to live in the wild like that Chris McCandless guy, except I'd be smart about it and survive. For one thing, I'd actually buy a fucking map. I'd also buy a Sasquatch suit just to mess with cryptologists. Some moron would record me and claim that I was proof of Bigfoot or some nonsense. People disappoint me so much sometimes. Dude, I know her, Madeline whispered in my ear as I pet the tabby. His purring was beyond relaxing, I'm not sure why, but purring just sounds so good to me. And if only you saw his eyes, they were a brilliant teal, like the ocean. Really? What's her name? I asked curiously. Kimberly, she's in my English class. I've heard her talk like once in my life. No one knows much about her. Not even the teacher calls on her, she whispered. Well, she's wearing a Motorhead shirt, isn't that the type of stuff you listen to? Yeah, but it would be so awkward to be all like, hey, I know you from English class, she replied with an embarrassed look, shaking her head. We're all friends here, aren't we? I asked half as a joke. I suppose so. I'll be back, I got her pet this one. German Shepherd, she said, going off. While she was gone, I looked for Morgan, who was nowhere to be found until I found him flirting with one of the nurses. The amusement I felt from watching him was virtually palpable. You should have seen how smooth he was the offspring of Casanova himself. He called her beautiful in about 1,000 different ways, and she blushed bright crimson each time. At that moment, Kimberly walked up to Max and started petting him behind the ears, startling me. Oh no, act natural. You like cats too? I stupidly asked. She looked at me like I was an idiot at that moment but nodded her head silently. I decided not to take any more risks by asking stupid questions and moved on to the other pets. I found this beautiful husky with one blue eye and another brown and petted her on her tummy. You should have seen how she reacted. She rolled over like a bale of hay and started panting like crazy. I would have petted her until the end of time if I could have. What a beautiful dog. What's its name? I asked, feeling tempted to squeeze the dog from how adorable it was. Haley, we got her from the shelter a year ago, and ever since then, she's been living the life, her owner responded. I was at that moment beyond jealous that she had the dog. My parents had never in my life allowed me to have any pets. According to them, I was far too easily distracted and could lose the pet easily. While that is true to an extent, it didn't make it any less annoying. The closest I've come to owning a pet was when we took care of our neighbor's Labrador retriever. The only problem was the dog could only understand Spanish, so he ignored virtually everything we said. Somehow, though, he understood what the word food meant, so he was quite clever in that way. What I hated about him, though, was that he'd bark at literally everything. I once saw him barking at a string. Sometimes, I wish I could speak dog, so I could tell dogs that bark at 3 a.m. to shut the hell up. Boo! Morgan shouted, putting his hands on my shoulders from behind, nearly giving me a heart attack. I'll admit that as much as I hate it when other people do that to me, I do it myself sometimes. I have moments where I'm about 5 mentally, usually, they happen out of boredom. I still watch cartoons sometimes at 16, that animated Batman series from the 90s is stellar. I especially loved the 14th episode, Heart of Ice, where they went over Mr. Freeze's origins. He is, in my opinion, the most understandable villain in the Batman series. All he ever wanted was to save his wife, Nora. So, how did it go with that one nurse? I asked, winking. Dude, she's like 35 and has 3 kids, I don't know what I was thinking. Oh, well, maybe when I'm a year older, he replied, shaking his head. I guess you have a thing for older nurses with kids, I joked before petting the husky some more. Guess so, he said with an awkward chuckle as he wandered off again. As much as I wanted to pet every dog and cat in the place, they made us leave after only 15 minutes, which was lame. They organized this fantastic group and yet gave us as little time as possible, which I just didn't understand. So many good things are over far too quickly. To this day, I can say that this was by far the best part of my stay at the hospital and the only part that I genuinely enjoyed. After that, everything just got weirder, and worse and worse. After that, hell came to town. Chapter 62, May 21, 2020, 11:30 a.m. The first weird thing that I noticed happened when I watched Parks and Recreation with everyone in the TV room. What should have been a normal viewing turned into complete horror. The most painful part was being unable to tell everyone why it really happened. I nearly bolted out of the room after the incident, and the only thing that stopped me was knowing that nobody could pinpoint the blame on me. I swear I felt like the scum of the earth right there. As I watched the show, the characters suddenly gushed blood out of their mouths. The background changed to dystopian Arcadia, showing all its horrors, including false arrests and tortures. Unlike most occasions, this time, we all saw it. I knew this because we all looked at each other in horror right after it happened. Their faces screamed of confusion and terror. What the hell is going on? Madeline nearly screamed in shock. Her face was pale as a sheet of paper, and she looked like she was about to die from terror. Time paradoxes, my dear. Someone must have hacked the TV to screw with us, Morgan said in a terrified tone. He was gripping his seat as tightly as he possibly could. I don't know what caused it, but if we tell the staff, they'll never believe us, I replied, shaking my head. Yeah, no, if I tell them, they'll just keep us here longer, Madeline replied with a frown. I wish I could tell everyone why this happened, but nobody would believe me. Why did I let things get to this point? I'm supposed to learn from my mistakes, but instead, I keep repeating them in a never-ending cycle. When will this nightmare end? My birth was a mistake. As if that wasn't bad enough, right after that happened, the television had glitched up before shutting down altogether, leaving behind only the smell of burned wires. We tried to turn it on but found it was about as helpful as robbing a skeleton. I had indirectly destroyed the television because of my actions. If that isn't the craziest butterfly effect in history, then I don't know what is. Our one source of entertainment was now gone because of me. What were we supposed to do now? Well, can't say I expected that, I half-joked. Great, what are we supposed to do now? Morgan whined. I guess we'll just have to interact like normal people, Madeline said, sighing. We could talk in the halls, Kimberly said out of nowhere. Hearing her talk was beyond shocking. Her voice sounded completely different than I imagined it would have. It was full of emotion, not quiet like I imagined it would have been. Alrighty, let's go back in time to 1931, Morgan joked. Poor choice of words, my friend, poor choice of words. Chapter 63, May 21, 2020, 11:32 a.m. So how come you haven't spoken in all the time I knew you in Mrs. Reagan's class? Madeline asked Kimberly. I don't like most people, you guys seem okay, though. We're all cool here except for Morgan, I jested. Boy, if you don't, he said with an embarrassed look, shaking a fist at me and laughing. As everyone talked about school and what they'd do once they came home, I zoned out and started focusing on the walls instead. At first, I thought it was my imagination, but I soon knew it wasn't when I saw past and future events playing out on the wall in no specific order. One precise moment that stood out to me was the Battle of the Somme. I knew that's what it was based on what they taught us in history class. I saw artillery firing at soldiers in trenches, and what appeared to be a British Mark I tank rolling around the battlefield. As the violence continued with the screams ringing around me, I became more and more desensitized. By that point, I had basically accepted that I screwed up time beyond the point of no return. A part of my personality had also changed then into a darker one. I would get these horrible violent thoughts rushing through my head, and I had to try my absolute hardest to ignore them. I feared what I was becoming at that moment. "Yo, you cool man?" Morgan asked me. "Yeah, why?" I lied. "Your eyes are crazy wide like you just saw Satan." In a way, I did. Sorry, I dissociated, I awkwardly laughed. "It's okay. Can I just say how boring it is not to have the television?" he asked, sighing. "For real, who would do such a thing?" Kimberly asked, shaking her head. "I don't know, but have you guys ever played Portal?" Morgan asked out of nowhere. "I have. You know what my favorite thing to do in it was?" I asked, laughing. "What?" he asked while yawning. "I would shoot up a portal at the ceiling and floor and just hop into a permanent fall." "I'm not sure why, but that always amused me," I replied, chuckling, remembering when I used to play on Steam constantly and ignore pretty much everything and everyone. Those were fun times, but rarely is something fun productive as well. Still, I miss those times when I was a beast at Counter-Strike, Global Offensive. I would play as the terrorists just so I could use the sword-off shotgun, which, in my opinion, is way too overpowered. The only game I still play a lot is Undertale. I didn't have it in me to take the genocide route, though. Toriel is too nice for me to kill her. I killed Flowey, though, he deserved it, the bastard. "You do that too?" he asked with a look of excitement, fist-bumping me. "Yeah, and I would try to prevent the companion cube from being destroyed, but as far as I'm concerned, that's impossible," I said, sighing. "If you played Portal, you know just how special that cube is." "I have no idea what you two are talking about," Madeline said, with a look of pure confusion. "It's about part of the game," I replied before zoning out again. Once again, I witnessed historical events, this time from the future. This vision concerned Maynard and encompassed his entire life up to his rise in power. It played out like someone doing a biography of him as a disembodied female voice described everything that was happening. In 2191, Maynard Bobby Conrad was born into exceeding wealth, having inherited wealth from his family who worked at Conium for countless decades. The company was founded in 2021 and struggled for years to make any significant profits until 2024 with the Recyclonator, the robot that my father had mentioned working on. After it came out, its sales blew up due to people being enamored by the unique invention. They quickly built up their wealth and became so big that they were a Fortune 500 company by 2030. In 2031, my father was fired from the company by Maynard Conrad, the first, over creative disagreements. After that, he stole all the credit that my father had given, and the company only grew from there. Over a century and a half later, Maynard Conrad, II, was born and at only 19 took over the company, changing its focus to weaponry and war machines. This grew the company's sales massively as the government contracted them. Eventually, Maynard ran for politics, winning the presidential elections with fraudulent votes. Anyone who questioned him mysteriously disappeared, never to be seen again. Once in office, he ordered the entire town to be destroyed and rebuilt from the ground up, promising that it would be better than before. What that really meant was that everyone's house would become a shanty except for his. Additionally, he changed the law to allow for a legal loophole to effectively be in office for life. He reminds me of a certain man from my history textbook. Except Maynard doesn't have a mustache. After the vision of Maynard's life, I felt this massive sharp pain in my heart as if I had just been shot. It was so painful that it took everything for me not to scream. My heart hadn't been the same since I started time traveling. It's like whenever I put the slightest effort into moving, I felt like I was on the verge of passing out. I would get these tiny black dots in my eyes, which I guess is what people mean when they say they're seeing stars. How did my life lead up to this point? So yeah, don't drink antifreeze, Kimberly said with an amused expression to Madeline. I wasn't planning on it, she replied with a slight smile. Why are y'all talking about drinking antifreeze? Morgan asked with a perplexed look on his face. I tried to kill myself with it. It was pretty sucky. I felt super drunk and kept having seizures, she said with a hollow look in her eyes. At that moment, a nurse walked up to us and sat by us, asking if we wanted to listen to any music since the TV was screwed. I guess there really was no hiding that burned wire smell. Yeah, could you play A Teenager in Love by Dion and the Belmonts? I asked, with the song playing all over in my head. When I was in my freshman year, I listened to that song so much, you seriously have no idea. They don't make a lot of music like that anymore, unfortunately. Now it seems like people only make music for money instead of creating it because they have a genuine passion for it. Just listen to songs about Jane by Maroon 5, and you'll see that the band actually cared about making good music at one point. Sunday Morning is still the best song they've ever put out. They are the only band I know that got whacker and whacker with each release. Red Pill Blues is the equivalent of drinking drain cleaner, an absolutely horrible experience. Speaking of drain cleaner, read about their hi-fi murders sometime. What a nightmare that was. Care for a dance? Madeline asked, giving me her hand. I looked at the nurse for approval, and she thankfully told us she didn't care if we danced, so we did just that. We were really into it, so much that for a moment, I forgot about all the time travel paradoxes I had created, and to me, nothing can be better than that. Nothing. Chapter 64, May 21, 2020, 11:59 a.m. At 11:59 a.m., something truly crazy happened. I found my dad sitting on my bed in my room. I have no idea how exactly he got there, but just seeing him nearly gave me a heart attack. All I knew was that the universe was glitching up and that I was responsible for it one way or another. I was causing mutations in its DNA. Dad, how'd you get in here? I asked nervously. What do you mean? I signed in from the front. Like everyone else, he said, looking at me like I was an idiot. Oh, no, you didn't. Nobody told me you were coming. How are you, though? I asked, sitting down on Morgan's bed. Morgan was probably flirting with more nurses at that moment. I can't blame him, though, I kinda have a thing for nurses too. I read stories about nurses and doctors falling in love with their patients, so maybe I could get myself one. Only problem is I always end up crushing on people who are twice my age. Instead of replying, he vanished into thin air for approximately 5 seconds before returning with no warning. The way he appeared was incredibly sudden. 2. He would just materialize in a fraction of a second instead of slowly emerging. I felt my heart beat out a Slayer song at that point. I couldn't tell if this was all a hallucination or if he was genuinely phasing through reality. Whatever the case, I wanted to crawl into a ball and plug my ears. I touched him to test if he was real or a hallucination, and when I did, he popped like a balloon and disappeared from this world. He returned 10 seconds later, and his face was completely covered in blood. He didn't seem to be aware of it, or at least didn't care enough to wipe it off. What's with that look, Skipper? You look like you saw a ghost, he asked concernedly. It's nothing, it's just, have you ever had something so weird happen to you that you simply couldn't explain it? I asked, trying not to freak out. There was no way he got in my room normally. This was clearly a result of the time paradoxes. What in the world happened to you? He asked, noticing the look of apprehension on my face. As tempting as it was, I was not about to explain to him that I saw him disappearing into thin air. He already thought I was somewhat mentally unstable. I couldn't lead him to believe that I was completely nuts. Nothing. How is work going? I assume you've been working on your recycling robot a lot lately. I asked, trying to change the subject. You have no idea. That robot is like my child at this point. You know, someday I should show you Dash, he said excitedly before disappearing into thin air all over again. How often is this going to keep happening to me? It only ever gets worse. As I lay down on my bed, staring at the ceiling in confusion, he emerged a couple of seconds later, yet again, except this time on Morgan's bed. The worst part of it all was that he didn't even realize what was happening. This was completely normal somehow for him. For me, I was about 2 seconds away from going into delirium. I swear I felt a piece of my sanity slipping every time he reappeared. I worried I would have a full-blown mental breakdown that I could never recover from. Hey, how's the hospital treating you? He asked as if he didn't just appear out of thin air. It's been treating me all right. How's Mom doing at home? I haven't heard from her in what feels like forever. Oh, she's doing swell. Did I ever tell you she started glassblowing? Apparently, it's a really relaxing hobby, he said, stretching lazily. Glassblowing? I thought she was all about gardening. I asked, confused. I never remembered her showing any interest in glassblowing, so this came as a shock to me. Gardening? Since when was she interested in Gardash? He asked with a perplexed expression before disappearing yet again. By this point, I wasn't surprised about what was happening. I had become so used to the crazy that nothing seemed out of the ordinary anymore. I wished at that moment that I'd die by some freak accident. My dark thoughts had festered into something genuinely horrible by that point. I felt like Norman Osborn from Spider-Man at that moment. You know that one scene where he talks to his evil side in the mirror? That's what the experience was like for me. I was fighting my ID and trying to remain sane and in control. I may have been alive physically, but I had never felt so dead mentally. This continued at least 2 more times, and each time it happened, I lost more and more of my sanity. I stopped replying to him since I knew he would disappear in less than a minute, anyway. He had a look of annoyance and confusion on his face for me not replying to him, but at that moment, I didn't care about anything or anyone. I had become entirely numb to the world. After what felt like years, Morgan entered the room in the strangest way possible. I'm dead serious when I say he phased through the door from the outside and was floating 7 feet off the ground. Smoke flowed from his body and covered the entire room in a gloomy haze during the span of a few seconds. It took everything not to scream at the horror I was witnessing. This was like the Twilight Zone but in real life. He asked me, while still floating in the air, if I talked to anyone in the room. His eyes were wide as saucers when he asked me that. I guess he thought someone must have broken into our room. The only question is, why in the world would someone break into a psychiatric hospital? If I were to break in somewhere, a psychiatric hospital would be the last place on my mind. I'd much rather check out what they've got hidden in Area 51. I heard they've got aliens and flying saucers there, although, personally, I think that's a load of shit. No, I haven't spoken to anyone. Why? I lied. I just thought I heard someone. Man, so many weird things have been happening to us lately. Do you think this place might be cursed? He asked anxiously. Yep, and I'm the curse. I think it's our medication maybe. I mean, have you seen how many side effects those things carry? I half lied. I felt horrible for lying to him, but it's not like I could have told him the truth. If I did, I'd have just extended my stay at the hospital. You're probably right. It's just, do you ever get this weird feeling like everything is about to go terribly wrong and then it does? He asked, sighing. I'm afraid that's just called life, Morgan. Life, it's both the greatest and worst thing all at the same time, he replied with a deep sigh. Tell me about it. Chapter 65, May 21, 2020, 12:30 p.m. I can't wait to get out of this screwed up place, I muttered to the others at our table. I swear, the longer I stayed in this place, the crazier I became. It was beyond tempting to just time travel out of the hospital to the future, but I knew that I'd have gotten nothing good out of doing it. The mind isn't always known for being rational, though. Same, I'm probably going to watch Scott Pilgrim vs. the World for the 1000th time and listen to some Jack Storber. I can't get Two Time out of my head. Kimberly said, sighing. I can't get Take Me Home, Country Roads out of my head. It makes me homesick for West Virginia, but I've never been there. I watched that movie not too long ago, Madeline replied, laughing. You remind me a bit of Ramona, Madeline, Kimberly replied with a tiny smile. That's very sweet, but how come, she asked curiously. Just your entire personality is very much like Ramona's, especially your sarcasm. I actually base a lot of my personality off of Holden Caulfield. Have you guys ever read The Catcher in the Rye? I have, and it was hella depressing. It was so ahead of its time if you think about it. I mean, before that book, nobody really talked about mental health problems in teens, Morgan spoke. I read it during my freshman year, and honestly, I both adored and despised Holden at the same time. It's like I get he wanted to protect innocence or whatever, but he came off as a sociopath half the time. I mean, he claims to be against phonies, and yet he's the biggest one in the book. He constantly lies throughout the book. He's aware of it, but he never tries to change. He does whatever the hell he wants for 236 pages, I replied. To be fair, he was 16 at the time. It makes sense that he wasn't the most likable person. That ending quote gets me every time, don't ever tell anybody anything. If you do, you start missing everybody. I want to get that as a tattoo on my forearm, Madeline said. I almost forgot how true it was. You totally should get it. I'm going to miss all of you guys so much, I said emotionally. Relax, buddy, it's not like you're going off to war, who says you won't be able to talk to us? Morgan asked with an amused expression. He patted me on the shoulder and calmed me down a bit. Time paradoxes possibly. I know, it's just do you ever get to know someone really closely and then feel pain when you eventually have to part with them? That's how I feel, I mean, you guys are some of my favorite people, I said with a genuine smile. I couldn't imagine leaving everyone behind. I didn't even know what I would do once I got out. All the time. So, who's this Ashley the staff keep talking about? Kimberly virtually whispered. The way she spoke was completely different, no doubt a result of time paradoxes. Her voice had become barely audible, more like what I expected it to sound. The entire room fell silent for about 5 seconds, it was so quiet I could practically hear my heartbeat. Eventually, I broke down and explained to Kimberly who she was. I just couldn't take the awkward silence anymore, it was eating me alive like hydrofluoric acid. She was this girl who had a seizure and a mental breakdown recently. She was very kind, and her condition was completely unexpected, I explained, trying my best not to shake, it was my fault after all. Oh. Is she okay now? She asked curiously. We don't know, last time we heard from her, she wasn't doing too good, Morgan replied with a frown. How bad was it? She asked. The more she asked about Ashley, the worse I felt. She was hallucinating and experienced paranoia. Whatever happened to her caused her to break. Before she had a seizure, she was shaking really badly too. Poor girl, Madeline said with a frown. While they talked about Ashley, I began to feel a strange nauseating sensation in my stomach that I couldn't explain too well. The best way to describe it is that it felt like my stomach was endlessly expanding and burning. The most severe headache possible followed this. It felt like somebody took a sledgehammer and whacked me in the forehead. A massive rushing sound in my ears, like when a plane took off, overcame me, and I felt my body cry out in agony. I could tell I was slowly dying. Historical events and people covered the walls like paintings. I saw Joseph McCarthy give a speech about the evils of communism and witnessed the coronation of Queen Victoria. Suddenly, my surroundings melted away like candle wax, and I found myself in 1957 in Daytona Beach. Just my luck. Chapter 66, May 21, 1957, 12:35 p.m. I saw them instantly, Rosie and Ricky were sitting side by side on a maroon picnic blanket and discussing some story they read about from the New York Times that I couldn't hear too well. It had something to do with the Cold War and communism, though. I'm pretty sure they mentioned the Cuban Revolution, but I can't confirm this. Fidel Castro was such a fascinating person. He did many great things, like providing free education and healthcare, but also oppressed the population. And don't even get me started on Che Guevara. I still don't know if he was a hero or a mass murderer. My uncle bought me a Che shirt when I turned 15. The bastard probably doesn't even know who he is. Che being commercialized by capitalists is hilarious because the guy was a Marxist. Speaking of the Cold War, I remember Ricky once telling me about how they had all these drills in his school where they made you hide under a desk to prepare for a nuclear attack. Not sure how hiding under a desk is supposed to save you from an atomic bomb, though. It's honestly not that bad for those caught in the explosion. It's far worse for those who survive and suffer from radiation poisoning. Read about Chernobyl sometime, it's a horrifying story. I've seen the pictures of the abandoned Pripyat amusement park and felt a pang of pain knowing that nobody ever got to go there. It was supposed to open 5 days after the disaster, but well, you know. Are you lost, fella? Ricky asked, noticing my confusion. Yeah, I'm not from here. Do you know your way around this place? I asked, hoping that I wouldn't be stranded on this beach for the rest of time. I had no money and must have looked like a fool in my M83 shirt. It was the cover art to their album Hurry Up, We're Dreaming. I braced myself for having to explain to everyone who M83 was. Sure, why there's the Sundance Hotel just a little north of here, Rosie replied, standing up and pointing straight ahead. I'd go there if I could, but a bunch of hoodlums took all my dough, I lied, trying to sound like I belonged in the 50s. You're a little young looking, where are your parents? Ricky asked, raising an eyebrow. I knew I'd get asked that eventually. I'm 19, I just look young. Could you sport me some cash, Ricky? I asked, instantly regretting calling him by name. How in the world do you know my name? He asked anxiously. Boy, his expression was one of pure fear. He looked at me as if I had just leaked his address to the world. Everyone knows about your little street races, Mac, I replied with a wink. For once, I actually came up with a pretty solid lie. Instead of replying, he blushed vermilion and gave me $30. Sweet. Stay safe, Beatnik, Rosie said, waving as I parted to find the Sundance Hotel. On my way there, I noticed just how hot and humid it was. I was suffocated by the heat. I have been to Florida once in my life when I was 13, and all I remember is seeing about 1,000 iguanas and it raining all the time. I also remember this one restaurant that always played Elvis Presley. I believe it's called Blue Suede Shoes. I had a gigantic banana split there and felt like my stomach would burst for the next few hours. It was the best thing I ever had. When you're hungry, everything tastes fantastic. How I love being a super taster at times. Just don't ever give me black licorice. The first time I had it, I swear I nearly threw up. It's a miracle people actually buy it with how disgusting it tastes. Same with eggnog, that stuff makes me feel ill. I do love nutmeg, though. Well, except for that one experience I had with it as a kid. What happened was, never mind, I promise to explain it all later. If I don't, I'll allow you to punch me in the face. While walking there, I swear I saw my dad at least 8 times in the crowds. It was as if his face kept being pasted over others and each time it happened drove me closer and closer to insanity. I was about a nanometer away from breaking when I decided to calm myself down by getting something to eat despite not being overly hungry. I have a habit of eating when I'm down, even if I have no appetite. That's another one of my bad habits. Luckily I have a fast metabolism, so I can pretty much eat anything and not gain any weight. I stopped at the first place I saw called Big Jake's and got in line behind about 5 other people. The smell of cigarette smoke was overwhelming and made me nearly cough my lungs out. It made 1931 seem like a playground. The men were smoking Newports, and the women were smoking out of those cigarette holders they show in old movies. As crazy as it sounds, I almost asked for a puff at that moment to calm myself down. I was so desperate for something to calm me down that I was tempted to do just about anything to ease my anxiety. It would have been a massive help if my doctor prescribed me clonazepam at the very least. That and some Ambien, because falling asleep for me is nearly impossible. I've heard some weird stories of people sleepwalking and eating bizarre combinations of food on the latter, though. Eventually, it was my turn to go up, and the guy up front gave me a peculiar look like I didn't belong in 1957, which wasn't exactly wrong. His expression said, "Where did you come from?" "What will it be, Mac?" he asked, still giving me a suspicious look. "I'd like number 7, a hot dog deluxe, please," I said, giving him $30. He gave me a look like I was a complete idiot, no doubt because the meal only cost a quarter. Man, everything used to be so much cheaper back in the day. "Your food will be ready in a few minutes. Would you like a milkshake with that?" he asked, still giving me the death stare. "Sure, I'd like number 9, the lady killer," I said, giving him more of my considerable amount of money. "Your number is 67, we'll call you up when your order is ready," he replied, handing me a slip of paper. I grabbed the slip and sat down at a table near where Chuck Berry's Roll Over Beethoven was playing. They had this crazy giant jukebox you could drop a nickel in that would play rockabilly and jazz. I would have picked Rock Around the Clock by Bill Haley and his Comets, but I, unfortunately, didn't have a nickel on me. I find it hilarious that when rock came out, many parents thought it was the devil's music or some crap. Personally, I'd much rather let my children listen to rock than rap. It's too bad people had to kill it. People always ruin good things. I zoned out once again until I heard the number 67 being repeated several times. When I'm dissociated, you practically have to yell at me to get my attention, that's how bad it gets. It's like I completely forget about everything and everyone and just blank out staring at nothing. I even lose a sense of identity. I forget that I'm alive and lose a sense of who I am. Sometimes, when I'm dissociated, I stare at myself in the mirror and hardly recognize the person looking back at me. It's almost like being trapped in a dream or some surreal movie where everything has an artificial feel to it. I feel more like a robot than a human sometimes. "Sorry, man," I replied sheepishly. He just sighed in response and muttered something about how tourists give him a royal pain. I sat back down and took a bite out of the hot dog. It was one of the most delicious things I had ever eaten. I finished it in about 12 seconds and had to force myself not to get another one. They probably put drugs in it. I tried the Lady Killer shake after, and it was heavenly. It consisted of chopped up strawberries and a drizzle of caramel on top of some whipped cream with a maraschino cherry. I was about to give the guy up front a tip for the delicious food when I noticed the symptoms again. The rushing sound started up in full force, and I found myself back at St. Clara's 10 hours later. I almost felt happy to be back, to be honest with you. Home Sweet Home. Chapter 67, May 21, 2020, 10:35 p.m. One good thing came out of my involuntary time travel. The money Grandpa Ricky gave me stayed in my pocket, which was quite lovely. Unfortunately, it was worth diddly squat in 2020. With how rapidly inflation is rising in the United States, will be worse than Zimbabwe in the next 50 years. I can't wait for milk to cost $100,000. "Oh, hey, you did it again," Morgan nearly whispered. He sounded like he entirely lost hope in everything. "Did what?" I asked, pretending to be stupid. I hate how good I am at lying sometimes. It's like deep down, I want someone to notice that I'm full of crap, but they never do. Like Holden Caulfield famously said, people never notice anything. They sure notice everything after you die, though. The thought of people leaving flowers on my grave disgusts me. Give me flowers when I'm alive. What am I supposed to do with them when I'm dead? The only people I'd even want visiting my grave would be my mother, my father, Grace, Annalie, and the people I met at St. Clara's. I wouldn't want Uncle Dante Esposito anywhere near it. He doesn't deserve that. As for my grandparents, Rosie wouldn't even know my bloody name, and Ricky would spew some existentialist nonsense about how I created my purpose in life. He's mad about Soren Kierkegaard and probably prays to him before bed. You blanked out with a different personality. I'm the only one who noticed it. I think I'm going crazy, he replied in a shaky tone, sounding like he was about to cry. Hey, sometimes people just don't pay attention to things. You're not going crazy, I replied in a reassuring tone, trying to calm him down. I've witnessed so many crazy things lately. I swear I saw my brother in my room before he disappeared. I'd swear to you, but nobody would believe me. Do you believe me? He asked with wide eyes. He looked like he was about to break. Man, I was so depressed at that moment I had almost considered hitting my leg. Yes, I believe you, I said honestly. Considering that this was all my fault, I had no reason not to believe him. I'm glad you do, anyone else would have thought I was crazy. By the way, Ashley is back in the psychiatric hospital, not this one, but one called John Wilson's on Bainbridge Island. Can I confess to you something? He asked with a tiny smile. Sure, what is it? I asked cautiously. I totally had a crush on her, man. She was so beautiful with her auburn hair and hazel eyes. When I saw what happened to her, I wanted to cry. I just hope that she's doing okay at John Wilson's, he said, sighing. She is gorgeous. Hey, how is Madeline doing? I asked, suddenly remembering her. She's totally head over heels for you. Something in you must be really magnetic. Humans do have iron in them, I chuckled. That was a clever one. You know, I'm going to miss you so much. Keep the cut book and read it when you feel down, okay? Promise me, he asked, sitting up. I promise. One day, hopefully, I'll see you out of this inferno, he said, chuckling. You'll be out soon, don't worry, I comforted him. Once I get out, I'm just going to lock myself in my room and watch Netflix, probably. I'm way behind on Stranger Things. There's an entire world out there, don't miss it while you still have the chance. I've got until the end of time, he jested. Until the end of time. Chapter 68, May 22, 2020, 8:30 a.m. My last breakfast at St. Clara was a bittersweet one. I was finally leaving this prison, but I'd have to leave some great people behind. I've never been good at goodbyes, to be honest with you. When I was around 10, I visited Grace in Chicago, and when I left, I cried for about 3 hours straight. I get over-emotional when I have to leave someone or something. Maybe that's why my parents never let me have pets. They knew that once it died, I'd be on the verge of a mental breakdown. I even get attached to inanimate objects sometimes. I had this stuffed sheep for around 10 years before I lost him. Initially, he had blue overalls, but I took them off him and never found them again. He lived the rest of his life as a nudist. His name was Barry, it's actually Berry, but I wrote it with an A by mistake and never corrected it. This might just be the most painful breakfast I've ever had, I said emotionally. Relax, dude. This isn't the Last Supper. You're getting out of this place, so make the best of it. You'll see us again, Morgan said in a confident tone, patting me on the back. He was entirely different from the person I had seen the night before. His eyes had a burning passion in them. I'm going to miss you, Bub, Madeline said, hugging me, trying her best not to cry. I saw shiny tears in her eyes and, without thinking about it, kissed them away. After that, I held her against me and promised I'd never leave her again. Kimberly said, nearly squealing. You're the cutest thing ever, Madeline said, turning crimson red. But I'm not, I said in disbelief. Yes, you are, so shut up. So what do you think you'll do after all this? She asked suddenly. Definitely not time travel. I'm not sure exactly, I guess we'll have to see where life takes me, I replied with a small smile. Wanna go watch a movie or something once we're both out? Madeline asked, twirling her hair. Sure, one of my favorite films is Inception. Have you ever seen it? I've heard of it, but I've never watched it, she said with a sheepish smile. What? It's like one of the best movies ever, Morgan nearly yelled out with a mouth half full of waffles. I really should see it then. While we talked some more about the movie and what made it so great, a nurse walked up to me and told me my father was ready to pick me up. Which one? My real dad or the horrible version of him that only cares about himself and his stupid robot? Bye, everyone, I said excitedly, waving as I left the room to go home. As tempting as it was, that was the only time in my life when I didn't look back. I had the rest of my life ahead of me, and this was going to be my redemption. I'm finally coming home. Chapter 69, May 22, 2020, 8:45 a.m. You know that moment when you want to say something but don't know the exact words to vocalize it? That's how I felt on the ride back home with my dad. It was probably the most awkward car ride of my life, to be honest with you. It's like I had enough thoughts to write the sequel to War and Peace, but I just didn't know how to put those thoughts into English. Sometimes, I know exactly how to express my words but physically struggle to say them. It's like my throat just locks. My father turned on the radio, and it started playing Woke Up This Morning by Nickelback. Hearing it made me think about how much I screwed everything up with my time travel. I experienced the most uncomfortable chills as I listened to it and felt sick to my stomach. I opened the glove compartment to see if we had anything for motion sickness and was pleasantly surprised to find some Dramamine. To make matters even better, it was the chewable type. We meet again, old friend. I took out a pill and chewed on it to ease my nausea. The taste of synthetic oranges brought me back to being a child. Remembering my childhood hurt indescribably. You're car sick? My dad asked in utter surprise. I got over motion sickness at 11, so this shocked him. My meds make me feel pretty queasy, I lied. I see. So how have you been doing, Dad? I awkwardly asked. It felt surreal seeing him in the flesh again. It was as if I had spent my entire life at St. Clara. I'm good, I've been working like mad on that robot I told you about. One day, everyone will own them. Knowing the positive impact I'm making on the world motivates me. So much in life can change based on perspective, he said with a look of excitement in his eyes. I hadn't seen him so passionate about something in years, and it hurt me deep down, knowing that his boss would eventually screw him over. Knowledge is the worst, dumb people have it easy. You're right, Dad. Say, how did you even get interested in this robot business? I asked curiously. Son, robots are slowly replacing human effort. Someday, the future will be automated with robots doing what we could have only dreamed of. If we want to have a prosperous future, then we have to let technology evolve, he said passionately. So, when was that? I asked, confused. I've loved robots ever since reading Isaac Asimov. Didn't I ever tell you this? He asked, looking at me like I asked him the dumbest question in the world. The constant alternation between the versions of my dad drove me insane. You did now. So, have you thought of a name for your robot yet? You seem to only refer to him as that robot. Good point, I'm thinking of naming it Recyclonator. See, the thing with names is that if you pick a stupid one, you'll have to live with it for the rest of your life. What do you think of that name? I mean, honestly, he asked, looking me right in the eyes as if judging to see if I was being honest. I like it, but Dad, WH-. We're here, he yelled out, likely trying to ignore my attempts to warn him of Maynard. One day you'll regret all of this. Chapter 70, May 22, 2020, 9:03 a.m. As soon as I got home and said hello to my mother, I went straight to my room. Seeing my father's alternate side made me want to punch something or at least listen to music on full blast. That's the greatest feeling right there, blasting good music, I mean. And if you have one of those 5.1 or 7.1 surround sound speakers, I bet it sounds even better. My ultimate wish is to hear the song Money by Pink Floyd in surround sound. It would be like being at a concert. I'd kill to see that Pulse tour they did, you know, the one where David Gilmour plays a 4-minute guitar solo during Comfortably Numb. Sickest concert ever. I went with the latter option and put on Never Again by Nickelback, turning it up to the maximum volume. I knew that I'd probably drive my neighbors insane with my loud music, but I didn't give a crap at that moment. Besides, it's not like I was playing anything terrible. You may be asking why I picked that song. it helps me deal with my homicidal thoughts against my uncle with its lyrics. I've never once heard him say that he loved either Grace or me. He only loves booze, money, and playing Texas Hold'em poker with his alcoholic cronies. Once, he even invited me to play and drink with him while drunk as a skunk. I reminded Dante that I was underage, and I remember he casually replied with, so what? If nobody saw it, it never happened. Who cares about laws and rules? I know I sure as hell don't. After he went to sleep, I poured his bottles of Bacardi down the kitchen sink. The next day, he found out and split my lip. Real stand-up guy, I know. I just want my dad to be normal again. Is that too much to ask for? After that, I played Civil War by Guns N' Roses to calm myself down. My mother loves that song, and I don't blame her, it makes me emotional. My dad once showed me the movie the song's intro sampled, Cool Hand Luke. I thought it was really dull. A film I like that's not too exciting is Johnny Got His Gun. It's what turned me into a pacifist. War sucks for everyone but the rich, they send all the poor high school graduates to die for them. Let me get this straight, at 18, I can die fighting for my country, but I can't enjoy a goddamn drink. As I was listening to it, my dad walked into my room and, with an annoyed expression, told me to turn the music way down. This wasn't like him in the least, he typically loved the music I played, no matter how loud it was. It's crazy how someone can change. Overnight for the worse, it's like they wake up a completely different person. Fine, I grumbled as I turned it down. After he left, I listened to music with headphones since I could listen to it as loudly as I wanted to. I looked everywhere for my Panasonic RP, HJE125Z headphones and finally found them in the strangest location possible. Somehow, they ended up inside one of my drawers. I grabbed them and put the earphones in. I played Not Gonna Die by Skillet and just laid on my bed, staring at the ceiling. I first heard Skillet when I was around 13, I still remember listening to Monster for the first time and falling in love with the band. It became a part of the holy trinity of metal bands for me, the three were Slipknot, Skillet, and Linkin Park. It's a shame that Chester isn't with us anymore, though. As I stared at the ceiling, I started hallucinating the weirdest things. One bizarre thing I saw was Jeff Goldblum's head rotating 360 degrees as if he were possessed. I do not know why I hallucinated that to this day, but I must admit that I found it amusing. Bones? What are those? After that strange hallucination, I started seeing random bright blue math problems in my handwriting and me playing Titan Quest. The latter hallucination tripped me out because I actually saw myself sitting on my computer and playing the game. I called out to myself quietly to see what would happen. The hallucination looked at me and waved. Not gonna lie, that creeped me out a bit. The next thing I hallucinated was me getting my ass repeatedly kicked in Cuphead. I died a minimum of 36 times. I counted, I kept losing the King Dice stage and felt pissed off just watching the hallucination because it reminded me of how much I used to play the game. I abhor it, but I love it at the same time. I guess I'm a masochist deep down. The next hallucination that I experienced was an auditory one, and I found it hilarious. I heard a Zoom meeting for our English class. It was so detailed that I could interact with the TA using my thoughts and have her respond to me. We talked for around 3 minutes before I got bored and got up off my bed and stretched. Only thing was, I wasn't wearing any pants, and the TA called out in horror, "Clive, put some pants on." I felt my face turn beet red and murmured for her to shut up. Surprisingly, she did, and the hallucination ended. What I witnessed next wasn't pleasant in the least. My door started opening and slamming shut repeatedly, and I worried that my parents would come up and yell at me for making so much noise. It was so realistic that I had completely forgotten that it was all inside my head. The most WTF hallucination I remember seeing was one of seagulls flying all around my room and crapping out pipe bombs. Wherever the bombs landed, a hole would form in the ground. Angered by the birds, I got up off my bed and slapped a few of them in the head. To my surprise, my hand didn't go through them, and they had a lifelike texture to them. The birds I slapped got pissed off and started morphing into this giant seagull. When they were finished transforming into the abomination, the giant seagull looked straight at me and shrieked. Actually, calling it a shriek would be generous, it sounded more like the screams of the damned. I grabbed my drawing pen out of desperation and stabbed it right through the neck. The way it died defied all logic. It exploded into a million pieces of green glass, which melted into the floorboards and disappeared, never to be seen again. I swear, I'm going crazy. While their hallucinations temporarily stopped, their time skips only got started. You might be asking what it's like to experience one. Imagine you're sitting there chilling, and suddenly, you feel electricity shooting through your veins. Every time it happens, I can't help but jolt. Oh, and it's beyond nauseating, too. My stomach jumps like a kangaroo every time it happens. It feels a lot like falling, actually. The first skip I experienced sent me about 30 minutes into the future. My mother and I were in the middle of a conversation when the jolt kicked in. Suddenly, I forgot what we were talking about and felt severe nausea in my stomach. I had to try my absolute best not to show any pain. My mother would send me right back to the hospital if she saw what state of mind I was in. "So are you going to finish that thought or what?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. I honestly forgot what we were talking about, I said with a sheepish smile. "We were talking about Annalie. You said you wanted to see her when and didn't finish your sentence," she said with a concerned look. My mother is always worried about me. I can't blame her for it, but it feels excessive at times. She once told me that she was prescribed Xanax for her anxiety when she was younger. She would call my uncle over to comfort her. Unfortunately, Uncle Dante used that as an opportunity to pop some pills. She stopped taking her meds because of his borderline criminal actions. That moron will try to get high off anything. He's the type of guy who would pretend to be a horse to score some ketamine. "I want to see her during summer break," is what I meant to say, I replied with the worst poker face in history. "I really don't see why you don't date her, she's perfect for you," she said, looking at me like I was a complete idiot. "Annalie is a splendid girl, don't get me wrong, but we're just too different to work well, you know." "What do you mean?" she asked, confused. "Well, she thinks very positively of this world. I'm the polar opposite, I find problems with everything. If we were ever to date, we'd have constant conflict. I wouldn't want that for someone like her," I replied with a deep sigh. "That's a load of crap, Clive," she said, laughing at my stupid comment. I was about to reply and tell her it was all true, but I experienced a time skip forward before I could even open my mouth. Now, I was 2 hours into the future. I looked around and realized that I had somehow appeared in my bed. I looked at the outline of my legs underneath the blanket and saw that they were moving on their own. I laid there perfectly still, and yet they slid all around like ice cubes. Something caught my eye as I was lying there in bed. I noticed that my ceiling fan was going apeshit and swinging around in every direction. Typically, this would have been a nuisance, but it was so much worse this time around. The fan blades morphed into spider legs, and before I knew it, a giant wooden spider was crawling all over my room. It was also around this time that my paranoia got really bad. I heard my neighbors amicably discussing something, but in my mind, they were talking about how much they hated me and wanted me dead. I got so terrified listening to them that I locked my door to prevent them from getting anywhere near me. A few seconds after I locked it, I heard pounding and felt too terrified to check if it was real or hallucination. I thought about asking the person on the other side if they were real or hallucination, but I got worried that my parents would hear me. Eventually, I had to leave my room to use the restroom, and I felt pure terror walking through our hallway. We have several mirrors throughout it, and whenever I looked into one, I would see a bleeding hand pressing against the glass from the inside. It was as if someone trapped it inside the mirror. The bathroom wasn't that much better, in all honesty. There was this weird black goldfish that swam through the air in my bathtub in a seamless loop. The goldfish was the least of my worries. There was also the issue of hearing people knocking on the bathroom door every 5 seconds. Several of them spoke to me, but their voices were too muffled to make out what they were saying. "Leave me alone, damn it." All of this faded in comparison to the mother of all hallucinations. I hallucinated that I was in the hospital again. I saw nurses all around me and asked them why I was in the hospital. Their heart monitor by me beeped like crazy. I calculated that my heart beat 110 times per minute, which is exceptionally high for someone who's resting. You had a seizure, one nurse said, showing me my hospital papers. That was when I heard the heart monitor let out the most horrifying sound in existence. It sounded like code for, "You're dead, kid." I felt a massive jolt in my heart and heard a nurse scream out that I was going into cardiac arrest. I returned to reality right after going into cardiac arrest, and my brain did not feel good in the least. I felt so confused and out of it that I questioned where I was. The bathroom looked the same as it always did, but my brain just refused to recognize it. After that all happened, I experienced another time skip and went forward in time about 9 hours. I saw my mom go into my room and tell me that dinner was ready. Thank God she wasn't a hallucination. I nearly went insane from experiencing them. "I'll be down soon," I said with a sigh. At that moment, I felt absolutely no motivation to do anything. As I went downstairs, I saw a black mongrel rush past me with a rabbit in its jaws. This made little sense as we didn't have any dogs in the house. I was about to ask my mom if she saw the dog before I realized it was probably a hallucination. Good thing I didn't ask them about it, they would have sent me right back to the psych ward. Psych hospitals aren't the most enjoyable places on earth. I sat at the dinner table and saw that dinner today was beef stroganoff. That cheered me up right there because it's my favorite food. I felt a smile creep across my face and felt like everything was getting better for once. "I know just how much you like it," my mother said with a genuine smile, brushing my hair. "Thank you, I wasn't in the best mood earlier," I replied with a deep sigh. "What's wrong?" my dad asked out of nowhere. I had somehow completely missed him and practically forgotten about him. I guess my mind was just trying to ignore the terrible memories he gave me. "It's just I met this one girl in the hospital, and I miss her," I half lied. I certainly missed Madeline, but she wasn't the reason I was so upset. "You certainly picked a strange place to get a girlfriend," my dad replied hysterically, laughing. "Oh, shut up. Can I bring her over when she gets out?" I promised to show her Inception. "Of course." "What's her name?" my mom asked. "Madeline, she's around my age, and she loves the band Queensrÿche." "You have one of their CDs, Dad," I said with a small smile. She and my dad would have gotten along so well. "I do," he asked stupidly. "Yes, don't you remember?" "Operation Mind Crime," I replied with raised eyebrows. "Nope, doesn't strike a bell," he said confusedly. After that awkward conversation, I finally started eating my food, and wow, was it delicious. I could have eaten 50 servings of it if I wanted to. I asked our Alexa to play the song Trans by Gorillaz as it popped into my mind while I was eating. I had a huge Gorillaz phase during middle school, and knew pretty much all of their songs. Clint Eastwood is my favorite song of theirs, although I admit the lyrics, "I ain't happy, I'm feeling glad," make zero sense. Everything makes sense on drugs. "Sounds a lot like the guy from Blur," my dad said, chuckling. "It kinda is him, Dad," I replied, stifling a laugh. "Oh, right. I remember when song 2 was on nearly every radio, that and Tub Thumping. Man, that second song is so annoying. How bad could it be?" my mom and I asked at the same time. "Alexa, play Tub Thumping by Chumbawamba," he replied, shaking his head. I lasted about a minute before the song became unbearable. I swear it was probably the worst thing I ever heard in my life. Not only are the lyrics ridiculous, but the chorus is unspeakably annoying. If Weird Al did a parody of it, though, I'd watch it for the rest of my life. After I finished my food, I went back to my room and lay down in bed again. I swear, I spend most of my time in my bed. I put on Kyoto by Skrillex on my phone, and before I realized it, I had fallen asleep. I slept like a baby that night. Part 5, Recovery. Chapter 71, May 23, 2020, 10:56 a.m. I woke up feeling poisoned, my heart was pounding, and my vision got all blurry whenever I tried to read anything. I would become farsighted anytime I focused on an object's details. Besides my physical symptoms, my ceiling was flipping out, and chunks of it broke off, falling inches away from me. Oh, and of course, spiders had to come out of their holes. I saw an army of spiders gather in a single file line and crawl through the air towards me. Please just go away, I pleaded quietly, hoping their hallucinations would understand my pain, as crazy as that sounds. The spiders didn't give a damn, though, they just kept on coming and eventually reached my bed. I slapped the freaks away countless times, but they just came back stronger than ever. Battling the spiders was like fighting a hydra. 50 would show up in their place for the 10 that I slapped away. I got so tired of swatting them away after a few minutes that I simply gave up and let the suckers crawl all over me. Wherever they crawled, intense itchiness in the area soon followed. I'm not sure how long it was before the spiders disappeared, but it felt like hours. Even with them gone, I felt a tremendous sense of paranoia that made me look out the window every 2 seconds to ensure I wasn't being persecuted. I started deluding myself that the FBI was after me, and the highly realistic auditory hallucinations did not help matters. I heard tinny voices coming from their walkie-talkies, and it almost sounded as if they were underwater. So this is what insanity feels like. Out of nowhere, my phone rang, startling me. I debated whether to answer it because it could have been a hallucination for all I knew. I took a risk and answered it. It pleasantly surprised me that Annalie was on the other line. If you're asking why it took so long to figure out that it was her, remember, I couldn't read text for shit. Annalie, I miss you so much, I croaked out. Clive, are you all right? Your voice is so quiet and hoarse, she asked concernedly. I'm sick with laryngitis, I lied. Oh. I wanted to ask if you wanted to meet up today, but I guess you're not feeling up to it, she said in a crushed tone. Annalie, I'm always down for meeting up. You know what's my favorite thing about you? I asked without realizing it. I can't say that I do. What is it? I could feel her curiosity through my screen. Your kindness, I mean you see so much good in the world. It's difficult to love humanity when it destroys everything. How do you love people who could care less about you? Well, there's this song I listen to when I get down. It's called Most People Are Good, and it's by Luke Bryan. It reminds me that the world isn't as bad as the news makes it out to be. It's like you watch the news, and it's always about some mass shooting. Seeing that all the time really weighs you down, you know. Oh, trust me, I know, I replied with a pained chuckle. So when and where do you want to meet, she asked. I could probably do 12 at Kerry Park. You're by that area, right? I asked with a loud yawn. No matter how much sleep I get, I am eternally tired. That's right. I'll see you soon. Stay safe, Clive, she cheerfully replied. I did the dumbest thing right before hanging up. I accidentally told her I loved her. I felt like such a moron that I genuinely considered snapping my phone in half. Then something unexpected happened. I received a text from her, saying the last words I expected to hear. I love you too. Chapter 72, May 23, 2020, 11:51 a.m. I'm going to do the unthinkable, I will compliment myself. I love that I never come late to anything. It's a good quality to have. I got to Kerry Park almost 10 minutes before we were supposed to meet up, so I had plenty of time to kill. The only question I had was what I would do with all of this extra time. I considered checking out the view of the Space Needle for the umpteenth time, but it wouldn't feel special to me. When you see something every day, it quickly loses its charm. I mean, you have all these tourists freaking out over seeing the needle because it's a novel experience to them. Nothing feels worse than losing your love for something or someone. I miss being a child so much. Everything was easier back then. I decided to sit down on the closest bench, and right away, my mind flashed images of my seizure. I felt so sick and nauseous from seeing the pictures that I nearly vomited. I was foaming at the mouth, and my jaw was tightly clenched. Annalie, please just be here. The unmistakable scent of bacon bubble gum woke my senses up like adrenaline. There was only one person I knew in Seattle who chewed gum like that, and it was Annalie. "Annalie, your game is up," I said with a chuckle as I looked all around for her. She was like a spider, here one moment and gone the next. "Fine, I guess I'll play by the rules," she said with a chuckle as she walked over to where I was. She wore a camouflage-colored hoodie the same color as the grass, and on her neck, she had a necklace with some kind of message. I couldn't read the text on account of my blurry vision. It says, "To thine own self be true." You probably don't get the reference, she said with an awkward chuckle. I do actually, it's a Shakespeare quote from Hamlet. Just for the record, it's my favorite play, I said as a genuine smile spread across my face. I'm impressed you got that right. What did you think of Ophelia? She asked curiously, leaning against a tree with her back. I honestly felt awful for her. Hamlet says many messed up things to her face. He basically tells Ophelia to become a nun and never speak to him again. Hey, that made me think of Spider-Man 3, I said with a chuckle at the end. Hamlet made me think of Spider-Man 3 because, in the movie, Peter Parker turns into a complete edgelord. Hamlet was almost like their progenitor. Dude, imagine Holden Caulfield and Hamlet meeting and just talking about life and stuff. Holden would probably call Hamlet a phony and then rant for an hour straight about how much he hates movies. For someone who claims to despise them, he sure watches a lot of films. Spider-Man 3 was definitely the worst in their trilogy, Annalie said with a deep sigh. One thing I didn't tell you is that she's obsessed with Marvel Comics. She even knows obscure characters such as Captain Ultra. He's so ultra you never even heard of the guy. I'm not sure why, but I started feeling flirty as hell at that moment. I have these moments where I flip a switch and become a different person entirely. I am a slave to my ID. What's the most beautiful thing you've seen today? I asked her with a sly smile. I saw the sunrise, if that counts. What about you? She asked curiously. I'm looking at it right now, I replied with a self-satisfied smile. I'm not sure why I was messing around with her feelings like this, but it honestly was quite entertaining. I felt just like Bully Maguire at that moment, like a corrupted version of myself. Me, beautiful? Maybe in my dreams, she said with a frown. I find it fascinating how so many attractive people consider themselves ugly. There's this girl named Martha Henry in my history class who is drop-dead gorgeous but constantly feels like she's the most unattractive girl on earth. I always remind her she's beautiful, but she never believes me when I say it. Trust me, when I say something, I sure as hell mean it. You said God speaks through dreams, right? I asked with another self-satisfied smile. I was setting her up like a comedian sets up a joke. I didn't give a damn that what I was doing was wrong, all I cared about at that moment was myself. He does, yes, she replied with a confused expression. She must have been wondering why I brought this up out of nowhere. He spoke to me in a dream and told me that he's proud of you, I replied with the feeling of guilt rising throughout my body. It's like my actions seemed perfectly normal until I realized they weren't. I don't even know what to say. I always feel like God doesn't love me and that I fail him, she said, fighting back tears. That's not God putting those thoughts in your mind. Satan comes as an angel of light, never forget that, I said, hugging her tightly and holding her right next to my heart. Despite how crappy the world was, I felt like I was in heaven at that moment. I'd have killed to experience it over again. Then she asked me the last question I expected to hear. Clive, would you marry me? I felt my eyes go wide as dinner plates and temporarily forgot how to speak coherently. All I could do was stand there with my mouth wide open like a moron. I would, I finally replied after calming my heart down. I meant what I said, I'd marry her in a second. I would too, she replied with a bubbly smile. That was when I became the biggest douchebag of the 21st century. I have a knack for ruining tender moments. There's just one problem with all of this. As much as I want to marry you, I can't. Everyone I've ever loved and cared for has left my life, and I can't afford to risk something like that happening again. You're a great person, I'm not saying you aren't, I'm the core problem here. See, I'm like a cigarette, I make a person's life better, and then I ruin it completely. I can't let myself hurt you, it would kill me inside. When I die, I'll go straight to the outer darkness, I mean it. She didn't respond at first and just stared at me with a horrified expression. Then, she started weeping and wouldn't stop. I apologized at least 8 times, but it didn't change anything. Finally, she said something that I will never forget. It's an awful feeling when you dedicate so much of your life to someone only to realize that they don't feel the same way. It's like getting second place in a race, you were so close and yet so far in achieving your goals. You know what's a funny thought? The people we think about the most are often the people who think about us the least. I can't change your mind, but just know that I'm here if you ever need me. Maybe I won't be there as a partner, but I'll always be there as a friend. Everyone deserves someone who cares, I'll be that person for you. I am so sorry about everything that I said. My life has been hell lately, and in all honesty, I use that as an excuse to hurt those around me. If I described just 10% of the crap that's been happening to me, you'd have a stroke, I said through gritted teeth. I reached my breaking point at that moment, I couldn't hide my issues anymore. What's wrong, Clive? She asked concernedly. I experience hallucinations sometimes, and most of them are highly disturbing. They interfere with my daily life and make me feel like I'm going insane every time I see them. And no, I don't do drugs, in case you were wondering. Something's wrong with my brain chemically, and I fear that it's damaged beyond repair, I said in one long breath. I wanted to get the pain out of my system as quickly as possible, all I wanted was some relief. This was my Brompton cocktail. I'm so sorry, I had no idea this was happening to you. I hope the doctors will help sort it out, she said with a shaky voice, hugging me tightly. I hide a lot of my pain, I feel weak when I show. It's okay to show hurt, it's what makes us human. I know a song that will help you with whatever you're going through, she said with a tiny smile. What song would that be? I asked curiously. It's actually a hymn, it's breathtaking. Have you heard of Come Thou Font of Every Blessing? I've definitely heard the name before, but I know little else about it. Could you play it for me? Sure, she said as she passed me her earbuds. I put them in and gave her the thumbs up as a sign that I was ready. As soon as the song started playing, I started thinking about how much of my precious life I had wasted away. I could have done something genuinely great during that time, but instead took the easy way out and built a wall of hypocrisy around me. It's like I ask God to give me opportunities to change, and when He does, I just brush them away. I honestly burst into tears by the time it was over. All I could feel was a deep regret for all my past mistakes. I realized how much I had destroyed through my carelessness. I guess I'm a tragic villain, I destroy everything without intending to. I'm certainly going to hell. No matter how full it gets, it'll always have a vacancy for people like me. Are you alright? She asked concernedly. Yeah, that hymn just really spoke to me. Do you ever get the feeling that a song was written specifically for you? It's a nice experience, I said with a tiny smile. Listening to music certainly brought my mood up. Music will always be there for you when nobody else is. Truth be told, I'd probably be dead without it. I remember looking at my music recommendations and seeing the song I Won't See You Tonight Part 1 by Avenged Sevenfold. I told myself that it would be the last song I'd ever listen to, but felt a strong desire to live after listening to it. Don't take life for granted, you don't get a second chance. I feel like that at times, yes. Do you know The Prince of Egypt? The animated film about Moses? I asked curiously. Yep. I feel like the song When You Believe was written for me. I've never actually seen it, I said with a sheepish smile. Oh man, you are missing out on one of the greatest animated films ever made, she said with a look of pity. Smile. What if you show it to me? I asked with a tiny. I think I will. Are you free to watch it today? I'm as free as a bird. Good. Trust me, you'll love it, she said quickly as she grabbed me by my hand and practically dragged me along. Even if the movie sucks, at least I'll be with someone I care about. Some people don't get that blessing. Chapter 73, May 23, 2020, 1:46 p.m. I genuinely enjoyed the movie. I know that's a shocking statement coming from me, considering I hate everything, but it's the truth. I would even go so far as to call it one of the greatest animated films ever made. One thing I liked about it was that it didn't come off as preachy. I feel like with a lot of Christian movies, they come off as self-righteous. My favorite part of the movie was when the 10 plagues struck Egypt. It's such a dark scene for a kid's movie, but man, is it breathtaking. I also liked how they made Ramses a tragic villain. I honestly felt sympathy for him despite his awful actions. I feel like no one in this world is truly righteous or truly evil, we're on a sort of spectrum. I like to believe that most people are good, but it's hard when there is so much hatred in the world. Annalie, I gotta be honest. I thought it would be awful, but it genuinely impressed me. You know what scene I thought was amazing? Let me guess, the one where Moses runs through a bunch of hieroglyphs, she asked with a tiny smile. How did you know? I asked, surprised. I just had a feeling. My favorite scene is where Moses confronts Ramses after his son dies. He was a villain, but I felt bad for him. He just wanted to be accepted by his father. Sometimes, we will do crazy things to be accepted by someone. I feel like a lot of people in this world do what's popular over what's right. The truth has never been popular because it often hurts. It sickens me to see so much materialism in this world. People are buying expensive clothes just to show off, that's pathetic to me. Why should I waste my money on something that isn't worth the price? People should buy something because it has value, not because everyone else is doing it. I just feel like society is concerned with the wrong things, it promotes selfishness. How can we change the world when all we love is ourselves? Clive, that was the most profound thing I've heard in a while. I completely agree with what you said. I feel like many people know what the truth is but don't accept it. The thing is, accepting something requires us to acknowledge we need to change. People don't want to change. Not all change is good, I think people often forget that. Sometimes, things become worse, and when they do, we appreciate the past. You never know what you have until it's gone, you know. Trust me, I know. When you lose something or someone, it changes your entire life. It's like you have to fill the hole with something else. For example, I listen to music to distract myself from life's problems. I can't imagine life without it. It will never leave you no matter how many years pass by. I wish it was like that with people. I wish good people never left, she said, fighting back emotions. At that moment, I started thinking about all the people I lost throughout my life and how much I missed them. There was a bit of an awkward silence for about 10 seconds following this. Do you know the song I Wish Grandpa's Never Died by Riley Green? She asked out of nowhere. I don't actually, but I would like to listen to it, I said with a genuine smile. Being around Annalie made me feel safe and loved. Okay, hold on, she said as she took a JBL Charge 3 speaker out of her backpack. She connected her phone to Bluetooth and put the song on. I won't lie, the song made me emotional. It made me think about my family and how much they loved me. My family is crazy, but I wouldn't have it any other way. There's a certain beauty in chaos. Without it, would we really value anything? I doubt we would. That was a beautiful song, I said with a pained smile. There's a country song for everything. There's this one song that's a guilty pleasure of mine. It's a dash. Achy Breaky Heart by Billy Ray Cyrus. I interrupted. That's the one. It has the worst lyrics in history, and yet it's so catchy, she said with a chuckle. Let's listen to it together, just you and I. Okay, but don't blame me when the song gets stuck in your head for the rest of eternity. No promises, I said with a chuckle. As she played the song, I was flooded with memories of all the awkward high school dances I went to. They always played inappropriate shit like Low by Flo Rida and Salt Shaker by the Yin Yang Twins. Those songs would have been fine to play in 2007, but this was over 10 years into the future. I gotta admit that as much as Flo Rida's rapping sucks, his songs are insanely catchy. I sometimes hum his song Whistle despite hating it. I don't recommend you listen to it, it has some of the worst lyrics in history. I also have I Cry play in my head from time to time. But seriously, the guy is the definition of corporate. If something is so bad that it's good, is it still bad? I asked with a chuckle. Yes, and no. It's good because it's bad. That sounds so weird to say. It does, but I get what you mean. Anyways, I should probably get back home, I said with a massive yawn. Why so soon? She asked, surprised. I'm writing a book, I want to work on it, I lied. The real reason I wanted to go home at that moment was that I started hearing shit again. I listened to some asshole yelling at me over the phone for no reason and knew that I had to get out as soon as possible. This annoying imp thing also kept laughing at me in a high-pitched voice. Well, be sure to send it to me when you're done with it, she said excitedly. I will, I said hurriedly as I left the room. I didn't want to go, but I knew that I'd freak Annalie out if I didn't. The worst part was I was about 5 seconds away from kissing her. The universe wouldn't let me feel joy, it wanted me to suffer in purgatory. The hallucinations only got worse after going outside. I hallucinated a cop who told me I was under arrest for time traveling and took out handcuffs. Before he could put them on me, he vanished into thin air. Well, more like exploded into 1,000 glass shards, but still. Another terrifying hallucination that I had was that of a girl screaming in agony. It was purely auditory, but it felt so real that I nearly tried to find the source of it. I knew I had to keep going and not pay any attention to my hallucinations, I had to overcome hell. I had experienced a minimum of 25 auditory and visual hallucinations by the time I arrived home. Most of the auditory hallucinations were of people yelling at me or my family asking me questions. I remember my mother kept asking if I was okay and if I wanted to be taken to the hospital. I responded in my head that I was fine, and she asked me, "Are you sure you're okay?" I answered that I was sure, and she disappeared. The visual hallucinations, on the other hand, had no rhyme or reason. I remember seeing a Ford Model T in the middle of the road and walking towards it. I touched it to confirm it was real, and the car exploded into 1,000 pieces. I hallucinated Malcolm as I walked and asked him what he was doing in the middle of nowhere. I was so delirious that I had entirely forgotten he was dead. The situation felt strangely normal to me as a result. When I finally got home, I ran straight to my room and locked the door behind me. I couldn't let anyone know what was happening to me, I had to suffer this hell alone. I looked at my posters for comfort and hallucinated Spike giving me the middle finger. It would have been hilarious if I wasn't so paranoid and anxious. I stared at my smoke detector since the posters weren't of any use and was horrified to see it drifting about like that doorknob I told you about. If I looked away and then looked back at it again, it would snap back to its original position. I closed my eyes to escape the hallucinations, but they continued. I witnessed countless insects and saw the Hat Man again. Once again, he said nothing and just stared at me. After he disappeared, the hallucinations ended. I was beyond thankful for that brief moment of sanity. I put on music to take my mind off this hell, choosing Shine on You Crazy Diamond by Pink Floyd because of how long it was. I would have 26 minutes of heaven. Listening to it reminded me of the day my mother introduced me to Pink Floyd. She played Wish You Were Here in the car, and I asked her what the song was. After telling me about Pink Floyd, I started listening to them like crazy. I remember hearing Any Color You Like for the first time and feeling like I was floating in space. The most incredible experience I've had with one of their songs was when my mother played Welcome to Their Machine in the car. The audio is super trippy and messes with your head. I fell asleep before the song ended, and that was my ticket out of hell. Sleep is the one time I don't worry about everything, it's my escape from the real world. The real world sucks. Chapter 74, May 25, 2020, 9 a.m. I somehow felt even worse the following day. My head hurt like mad, and when I looked at myself in the mirror, I was shocked by how pale my appearance was. My face was more akin to a ghoul than a human. Besides this, I felt dizzy, and every time I walked anywhere, black dots would flood my vision like ink spots. I brought this hell upon myself. I blame everyone else for my mistakes and then get mad when people call me out for it. I swear I won't live to be 18. As I walked downstairs, I kept getting these horrifically painful electric shocks, nearly making me fall over every time. It took all of my power to stay strong throughout all of this pain, and a part of me wished I would fall down the stairs and snap my neck, putting me out of my misery. I saw my father sitting at the dining table, and it genuinely surprised me to have seen him. Typically, he would have been at work around this time. He looked over at me, and his eyes widened massively. He appeared horrified at how I looked. "Son, can I be honest with you?" he asked with a concerned expression. "Sure," I replied anxiously. "You look like you're dead," he said with that same look of horror. "I feel like it too," I replied with a groan, shaking my head. "What do you think caused it?" "Time travel." "It's just my medication, it sucks," I lied. "I actually got decent benefits from sertraline. It relieved me from some of my obsessive thoughts and reduced the intensity of my dissociation. The only downside is that it made me hungry as hell all the time. I gained a minimum of 30 pounds because of it. It took me countless months to lose that weight. Son, I just want you to know that I'll never look at you differently because of your condition," he said with a supportive smile. "What condition do I have?" I asked anxiously. "Well, according to the doctors, you show signs of bipolar I. You know, my grandmother had it. Delilah was bipolar." "How do you know?" I asked curiously. She told me all about how she went through electroconvulsive therapy. They sent electric currents through her brain in an attempt to cure her. "I'm pretty sure it didn't do jack for her, though," he said with a look of disgust. "As laughably bad as the psychiatric system is nowadays, it used to be even worse back in the day. Don't even get me started on lobotomies." I remember reading about Rosemary Kennedy once on Wikipedia and genuinely crying because of how tragic her story was. That's just cruel. "So why are you home, anyway?" I asked, changing the conversation. "I started my sabbatical, so I don't have to go to work for a solid year," he said lazily, stretching. "What the hell is a sabbatical?" I asked, confused. "Surely there's a nicer way of asking me that," he said with an irritating smile. "What is a sabbatical?" I asked with a deep sigh. "It's a paid break for a year as a reward for working 7 years at my company." "Isn't this great?" he asked with a wide smile. I should have been happy for him, but I knew he would just get screwed over in the future. Of course, I lied and said how proud of him I was. What else can you say in such a situation? "That's excellent, Dad. What will you do for a solid year?" "I mean, that's a long time. I'll be 17 by the time you go back to work. I plan to spend a lot of time with my family. I feel like lately, I haven't been giving you enough attention," he said with a poignant look on his face. "Oh, Dad, you've given me more than enough," I said, hugging him and fighting back the emotions. I felt so awful at that moment that I honestly thought I was dying. I could always do more. "I've failed as a father," he said emotionally, putting his head on his lap. "Why zero, you haven't failed at anything. If it helps, we can do something together and forget about all of our problems. How does that sound?" "It sounds great," he replied with a tiny smile. "Okay, what would be a good place for the two of us to go?" I asked excitedly. "Who said you had to go out somewhere to have fun?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "Nobody, but it's more fun outside," I said, surprised at his comment. "Not necessarily." "You know what's more fun to do inside the house?" he asked with a wide smile. "I honestly have no idea." "We can blast music as loud as we want," he said excitedly. "That's ironic because you stopped me from doing that last time. Damn you, time travel for constantly changing my dad's personality. I guess yeah. I just wish we had one of those crazy surround sound systems. It makes it sound as if the music is actually being played in front of you." Imagine listening to some Pink Floyd on that, I said excitedly. I'm an audiophile and can do a fair amount of production. I mostly remaster old songs and attempt to modernize them. For example, I did a remaster of The Wanderer by Dion, and it sounded terrific. Not all of them turn out well, however. I tried to remaster Sons of Satan by Venom, and it sounded god-awful. No pun intended. I'm sure we could buy one at Goodwill. I can't believe some of the things people give away, he said, shaking his head in disbelief. One man's trash is another's treasure. Okay, let's go find this speaker system, I exclaimed excitedly. I wanted so badly to play some trippy music like Infected Mushroom on it and just close my eyes as the music surrounded me in its aura. Let's go, he said as he grabbed his flannel coat and put it on. Life is pretty cool sometimes. Chapter 75, May 25, 2020, 9:37 a.m. Inside the Goodwill was an entire treasure trove. The number of things they had there nearly sent my head spinning until I remembered that I was there for speakers and nothing more. I'm impulsive as hell when shopping and find it difficult to stop myself from buying every goddamn thing in the store. We went to the electronics section and looked over the speakers. While they all looked appealing, one of them struck my attention because it had a subwoofer. It was the Logitech Z323 model, to be specific. I pulled on my dad's coat like a tyke and practically begged him to buy it. Are you sure this is the one? I don't want you complaining to me later. Since when do I complain? I stupidly asked. My dad burst out laughing, and I felt my face turn salmon pink from embarrassment. Everyone was looking at us like we were two idiots. You constantly complain about the littlest things. You're a real whiner sometimes. If I earned $1 every time you had a problem with someone or something, I'd be wealthier than Elon Musk, he said with a chuckle. I just complain because I want the world to change, I said, shaking my head. What have you done to change it? Nothing, I replied with a sheepish smile. That's your problem. Do things yourself. Sometimes. You can't always depend on people to do what's right, he said, putting his hand on my shoulder. I just feel so insignificant in this world sometimes, I said with a frown. I'm sure Gandhi felt insignificant too, he said supportively. I'm no Gandhi, I replied with a chuckle. No, but you can change the world. Thank you for always having faith in me when I couldn't, Father. That was when I remembered he asked me a question about the speaker. I had completely blanked out on our conversation. Anyways, yeah, this is the speaker I want to get. Okay, we'll get it, he said as he picked it up and went to the front. My excitement was massive. I was finally going to experience music in a novel way. Cloud 9, here I come. Chapter 76, May 25, 2020, 10:05 a.m. The first song we played once we set up the speakers was Keep Talking by Pink Floyd. The Division Bell is a massively underrated album if you ask me. Some people are such snobs, they think Pink Floyd ceased to exist after Roger Waters left. I find Waters to be highly irritating after listening to him for too long. I guess that could be said about any artist, though. I closed my eyes as the song started playing and visualized flying through the sky and traveling worldwide. The song's spacey atmosphere helped intensify my visuals, and I felt as if my soul was leaving my body. I read all about astral projection. This is what I'd imagine it to feel like. I was at peace with the world while the song played. Nothing mattered but the journey. After it was over, I hugged my dad tightly and thanked him for the gift. I felt so overjoyed I almost cried. I don't thank you enough for what you do. I'd never wish for a better dad because you're the best one I could ever have. I love you too, son. Come on, let's play something loud and aggressive. That's what speakers are best for, aren't they? He asked with a shining passion in his eyes. They sure are. Play Rebel Yell by Drowning Pool. They have one of the best covers I've heard. Drowning Pool. Do you mean like that band that made bodies in the early 2000s? Nu metal was everywhere, and honestly, I'm glad it was just a fad, he said, cringing. That one, yeah, this cover isn't NU metal, though. Good. I'll pull it up, he said, sighing in relief. Hearing the song sound so vibrant and crisp truly improved my day. I can't imagine life without good music, it's a part of me. Wow, that is insane, my dad said in awe. I know, I used to listen to it all the time, I said with a small smile. I'm glad you have a good music taste. The rubbish I hear on the radio gives me a bloody headache. Rappers aren't coherent anymore, I don't have a clue what they're talking about, he said, shaking his head in disgust. Do you remember when Walk This Way by Run DMC came out? I asked curiously. I remember it like I was yesterday. I was 10, and my family and I were eating at White Castle. Suddenly, the radio started playing that song, and I fell in love with it in less than a minute. My parents never let me listen to that song, though, he said with a chuckle. Why not? I asked, confused. They said it was inappropriate, which is a bunch of crap. Parents think every song is inappropriate, I replied, rolling my eyes. That is true. Grandma Delilah once told me that her parents thought jazz music came from the devil and that it ruined people. Of course, they weren't saints themselves. How bad were they? I asked curiously. They were highly racist and loved Woodrow Wilson because of it. I guess that's not saying much, considering how long ago it was. Evil must always be called out, if it isn't, it only grows. Clive, you just reminded me of a song my parents always played for me, he excitedly exclaimed. He looked as if he had just won the lottery. What would that be? I asked curiously. Play Where Evil Grows by the Poppy Family. I put it on, and although I had never heard it before, something felt oddly familiar about the tune. Another song that gives me that feeling is the DNA remix of Tom's Diner by Suzanne Vega. I swear that the latter song is cursed. The first time I listened to it, I knew I had heard it before somewhere. And I'm not the only one who thinks that. The YouTube comments were full of people sharing the same experience. I swear I've heard this song before, I said in surprise. Maybe you're a time traveler, he joked, looking right at me. For a second, I worried he figured out my secret and nearly had a stroke. How would he react to finding out that his son had the potential to destroy the universe? I'm sure he'd be thrilled. Maybe, I've been in quite a few places. I've traveled to 1931, 2015, and 2220, I said with a sly smile. He would never know that I was dead serious when I said that I traveled to those years. Quite a selection of years you've got there. Anyways, I'm going to go tinker with my robot for a little while. If you need something, just call me. I need you to leave the company. Okay. And Dad, one more thing. What is it? He asked, tilting his head to the side. Remember that it's okay not to be okay. Part 6, Relapse. Chapter 77, June 18, 2020, 10:49 a.m. I knew I was beyond redemption when I time traveled again on June 18, 2020. The days leading up to it had one theme in common. I wanted to learn more about Malcolm, so I asked my mother to tell me everything she knew about him. Every day I would learn something new and write it down in a journal to preserve his memory until the urge to time travel became overwhelming. I still remember what it was like when I finally broke down and decided to time travel. I had begun to sweat profusely, and my hands shook like mad. I had never felt such a strong temptation in my life to do something and eventually said screw it and proceeded to ruin my life even more. I'll admit, I'm highly impulsive and don't think about the consequences of my actions. Before I get into that, let's talk about Madeline. We became a thing and ended up watching Inception, which she loved. Her only complaint was that the plot was overly confusing, which I can agree with to an extent. While we were watching it, we cuddled non-stop, and for once in my life, I felt like I was on drugs despite never taking any in my life. Coffee and tea don't count. The whole time I just remember having a massive grin on my face, and the thought of time traveling was at that moment at the very back of my mind. It seemed like everything was perfect until it wasn't. That's the problem with good things, sooner or later, something or someone always comes to ruin them. It all started just like any other day. I asked for information about Malcolm from my mom, who told me the date that he ended his life, March 16, 2018. Right away, my brain started screwing with me, and a million voices told me to time travel and save him. I swear I heard Malcolm's voice say out loud, "Save me, Clive." As I went to my room to write down the latest piece of information about him, my head started spinning, and I started shaking. The urge to time travel became so powerful that it hurt physically. It was as if I was in withdrawal from time traveling, and the only way to cure it would be to mess with time some more. Do it, the voices in my head practically begged. Before I knew it, I whispered March 16, 3 o'clock p.m. 2018, half an hour before he was estimated to have killed himself. Friday was a short day for us in school, so they let us out early, at around noon. All around me, the walls melted, and I witnessed Maynard's face on them, pointing and laughing at me as if to say, "You screwed up again, friend." Everywhere I looked, I would see his wretched face mocking me. I practically punched my walls at that moment. The only thing that stopped me was being unable to walk properly again due to the massively increased weight of my body. I felt as if I weighed 1,000 pounds. I also experienced a metallic taste in my mouth. This was the most uncomfortable part of the experience. The room became darker and darker every time Maynard showed up until it became virtually pitch black. Around me, I saw transparent wisps resembling spiders flying in the air that swirled and curled before disappearing. The surrounding walls became coated with this grey transparent substance that resembled a jellyfish, and I witnessed visions of conium destroying the future. I was beyond tempted to cry at that moment, but no tears came. It was as if the visions blocked some biological aspect of me. That's the worst feeling, when you cry so much that you run out of tears. The rushing sound that came was deafening, and when it was finally over, I found myself in a school bathroom on the last day of Malcolm's life. Time to save my best friend. Chapter 78, March 16, 2018. 3 p.m. I sprinted like a cheater to Malcolm's house, located at 8264 Chestnut Grove. I had never run so fast before in my life. I had run so fast that I could hear the wind rushing behind me. Not even Sonic could have kept up with me at that moment. "You're doing the right thing here, Clive. I promise." Around 10 minutes had passed when I finally arrived at his house. I was out of breath and felt like I was about to collapse and die of exhaustion. I swear to you, the only thing that kept me alive at that moment was my adrenaline and norepinephrine. I knocked on the door like a madman and waited for around 8 seconds until a terrified Malcolm ran out. He no doubt was not expecting me to arrive out of nowhere. "Clive, what are you doing here?" he asked, confused. "Listen, you don't want to end your life. I've been where you were before, and it sucks, but you don't want to end everything like this, trust me," I said, panting like crazy. I was so out of breath that I choked every time I tried to speak. "What are you talking about?" "I don't want to kill myself," he lied. I knew right away he lied because he gazed down at the floor while saying it. I wasn't going to leave him to die, no matter how much he wanted it. "You have a noose upstairs, I know it," I replied, looking him dead in the eyes. I wanted to see how he'd react to me, knowing what he was about to do. "How did you?" he asked as he turned pale as a sheet of paper. "Don't ask, just be glad I'm here for you." "Can I come upstairs?" I asked, finally catching my breath. Why yes," he said, stuttering with the world's widest eyes. His eyes looked like he witnessed an alien abduction or something equally as crazy. We went upstairs, and right away, I saw it tied to the ceiling. Despite not knowing much about ropes, I untied it swiftly and told him to throw it away so he wouldn't be tempted to try hanging himself again. "You don't get it, my problems are too much for me to bear. I know you're trying to be understanding, but I've been struggling for months now," he said emotionally. I hugged him right after he said that and didn't let go for about 5 seconds. "I'm sure I'll understand. What's on your mind?" I asked curiously. "I'm gay." Chapter 79, March 16, 2018. 3:12 p.m. My mother used to say that just when you thought the world's surprises were over, they'd pop back up again. Hearing that Malcolm was gay was a surprise I had never expected. It's crazy how you can know someone for years and still know so little about them. "Oh, Malcolm, why didn't you tell me?" I asked, hugging him tightly. In all the time I knew him, he had never even given hints that he could be gay. I was scared to because I didn't know how you'd react. My parents, for one thing, did not react well. They were beyond upset, actually. "See, they don't understand what I'm going through, and neither can you," he said, sighing and sitting down on his bed. "You're right that I can't fully understand what you're going through, but that doesn't mean that I can't try. Come on, let's take a walk and talk through all of this." "Okay," he replied with no emotion. I knew at that moment that I had to cheer him up somehow. I wouldn't ever leave my best friend behind like that. Malcolm put on a grey and yellow jacket from his closet, and together we went to take a walk. I had many questions for him, and not knowing the answers was eating me alive. I'm honestly surprised my curiosity hasn't resulted in my death yet. "So, how long have you known?" I asked curiously as we walked down his street. It had been so long since I'd taken a walk with Malcolm, and yet it didn't feel strange at all. A couple of months now. I had a crush on this one boy and thought of telling him, but was too afraid to, so I never did. That's the thing, you never know how people will react to that sort of thing, which makes it scary for me, he said, shaking his head. "If you don't tell people, then you'll have to live with the burden of keeping it all to yourself," I replied, trying to motivate him. "But what if they react badly and call me that word?" "There will always be people who won't be understanding, but I like to believe that this world is a mostly good place. The people at our school are so immature, I don't see how they could take it seriously," he replied with a frown. "There's always someone who's mature. I know it all sounds crazy right now, but trust me, there is a way out of all of this." "You promise?" "I promise." "Okay. You want to go to the park? We can go on the seesaw and act like we're kids again," he asked with a small smile. This was the Malcolm I knew and loved, the cheery kid who couldn't take anything seriously. "Sure, let's go," I said cheerfully as we went toward Willis Park. The park was named after Carmen Willis, one of the people who helped finance the Space Needle. I admit I did not know who she was until I went to the park. What's crazy is that her granddaughter went to my high school. Her name was Maria, and she was kind of a drama nerd. The thing she talked the most about was the musical Hamilton. It nearly drove me mad hearing her talk about it 15 hours a day. Personally, I love the first act of it but hate the second, where Hamilton talks about how much his life sucks. He's also not the best role model. I know that's hypocritical coming from me. "I missed seeing you so much. How have you been doing yourself?" he asked with a genuine smile. "Oh, boy. I've been going through a lot of things. I mean, my dad is working on his stupid robot and basically ignoring everyone and everything," I said with a heavy sigh. It hurt knowing that there was nothing I could do to make my father listen. He'd have to find it out on his own in the future, the hard way. "A robot? You mean like his inventing one?" he asked excitedly. "Yep, but there's one problem. His boss is going to screw him over in the future, I just know it." "How do you know?" he asked curiously. "Sometimes, with certain things, you just know that they'll happen. It's like a sixth sense that we have as humans." "Fair point." "Hey, we're here," he said, halting. It had been so long since I'd been to Willis Park, seeing it again sent a wave of nostalgia through me. I remember as a kid learning to swing on the monkey bars and failing for the longest time until one day, I somehow did it. It was one of the happiest days of my childhood and a time that I can't ever get back. Well, that's not technically true. We got on the seesaw, and right as we did, I swear my childhood flashed through my eyes. I witnessed myself riding the seesaw with the kids at the playground. The moment only lasted around 3 seconds, but it hit like a train, knowing how much time had passed since then. Call me crazy, but I honestly feel so old at times. It's like I'm not even 18, and yet I feel like I've lived an entire lifetime. I grew up far too quickly, to be honest with you. Hey, do you remember that one birthday party back in 2015? Malcolm asked, swinging on the seesaw. Sure, what about it? That was one of the happiest memories of my life. It was like I was part of your family, he replied with a smile as wide as the sun. My family argued like mad, remember? I said with a frown, reminding him. As soon as I spoke those words, the amaryllis flashed through my head and punched me in the stomach with the ferocity of a lion. Every family argues, arguments make us love each other more. Good point. I wish I could live in this moment forever. This is one of the happiest memories of my life right now, I replied emotionally. Despite breaking my promise, I had never felt so good before that moment. If you could, you wouldn't value it, he reminded me. I hadn't even considered how numbed I'd be by constantly reliving the same moment over and over. I hadn't even thought of that. So serious question, have you ever thought of running away? It could just be you and I together until the end, I said, regretting my words instantly. I swear to you that for a split second, my entire personality changed into one that is reckless, well, more reckless. Let's do it, he said, getting up off the seesaw. Too late now. Chapter 80, March 16, 2018. 3:19 p.m. We decided to get some food before running away. You don't exactly get far without it. We settled on Chick-fil-A and went with the original chicken sandwich. Thankfully, I still had Grandpa Ricky's money so I could pay for the food no problem. I know I rag on him sometimes, but he means well, it's just that he's long-winded. Why do I ruin everything with my carelessness? You should have seen the cashier's face when I handed him money from 1956. His eyes became wide as a dinner plate, and he was about to say something to me about it before shaking his head and processing our order. I was glad he didn't ask me about it. I wouldn't be able to explain it decently, anyway. He probably thought I gave him counterfeit money or something. That's the thing with time travel, the more you do it, the more careless you become. It takes away all of your inhibitions and turns you into an animal run solely by your ID. Malcolm and I sat down at a table near the front entrance, and I put my head down on the table. I wanted more than anything to tell him that I wasn't thinking straight when I said that we should run away, but the words just wouldn't come out. All I felt at that moment was paralyzing shame. You okay? He asked, noticing my upset look. Yeah, it's just WH-. We'll be okay, I promise, he replied supportively, patting me on the shoulder. Are you sure? I blanked out again, and I remember hearing Land of Confusion by Genesis on the speakers. It'd be a miracle if I didn't associate every few hours. What I find funny about the song is the lyrics, my generation will put it right. We're not just making promises that we know we'll never keep. It's hilarious to me because every generation in history has said that they will make the world a better place while often ruining it in the process. That's the fundamental problem I have with communism. It sounds excellent on paper, but it often results in the suppression of human rights in practice. I mean, yes, Stalin transformed Russia immensely, but at what cost? Good ideas don't always lead to good actions. You know what they say, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. My dad really loves Genesis, by the way, Malcolm said randomly. They are a good band, I really like their song That's All. My dad has Abarcab on CD. He no joke has like 400 discs. Is it weird that I prefer discs to virtual copies of songs? Not at all, it feels more personal that way, he replied just as his name was called. As soon as I got my sandwich, I took a big bite out of it. It had been so long since I'd been at Chick-fil-A, years in fact. Let me tell you that being a super taster is both the best and worst thing all at once. In this case, it was great. It feels good to hang out with you again, Malcolm replied with a broad smile as I was eating. I'm not sure why, but hearing that hurt me deep down. I guess I felt like I was failing him at that moment. It feels good to see you again, too, I said with a mouthful of the sandwich. I swear I was about to tell him about my time traveling and how it ruined everything. I wanted to have just one person understand it. I was one straw away from losing my sanity. To make matters worse, this was the shortest straw. We ate in silence after that. The quietness was deafening, it left me alone with all of my negative thoughts. Another time I'm stuck with a bunch of negative thoughts is whenever I'm having trouble falling asleep. I overthink everything. I once had terrible chest pain while lying down, and I somehow convinced myself that I would die. I spent the next several hours terrified out of my mind. The one thing that helps me with anxiety is valerian root. The problem with it, though, is that it practically knocks me out. I thought of trying phenibut, but I hear that shit's addictive. After we finished eating, Malcolm looked at me, and suddenly his entire face changed into one of complete seriousness, scaring me for a second. It was rare that he didn't take everything as one big joke. "So are we still doing this or what?" he asked in complete seriousness. I wanted more than anything to tell him that I was a fool and that I didn't want to run away, but something inside of me had changed at that moment into a feral state. I had completely changed at my core and felt physically unable to say no. Yes, we are. Chapter 81, March 16, 2018. 3:38 p.m. After making our way to Interstate 5 and walking along the side for around 7 minutes, a middle-aged trucker stopped by us and asked if we were lost. Instead of lying to him, Malcolm told the truth about what we were doing. I loved him because he never played games with you and was always straight to the point, the complete opposite of me. I have a habit of describing things in a way that makes me look like the good guy. I can be quite chaotic neutral at times. I can turn from an angel into Audrey Horne from Twin Peaks in a split second. I used to think that I was a sociopath when I was younger, but I show too much empathy to be one. Uncle Dante on the other hand, though. We're running away from home. Do you think you could give us a ride? Malcolm nearly begged him. Boy, I felt so lousy. I about wanted to cry at that moment. What had I become because of this time travel? I'm dead serious when I say that time traveling has changed the chemistry in my brain to something unstable. I wouldn't have been surprised if they scanned my brain and found holes in it at that moment. My middle school world history teacher told me about how his brother was addicted to huffing toluene and how it formed holes in his brain. That's probably what mine looked like by then. His face was one of surprise for a second before settling back to normal. I was thankful that he didn't ask us any questions about why we ran away because I didn't know the reasons myself. I do many things without knowing the exact reasons I'm doing them. I'm run by impulse, that's my modus operandi. Sure, I ran away from home around your age, too, he said as he opened the door to his rig. The door made a creaking sound like a haunted door when it opened, and I found the sound slightly amusing. Last chance to change your mind, Clive. Malcolm and I got into his truck, and almost right away, I had regretted it when I smelled the smell of about 1,000 cigarettes. I swear he probably smoked 20 packs in that truck. Nonetheless, I decided to stay inside by Malcolm's side. I wasn't going to leave him, no matter how much a part of me wanted to. Where to? He asked as he pulled up his GPS. Take us to the Marriott on 450 Acorn Street, there. One right next to the Burger King, Malcolm said. What's there? He asked curiously. My cousin works there, he can get us a free stay, he says. It's some rewards program he has, Malcolm replied. Well, okay, if you kids say so, the trucker replied, about to light up a cigarette before pausing. Never mind, I don't think you guys would like the smoke, he said as he began to drive. Thank you, I know it's hard not to smoke, I replied gratefully. Don't start, I started at 15 and promised myself that I'd only smoke once a day, he said with a pained expression. I'm guessing that didn't last. Malcolm asked with a small smile. Not at all. I soon smoked 4 cigarettes a day, and now I can't go less than a pack, he replied, following a lengthy yawn. When he yawned, I could see just how yellow the cigarettes had made his teeth, they were a color akin to sweet corn. I'm lucky I didn't give in to the peer pressure of smoking cigarettes. I'd been offered them a few times in high school but always refused to try them. I'd probably end up like Delilah if I ever did. While I never had any problems with drugs, I have a habit of becoming addicted to sleeping pills. It's like without them, it becomes nearly impossible to fall asleep. I'd have to take 50 milligrams of melatonin for it to have any effect on me because of how high my tolerance got. It's not too late to quit, you know, I replied supportively. It sure feels like it. I've never struggled with something so much as with cigarettes. They are like petty demons pulling on my skin, begging for me to smoke them. Then show those demons who's boss. Malcolm yelled out with a raised fist. Hey, I like you, kiddo, he said, nodding towards Malcolm. So, what's your name, anyway? I asked. Murphy, but most people just call me Sal. Say. You two want to listen to some music I listened to when I was around your age? He asked, perking his back up. Sure, why not? Malcolm replied, shrugging. Sal pulled out a CD titled Their Satanic Majesty's Second Request by the Brian Jonestown Massacre and changed tracks until he found the song Anemone. Listening to the song, I felt like I was traveling through the universe. It just made me feel like I was experiencing the most spiritual feeling in the world, as stupid as that might sound. It reminded me of the time I experienced lucid dreaming as a kid for some odd reason. I created a platform jumper and could actually control all of my character's movements. The thing that sucked about the dream, though, was that it was in black and white, making everything look dreary. I couldn't add any resemblance of color to the game. Believe me, I've tried. This is fantastic, I exclaimed. Glad you like it. By the way, we're here, he replied, stopping at the Marriott. Too late to go back now. Make the best of this. Clive. Chapter 82, March 16, 2018. 3:53 p.m. The Marriott we went to was beyond beautiful. They had this massive painting on the ceiling of little cherubim angels chasing after a lamb that was lost in a field of what looked like barley. It almost reminded me of The Catcher in the Rye a bit in a strange way. Maybe this is weird, but I absolutely love religious art despite not being religious. Something about it is just so beautiful. Stained glass is my favorite, seeing it always makes my jaw drop. Looks like we found heaven, I jested. It's not heaven if it doesn't have a complimentary breakfast, Malcolm replied with a small smile. You always know how to make me smile. So where is your cousin? I asked, looking all around the hotel. All I could see were bored-looking kids and their exhausted parents. Children are both the worst and greatest thing ever, let me tell you. I mean, I love them when they behave, but once they don't, oh boy. He should be at the front desk. Let me try something, wait for me here, Malcolm said, leaving for the front desk. I could see him talking to the guy at the front but had no idea what exactly he was talking about. The only thing I heard was occasional words that, without context, made no sense. It was about 2 minutes before Malcolm ran back and told me that he had booked us a stay for the next 3 days. That's how long the rewards program could accommodate for. That's cool and all, but what about our money? We can't even make it that far, I replied anxiously. Oh, yeah? Then what's this? He asked as he pulled out a wallet stacked to the brim with cash out of his right pocket. What'd you do, rob an ATM? I joked. Maybe, stay in your lane, partner, he replied. Jokingly. Anyways, let's go up to our room, I want to lay down for a bit, I replied, stretching. I witnessed at least 3 distinct timelines flash through my mind at breakneck speed as I did. It was so unexpected that I nearly fell over after experiencing it. You know that Stargate sequence scene from 2001, A Space Odyssey? That's what it felt like I was on the world's fastest roller coaster. Pala. You alright? Malcolm asked, noticing my I'm fine, let's go, I hurriedly said, walking towards the nearest elevator. You should have seen how shiny the elevator walls were. I could perfectly see my face in them and just how stupid I looked with my dropped jaw. Once we finally arrived at our room, I jumped on my bed and laid down on my stomach, still in my black Chuck Taylor shoes. You have no idea how comfortable the bed was. It wasn't as nice as the bed in Arcadia, but it was incredibly close. Let's turn on the radio or something, Malcolm said with a bored look as he pulled out his phone. Could you play some oldies? I feel in the mood for the classics. 50s to 90s music is my favorite. I'm not a fan of most modern music. Don't get me started on mumble rap, it shouldn't even be considered music and should be seen as a form of torture. Didn't the Eighth Amendment promise to protect us from cruel and unusual punishment? Sure, he said as he pulled up the Silver Spoon station, which was a station that played music from the 1930s to the 1960s. The oldest song I recall it playing is John the Revelator by Blind Willie Nelson. Personally, I like the song of the same name by Depeche Mode more. The song that played was Moody River by Pat Boone, and it nearly made me cry. The lyrics are about this guy who finds out his girl cheated on him and how she committed suicide by a river because she couldn't take the pain of hiding it anymore. Apparently, during the 1950s and 1960s, tragic songs about teenagers were trendy. My favorite piece of that variety would have to be Teen Angel by Mark Dinning. My second favorite is Tell Laura I Love Her by Ray Peterson. Coincidentally, when I was in the 5th grade, I had a crush on a girl named Laura. I was too scared to ever tell her how I felt, though. I get too anxious about everything, to be honest with you. I even get nervous when I open my front door. I always worry that something terrible will happen to me. I read way too much true crime for it to be healthy for me. I haven't been the same person since reading about Sylvia Likens. It's like I'm obsessed with reading disturbing shit even though it makes me feel worse after. I remember reading about Robert Fisher and feeling too terrified to sleep. Only read about him if you don't want to have a good day. Old songs really are special, aren't they? I asked Malcolm with a genuine smile after the song was over. They really are. So what do you feel like doing? He asked, hanging off his bed upside down like a monkey. Let's watch some TV, I replied with a shrug. Truth be told, I didn't plan running away from home very well. Malcolm turned on the television, and things had gone wrong right away. What would have typically been an episode of Community became a broadcasted speech given by Maynard to the people of Arcadia. I nearly threw a shoe at the television in an attempt to destroy it so I wouldn't have to watch the garbage. What is this? Malcolm asked, confused. I dunno, but let's watch this, I replied. Anxiously, not bothering to explain to him why I was so invested in the speech. Okay, let me see if this gauges my interest, Malcolm said, sitting down on his bed. Ladies and gentlemen of Arcadia, welcome. My name is Maynard Conrad, and I have some words to say to you today. We have seen much progress throughout my rule, including the national economy tripling and the expansion of conium into weapons production. I am grateful for all of you who supported my glorious time in office. I wouldn't be able to do half the things I did without the people. After all, isn't that what this beautiful nation was built on? In 1776, our fathers fought to free us from the British so that we may become independent of tyranny. I have done the same 5 centuries later. I have stopped the Belgium-Monaco nuclear crisis single-handedly and proved to the people that I care about their interests and always have. It is with a heavy heart that I step down as ruler of Arcadia. I will be succeeded by my great friend and master, Tobias Nobilis. I give all glory to the man who brought culture into our land, the man who helped our nation revitalize itself into a new golden age. We are in this together, I tell all of you. Glory be to the Republic. Numbers Sumus Invictor. Maynard yelled out with a raised fist at the end. I had never heard such an ingenuine speech in my life. If you want me to critique it honestly, he spent most of the time either bragging about his likely non-existent accomplishments and the other spitting random fluff that meant nothing. That's why I hate politics. It's a collection of people seeing who can lie the most convincingly. Left, right, or center, they are all the same deep down. They don't give a damn about any of you, just your money. Dude, my last name is Nobilis. That's so weird but cool at the same time, Malcolm replied with a look of surprise on his face. No, please don't tell me that another psychopath will replace Maynard. Can I do nothing right in this world? This movie is pretty interesting. Do you know what it's called? Malcolm asked curiously. Oh. I don't, but let's look, I replied awkwardly as I grabbed the remote and tried to see what it named the program. I swear to you that it said something like when I tried to see the title of their program. The worst part was that by that point, I didn't even feel bad about lying to Malcolm. I looked out for my self-interests above those of everyone else, as horrible as that sounds. Am I crazy, or is that just a bunch of gibberish? He asked, confused, with a raised eyebrow. No, I see it too, I replied with a sigh as I turned off the television. No, don't, he yelled out. My bad, I replied flatly as I turned the television back on. This time, it was broadcasting the election speech of Tobias Nobilis. I prepared myself for more lies. My people, the future holds great blessings in store for all of us. As president, I will triple the economy once again and focus a third of my personal budget on bettering medicine and food for all of my humble followers. Too long, we have lived afflicted by illness and nutritionless food. The men, women, and children cry out for something more than bread. I will give you more. I will give unto every citizen of Arcadia food that is healthy for both the body and the mind. No more will we struggle with obesity from quick-made meals. Our great nation has suffered too long from this poison that we put into our bodies called junk food. Soon, you will be able to eat as much food as you want without becoming overweight. I will put my greatest scientists into preparing meals that meet the nutritional requirements of everyone. For medicine, I will eliminate every prion disease out there so that no more people have to suffer from incurable diseases. Our people will be free. Numbers sumus invictor, he replied, also putting his fist in the air. How much do you wanna bet his gunner do none of those things? Malcolm asked, chuckling. I don't trust politicians, they build their entire career on lies, I replied, shaking my head. Welcome to the club. Hold on, let me save this movie, Malcolm said as he pressed the recording button. As soon as he pressed it, I heard a violent hissing sound coming from the back of the television. By instinct, I knew to run out of the room. Malcolm didn't ask any questions and instead ran after me. If he didn't, he might have perished that day. I slammed the door to our room shut just as a massive boom emanated from our room. Curious as to what happened, I ran inside and, to my horror, found a fist-sized hole in the center of the television with shattered glass lying everywhere around the room. Yikes, we gotta clean this mess up, Malcolm said, shaking his head. Well, that's the second television I've destroyed. Chapter 83, March 16, 2018. 4:05 p.m. Not long after our television blew up, the hotel staff came frantically running up to our room to check out what the loud bang was. People could probably hear it halfway around the world with how loud it was. The last time that happened, Krakatoa erupted in 1883. Geez, you kids light a firework in your room or something, a worker asked with eyes wide as a plate. No, your TV exploded and nearly killed us both. Fix your televisions. Malcolm replied, annoyed. What are you talking about? She asked in disbelief before walking into our room and gasping from seeing the hole. Now you see, how long has this television been here? I asked, pretending as if it was the hotel's fault somehow. As horrible as it sounds, I didn't feel all that bad about blaming them for the explosion. My personality had become devoid of anything resembling positivity by that point. 5 years maybe? Why in all the time we've had televisions, not one did that. If you guys want, I can replace your set at no added cost. I'm sorry this happened to you all, she said with a look that said, how does this even happen? Sure, that would be nice, Malcolm replied lazily, stretching. Okay, I'll be back in about half an hour, stay safe, she said, walking downstairs. You too, I replied as I received a call. It was from my mother. Despite her likely being worried sick about me, I ignored it. I felt unworthy to ever meet my parents again, like I was the swine of all the earth. I didn't hang up or anything, but I let it ring for a while until it stopped. Your mom called. Malcolm replied, going back to his bed. Yeah, I don't feel like picking up, though. You ever have days where you feel like you're the scummiest person alive? Because, let me tell you, I sure do. Man, if a car were to be speeding in my direction, I'd just let it roll right on by and hit me. In fact, I might just jump in front of one, I replied through angry tears. "You're scaring me, man," Malcolm anxiously replied, noticing my unstable state of mind. "Look, I'm just going through something right now, something that you can't understand no matter how much you try to. Think of yourself as Tantalus, no matter how hard you try, you will never reach that fruit tree, all right?" I replied, bursting out crying. I put my face into my pillow and wept until there were no tears left. "Hey, it'll be okay," he said in a soothing tone, rubbing my back. "How can you be so sure?" I asked in disbelief. "Sometimes, you just know. Come on, maybe we could take a walk or something, they always help me," he said supportively. "Fine," I replied, getting up. Chapter 84, March 16, 2018. For 10 p.m. "So, what's on your mind?" Malcolm asked, noticing me talking to myself as per usual. I kept whispering "I'm an idiot" repeatedly, although I don't think he understood what I was saying. "Is it okay if I don't mention it?" "I don't even know how to explain it," I replied, shaking my head. I wasn't about to explain to him how I discovered time travel and got sidetracked by it. Despite him being my best friend, he wouldn't understand my issues. Some things are better left unsaid. Of course. "So, do you want to go to the nearest park, or do you want to get some food again?" "I want to get more food," I said, even though I wasn't hungry in the least. I swear, I could eat every hour of the day if I wanted to. Cool, let's go to McDonald's then," he said, pulling up his phone. He looked up the nearest one and told me we were going towards it. As I walked with Malcolm by my side, I experienced about 6 timelines all at once. They included the Cuban Missile Crisis and the Normandy landings. I witnessed firsthand the horrors of the world about to enter a nuclear war, and every second got my adrenaline pumping. I heard JFK begging the Soviet Union not to launch an attack, and eventually, they agreed to the terms declared by the United States. As for the Normandy landings, I saw scenes similar to Saving Private Ryan, which my father had shown me. Seeing the violence raging on had numbed me even more. I could have seen any amount of violence and not cared at that moment. There's only so much horror you can witness before you become numb to it all. Ultraviolence is like a drug, the more you experience it, the less it affects you. "You don't talk as much as I remember," Malcolm said to me suddenly. "It's just, do you ever get this feeling like the world is going to be destroyed in the next 20 years? I asked without realizing it. "What do you mean?" he asked, confused. "It's like the world gets worse by the second. I've seen so much horror that by this point, nothing surprises me," I said, shaking my head. "The more pain you see, the less you think of this world." "Exactly. At least someone understands it," I said with a tiny smile as we arrived. We're here. Chapter 85, March 16, 2018. For 13 p.m. They played Sunny by Boney M at McDonald's, a song that my father has loved. Thinking about him honestly made me feel horrible. I wondered how he reacted to me running away from home. I wanted that moment to erase all memories of my father so that I could never think of him again, as cruel as that sounds. I hated how he alternated between his two personalities like Jekyll and Hyde. He was two different people. "You think they have missing posters up for us yet?" Malcolm asked. At that moment, we were both waiting for our orders to arrive. We both ordered a Big Mac with the 20-piece chicken nuggets. Boy, despite not being hungry, I wanted at that moment to eat until the end of time just to not focus on our situation. "I doubt it, it hasn't been long enough yet," I said, looking at the walls of the McDonald's. I saw Joseph Stalin in them and all the gulags he had created. The more I watched his camps, the more I wanted at that moment to die. I wanted to free myself from that vicious cycle once and for all. It all made me think of that album Break the Cycle by Stained. Malcolm replied something in return, but I was dissociated all over again, so I have no idea what he said. To this day. I can tell you quite a lot about what happened next, though. They had this big TV in the corner of the McDonald's where we sat, and the news was on. Usually, I wouldn't care too much, but CNN talked about a mysterious new disease named time sickness. As soon as I heard that, my attention was practically glued to the screen. I still remember exactly what they said to this day. Josh Darren reporting here live. Our subject today is on a mysterious new disease named time sickness. First reported 3 days ago, tens of thousands of Americans have claimed to have seen and experienced different timelines, and the number of sufferers might be significantly higher. Symptoms include a complete detachment from reality and an inability to return to the present moment. There are countless claims of witnessing distressing events, including those of World War II and the Rwandan genocide. The cause as of this moment is unknown but is thought to at least be partially related to psychosis or drug use. As of today, the CDC has no comment and denies the existence of such a disease despite the claims of over 30,000 people. This is Josh Darren out. What the hell did I just watch? Malcolm asked, raising an eyebrow. I have no idea, I said, trying my best not to shake. I was so ashamed at that moment that I couldn't even look him in the eyes. You think these people did drugs? Malcolm asked curiously. How should I know? I replied rudely as our number was called. At that moment, I experienced a strange feeling in my tummy. It felt as if someone was cutting it open, and I felt the powerful urge to puke my guts out until nothing remained. I'm not sure what exactly caused it, but I knew that I couldn't resist it. I ran into the bathroom at top speed and leaned over the toilet. You won't believe what I saw while I was hunched over it. I kept seeing swarms of transparent insects crawling all around, and some were even swimming in the water. When I reached out to see if I could touch them, I could actually squish a few, which confused me. The insects I saw the most were huge woodlice and spiders that seemed to give me a lot of attention. What I mean by that is that whenever I moved, they would crawl over to me and attempt to climb up my sleeves. I kept trying to shake them off, but they just kept on coming. This is likely what Ashley experienced during her psychotic break. Insects are the worst, I wish they didn't exist sometimes. I'd keep butterflies and dragonflies, though. Eventually, the urge to vomit overcame me, and when I did, I swear to you, I for a brief second saw blood in it before it disappeared. At that moment, I wanted nothing more, but for the universe to strike me down. I had done more harm than good to the world. After that, I leaned against the wall for a bit, trying to calm myself down while hordes of whip spiders kept trying to climb me. I swear they are the ugliest creatures in existence. Once I started feeling better, I went over to where Malcolm was sitting, and I swear he asked me something like, "How are the spiders?" while chuckling. All I could reply was, "What did you just ask?" His expression turned into one of confusion. I quickly realized that he never asked me anything along those lines. I asked nothing, man, he replied, raising his eyebrows. I could tell by his tone that he thought I was being just a little cuckoo. Sorry, I hear things that aren't there sometimes, I awkwardly replied. You mean like you hallucinate? He asked concernedly. Never mind, it's hard to explain, I replied, nervously laughing. Okay then, he replied awkwardly as he took a bite out of his Big Mac. I took a bite out of mine, and even though I wasn't hungry in the least, I forced myself to eat all of it to forget about the insects and potentially throwing up blood. Man, at that moment, I could hardly tell what was real and what was a hallucination. I was virtually delirious. While eating, I hallucinated Tobias sitting next to Malcolm and talking to him. He appeared out of thin air, much like my dad did back at St. Clara's, and started talking about Arcadia and his plans for its future. The whole time I sat there awkwardly and didn't even know what to say because I hardly knew what was real and what was a delusion. As if that wasn't bad enough, I heard a voice whisper in my ear, "Clive needs his mommy," as I was eating. I dug my nails deep into my skin to distract myself in any way I could, and Malcolm gave me a look of, "What's wrong with this dude? Hey, you okay? You've been acting kinder strange lately," he asked concernedly. I just haven't been able to sleep in a couple of days. I have terrible insomnia, and to be completely honest with you, I'm kinder seeing and hearing things right now. Oh man, we gotta go back and let you sleep, he said with a frown. I'm fine, I lied. No, we're going right after this meal, listen to me for once in your life, he practically warned me. Fine, I'll go with you, I replied before noticing the look of confusion on Malcolm's face. "You're not speaking English," he replied, confused. "Yes, I am," I replied, raising an eyebrow. "No, you're speaking Russian or something," he replied with wide eyes. "But how? I don't even know the language at all." Then, it happened, I blacked out and found myself in a dystopian future. New leader, same problems. Part 7, Welcome to Hell. Chapter 86. This time, nobody ambushed me. The streets were completely empty, making Arcadia feel like a ghost town. It was so quiet you could have heard a pin drop. It was as if everyone had perished. The situation didn't feel right in the least, it was strangely eerie. That's what's funny about silence, sometimes it's a great thing, but other times it means that something is seriously wrong. It's the calm before the storm. As I walked around the seemingly abandoned town, my psychotic hallucinations came back to me. One, in particular, screwed me up mentally. This random grey balloon descended from the sky, popped when it touched my skin, and unleashed a bunch of giant ants that bit into my flesh. For every ant that I threw off, hundreds more came. I saw bite marks on my arms before the ants disappeared into thin air. Another hallucination I experienced was just as bizarre. Out of the air, there appeared this transparent skull with no body or anything, and it just laughed at me. No sound came out of its mouth, but I somehow knew that it was laughing at me, anyway. I wanted to crawl into a ball at that moment and just stay that way forever. In fact, I almost would have had it not been for a stranger's hand that grabbed me. "You idiot, they'll kill you if they see you here," a female voice hissed behind me. "What?" I asked, confused. "No time to explain." "Follow me," the woman said, grabbing me by the arm and leading me toward a shanty. Just as we walked inside, I heard the stomping of hundreds of boots outside and heard a gunshot ring out from outside. Let me tell you, gunshots are far louder than you think they are. It's like hearing an explosion. "What is going on here?" I asked, shaking. "Daily patrols. They don't let anyone out of their city, and if anyone tries to climb the Byzantium Wall, they'll get shot before they make it out." "You don't look like you're from here," the woman explained before I heard the sound of a crying child. A boy of about 7 asked if the soldiers were leaving soon with tears in his eyes. "I don't know, sweetie," she replied emotionally. "I'm not from here," I said, noticing that even the child had cyborg eyes. That's when the reality of it all hit me. Tobias was forcing people to become cyborgs. It was bad enough that he was totalitarian. Hurting children is the evilest thing I know. "Well, you'll be stuck here for a while." My husband tried to escape over the wall, but they caught him and shoved him into a van. I haven't seen him in weeks since that day, and I fear that the worst has happened, she said with her eyes watering. "No, this monster puts people in concentration camps." I almost whispered in horror. "That's what they say. Sometimes, you can hear the howls and screams from a distance. Rumor says they're coming from the northwest by Romana." Tobias wasn't the one who started this nightmare, it was Maynard who saw all unmods as unworthy of life. Tobias simply continued what Maynard had started. He asserts that humans must evolve their lifestyles to be relevant in the modern world. Anyone who doesn't is considered to be a subpar being unworthy of respect. "They can both suffer in hell," she said, shaking her head. "Silence. You will not talk to our leader with such contempt," a soldier yelled as he broke down the door with a kick. The door came crashing down, and a squad of soldiers rushed in pointing assault rifles at all of us. What I thought was fascinating about their rifles was that on the side, it said exactly how many bullets were left in the gun in a bright red LCD. His rifle read 49, which likely meant that he was the one who fired the shot outside. "This is your only warning, Audrey Hope. Any more scathing talk about our leader, and you'll be joining your husband in Romana. Is that understood?" the same soldiers asked in an infuriated tone. Audrey simply responded, "Yes, sir," and went silent. "Identify yourself, citizen," a different soldier gestured toward me. "Clive Spencer Andrews," I replied, shaking. "I'm so screwed right now." I saw him click something on the right side of his head and pause in place for a moment. Some sort of text ran through his eyes like with Maynard. After about 10 seconds, his expression changed into one of confusion and annoyance. That name comes up with no results. I repeat, what is your name, citizen? He asked, annoyed. That is my name, you dumb ape. I yelled out at him without meaning to. His expression read, you will pay for this. Show me your brand, he commanded, getting closer and still pointing his rifle at me. What brand? I asked, confused. That was when his eyes widened, and his mouth dropped to the floor. He looked at me with a look that said, well, isn't that something? He pressed something on the side of his head and cleared his throat. I knew exactly what would happen next. Dread filled my body. Cyrus Pacton to Tobias Nobilis, we have a code 182830, I repeat, we have a suspected espionage, he spoke to his radio before hitting me full force in the stomach with the butt of his rifle. I crumbled down to the ground and groaned in agony. I couldn't breathe and genuinely felt like I was internally bleeding. Transmission received, Pacton. Bring the citizen to me, his radio replied. Oh, what have I done? Chapter 87. They fill these handcuffs with sulfuric acid, struggle, and the acid will spill. This is only as painful as you make it, Cyrus said as we were riding on one of the robot centipedes I saw in my dream. Sitting on them was highly uncomfortable because of how hard the metallic coating was. Look, I'm not a spy, honest to God, I groaned, still feeling a throbbing pain in my stomach. Then where is your identification? He asked, raising an eyebrow. I wasn't about to tell him how I was a time traveler, so I instead decided not to say anything. I thought as much, he said, shaking his head. So, who are you, guys? I asked, curious as to how a fascist state had been formed in the 23rd century. Hasn't fascism been out of fashion for I don't know forever now? Do you genuinely not know, or do you not have anything to talk about? He asked, looking back towards me. Man, he was insufferable. I genuinely don't know. In 2215, Maynard Conrad II established the paramilitary Raven Corps. He trained all of us in warfare. Seeing the importance of conium, the government contracted it for weapons. Maynard is an incredibly well-read man. He serves as an advisor for Tobias, who was a philosophy teacher before his political career. Does that explain everything? Yes, I simply replied. The rest of the ride was honestly uneventful as we didn't talk about anything and instead rode in complete silence. All I could think about at that moment was how my actions had led to these horrible things happening and how I never learned from my mistakes. Eventually, we arrived at the palace. The inscription on top read Xanadu, Home Sweet Home. I'm pretty confident it was a reference to Citizen Kane, as that's the name of his mansion in the movie. Let me take these off since you've been behaving so well, Cyrus said, unlocking my handcuffs and allowing my hands to breathe. Thank you. Wish me luck, I nervously replied. Luck doesn't save men, my child. Then what does? I asked curiously. Their choices. Chapter 88. As soon as I saw a letter opener inside the palace, I grabbed it without thinking. At that moment, I was ready to go down fighting like a man, despite knowing that I couldn't win. That's the thing with adrenaline, it makes you feel invincible. As I wandered through the hallways and finally found the main room, I saw Maynard, who looked at my knife and guffawed. He knew I stood no chance against him, even he wasn't that stupid. Come on, let's see if you've got in you, kid, he said, shaking his head. What? I asked, confused. You don't have it in you to hurt me, you're weak just like your father, he snarled. Oh, no, you don't. I lunged at him with the knife in rage, but he sidestepped, leading to me falling flat on my face on the carpet. He had unnaturally fast reflexes, no doubt the result of countless modifications. I got up and threw the knife at him in a desperate attempt. He caught it by the blade without even wincing. His hand bled, but he was apathetic towards it. It was as if he couldn't feel pain at all. I doubt he cared in the least that he caused so much pain to others. All he cared about was himself. I'm not a psychiatrist, but I'd diagnose him with narcissistic personality disorder. He was quite similar to Machiavelli in the way he lived his life. "How do you do this?" I nearly whispered. "I turned all of my pain receptors off. Nothing you do can hurt me. I am everything you will never be, don't you understand? I am more than human. I am ascended," he said, picking me up and throwing me across the room. I landed on my back on the cold stone floor and felt all the oxygen leave my body. "No fighting in the palace, my sons!" Tobias yelled out, annoyed as he walked in. He was the one who came at me with a letter opener. Maynard yelled angrily. "Is this true, my child?" Tobias asked. Soft-spoken. Unlike Maynard, he didn't yell constantly and always kept his cool. He was like Scarecrow from Batman, who talked softly about how much he would hurt you. Yes, it is," I said, knowing I was probably about to die, anyway. I commanded my body to travel back to 2018, but something inside of me had broken. I physically could do nothing but feel massive pain every time I tried to go back in time. It got so bad, in fact, that my nose started bleeding from all the pressure I was applying to my body. It's funny, the one time I had a genuine excuse to travel time, I wasn't even able to pull it off. "Let me help you," Tobias said, pulling out a handkerchief and wiping the blood rushing from my nose. Despite him being a horrible person, I almost appreciated the gesture. "Thank you," I said, getting up. "Of course. We need to talk, Clive. Follow me." I followed Tobias into his office. Chapter 89. Tobias' office was gorgeous. He had a colossal piano made of polished wood right in the center. On the walls were photographs of him with his family. It was horrible to imagine how anyone could have married that monster. But then again, people have literally married serial killers before, so. "Do you play?" I asked out of curiosity. "I play lots, yes. I even have original pieces," he replied with a small smile. "Could I hear you play an original piece real quick?" "Of course," he unexpectedly replied as he sat down to play. He played a melodic tune that made me imagine flying in the sky and looking down on everyone and everything. He played for about 4 minutes before finishing. His playing was so beautiful, I could almost visualize the colorful notes flying through the air as if I had synesthesia. "How beautiful," I said in awe. For a moment, I forgot just what kind of person he was. It's scary how happiness can trick you sometimes. "Thank you, Clive," he replied, bowing. "Quit messing around, Clive. Let's get straight to the point. I am not a spy," I said, deciding not to waste any more time. "If you are not a spy, then why do you not have any records of you existing, my son?" he asked, leaning on the piano. "Stop calling me that. I'm not your son. If I was, I'd kill myself. I have a reason for it, but you will never believe me, I swear on it." "I'm all ears," he said, standing up. "The truth is I am a time traveler. I didn't mean to travel here, it happened by complete accident," I replied with a sigh. It's not like I had a solid lie to tell him, anyway. "If you are a time traveler, then prove it by traveling back in time and here again. If you do this, I will drop all charges of espionage." "That's simple, right? There's just one problem, I can't do it right now. The last time I tried, I had a nosebleed, you saw it happen," I replied, about to have a panic attack. This was the absolute worst time for time travel not to work. After that, he became quiet as a mouse, and I could tell he was in deep thought. I was terrified out of my mind of what he'd do next. "Clive, this does not do you any favors. I am afraid that I will have to send you to Romana on charges of espionage. I cannot have you violating national security," he said calmly. "Now, you listen to me, old man. One day, karma's going to bite you where it hurts. Your walls of Jericho will fall, and I will be there when they do." I growled. "Phileas, come get this citizen out of my sight," he called out as a boy of around 18 ran out of the room next to his office. "Yes, father," he said as he roughly grabbed me by the hand and led me further and further down into hell. I saw Maynard give me a wink and a sarcastic salute. I nearly tried to break free and attack him, but I held back. Eventually, Phineas stopped at one of the kitchens and said the last thing that I expected to hear in my life. I'm going to help you. Chapter 90. Why are you helping me? I asked, instantly suspicious of his motives. Being surrounded by so much hate made me crazy paranoid, and I felt like everyone in Arcadia was out to get me. I couldn't believe that I caused so much agony at only 16. Because I believe that good people still exist in this world. I believe what you said about time travel. I've suffered from time sickness ever since I was 8. My father would never believe me, but you understand what it's like. Now listen closely, because I will only say this once. I am going to assassinate my father today. This palace is the only place in Arcadia that's not constantly monitored by security. He's a terrible person, but why do you want to kill him? I asked, shocked. He has a time machine, and I'm afraid that one of these days, his temptation to use it will overcome him. I think you know exactly what will happen if he does, he replied, shaking his head. No way that's real, I replied in disbelief. Oh, it's real all right. Now go, I'll tell my father. I sent you away to the camps. Don't worry about me, I don't fear death. For once, I'll do something good in my life, this will be my atonement. I wanted more than anything to protest and tell Phineas I would not let him kill himself over me, but I knew that would both be dead if I did that, so I decided with pain in my heart to leave. I felt practically glued to the ground from how much I wanted to stay with him. He was killing himself over somebody he barely even knew. I felt like I was the spawn of the devil at that moment. I felt like I didn't deserve to be alive. Goodbye, my friend. Chapter 91. About 45 seconds after I left the palace, I heard a massive explosion that was strong enough to shatter the glass of every building in a half-mile radius and make my ears ring for over a minute. I couldn't even hear myself think because of how loud the ringing was. My ears sounded like the beginning of time by Pink Floyd at that moment. Talk about killing two birds with one stone. As I walked back towards Audrey's house, I suddenly lost my balance and fell down onto the cold pavement face first, hitting my head on the ground. I'm not sure what made me fall, but I suddenly felt fatigued and drained of all of my strength. If you thought that was crazy, wait until you hear about what happened next. Lying there on the ground with a throbbing head, I realized I couldn't open my eyes, as if someone had glued my eyelids shut. This was enough to send me into a panic, but was nothing compared to what I hallucinated inside my eyelids. I saw my brain being torn apart into millions of pieces and genuinely felt a sharp pain inside my head. This was followed by feeling like I was falling down a hole at terminal velocity. I genuinely thought that I was dying at that moment. I also felt terribly dehydrated, as if I had not drunk water in 2 days. I hallucinated a female voice saying, hot as a hare, red as a beet, dry as a bone, blind as a bat, and mad as a hatter, before laughing at me hysterically. I still do not know what she meant to this day, but it clearly wasn't anything good. I must have laid there for 5 minutes before I could open my eyes and stand up. Right away, walking felt wrong, and not in the sense that gravity was turned up. This time, it felt as if someone was constantly pulling me back by my arms. Reality was playing tug-of-war with me, and needless to say, I didn't enjoy it very much. I stumbled for about half a mile, nearly falling down every step of the way before finally arriving at Audrey's house. I was surprised that I had made it that far. I knocked on her door and fell down again, physically unable to move. My head was spinning at about 800 miles an hour, and I kept seeing insects crawling all over me again. I felt like I had died and gone to hell at that moment. In my thoughts, I said goodbye to my parents and actually prayed for God to save me, even though I'm agnostic. I'm just scared of the idea of there being nothing after death. It sounds terrible to even think about. Oh, my goodness! Audrey yelled out as she opened her door and found me lying there on the ground. I felt like my body weighed 1,000 pounds and didn't even have the strength to move my fingers. I can't move, I almost whispered. Hold on, she said as she dragged me into her house. I had lost all feeling in my limbs at that moment, as if they had injected me with Novocaine, and felt my head spin around like a merry-go-round. Once she put me on the couch, she felt my forehead and told me I had hypothermia. I barely understood what she was saying because of how delirious I was. I didn't even know what my name was at that moment. The strangest thing happened to me as I closed my eyes. I could still see the room, which I found confusing. I could hardly tell that I had closed them at all. The entire experience was like playing a video game inside my head. As I looked around the room, the surrounding scenery melted like hot wax, and I found myself lying outside the entrance to my old school. It had the eeriest vibe. It was as if I had some sort of negative memory associated with it. I decided to explore it out of thrill-seeking. You're in high school again. Chapter 92. None of the doors were locked, which made little sense. I tried opening the door to the school entrance and, to my surprise, found it unlocked. I regained the ability to walk at that moment. It was a pleasant change. Walking through the hallways felt eerie. I was the only person there, and the silence was eating me alive. Everything had a strangely menacing aura that I could not explain. It was just off. I felt like I was being watched by someone or something, but I couldn't see anyone when I looked around. I did, however, hear people I knew laughing at me. I wanted to tell those stupid voices to shut up, but realized that it probably wouldn't have worked anyway. If I had my phone with me, I would have played 1979 by the Smashing Pumpkins to drown out the horrible voices. There's something truly magical about that song. As I walked through the hallways, I started noticing these snow-white spiders that kept dropping from the ceiling. I'd throw them off of me, but more would come, as if trying to drive me mad. They tried to bite into my skin and burrow themselves under it, which nearly caused me to have a panic attack. I started running as fast as I could to escape the spiders and ran inside the gym, locking the doors in an attempt to block them out. It worked, sort of. It got rid of the tiny white spiders all right, but instead of them, an 8-foot huntsman spider dropped from the ceiling and started chasing me around the room. I started sweating like crazy at that moment and was genuinely worried that the spider would eat me. I picked up the nearest chair at that moment and threw it, attempting to slow it down, but to my horror, the chair phased through the spider and crashed behind it. Out of ideas, I continued running around the room like an idiot and started seeing writing on all four walls that said "Careful what you wish for" in my handwriting to make matters even creepier. This is random, but I might have the worst script out of everyone in this world. I sometimes struggle to write on the lines. Eventually, I got tired of running and knew that I couldn't escape the spider. The spider pinned me down like a WWE wrestler and started dragging me across the floor while I screamed like a little girl. Whatever was going to happen next, it would not be pleasant. Despite being exhausted, adrenaline was still coursing through my blood. I kicked the spider in a desperate attempt to escape. It worked, and I ran out of the gym, not looking back for a single second. Next, I wandered over to the boys' bathroom and looked at myself in the mirror. To my shock, my entire face looked rotten, like I was a zombie of some sort. I looked down at my hands, and my fingers were rotting away as well. My skin was this strange sickly grayish-green color, and I felt disgusted seeing it. The next thing I knew, I was back at my house. I went downstairs to talk to my parents for a bit. I saw my father first, and when I asked him how his day was going, he turned his head around, smiled maniacally. His skin was dark red like a demon, and he had purple horns on top of his head. His eyes were golden yellow, and he had slits like a snake in place of human pupils. It horrified me. "My day is going fine, Skipper. How is yours?" he asked with a strong hiss in his words, as if he was imitating a snake. "Fine, I guess." "Dad, have you looked at yourself in the mirror lately?" I asked, concerned. "I did. Why?" he asked with the eeriest smile. "Never mind, I should get going," I replied awkwardly. Next, I ran to the front door as quickly as I could while my father chased me like a panther. He wasn't even human. Whatever he turned into was an abomination. I finally made it and opened the door, only to see that below us was an endless black void with nothing or no one in sight. What will it be, Clive? The creature asked, laughing in a sinister tone. You're a lot worse than an endless void. I've made my choice, I said as I jumped outside. I fell at incredible speeds that felt like several thousand miles an hour. I continued falling for several more minutes until something peculiar happened. As I looked around me, I noticed some sort of progress bar, like in a video game. This one represented how close I was to death, with a full bar meaning that I was dead. The sides of my world started shaking and bending as if glitching out, and I saw it rise. Crap, I can't let it get full. The bizarre glitching did not end and got even worse. It got so bad that I couldn't recognize the world I was looking at anymore. It looked like a distorted impressionist painting. Then the worst happened. The bar filled up all the way, and I could feel death slowly overtaking me. I felt every part of my body go numb, and strangely, it was quite pleasant. Then my world turned black, and I was again stuck in an endless void. That was when I heard a familiar female voice say, "He's finally waking up." It was Audrey's, and after hearing it, I noticed that the scenery started melting away again. I found myself in her house. I have never missed dystopia so much. Chapter 93. I called Dr. Jameson to check up on what happened to you. He said that your acetylcholine levels were dangerously low, and that this caused your weakness. He injected some into your shoulder. How are you feeling? She asked, with her son sitting silently in the room's corner as if afraid to speak. What's this acetylcholine you mentioned? I feel a lot better, honestly. Hey, this might sound crazy, but Tobias is dead, killed in an explosion by his son, I said with a tiny smile. The devil finally got served his own dish back. It's a neurotransmitter and a neuromodulator in the body. I'm guessing they poisoned you somehow. Dead, she said as she started laughing from pure joy. Boy, she laughed for about a solid minute before turning red as a beet. They didn't poison me, not that I know of, anyway. Yes. Hey, listen, what do you say we rescue your husband from those camps? I said impulsively. I knew Arcadia was about to go into full anarchy mode with Tobias dead. It's not like they planned anybody to replace him. Dictators don't care about that sort of stuff. I sometimes wonder if he ever pressured his son into becoming a ruler just like him. I couldn't imagine living knowing that my father was a genuine psychopath. They act all charming for the public, but they are the worst people imaginable in private. They build their whole life on pathological lies. Unfortunately, they seem to be quite common in Hollywood. Never take your kids there. Arcadia is about to turn into the ninth circle of hell. How do you suggest we save him? She asked curiously. We gotta steal a centipede, it's our only chance. Your husband might still be alive, and you'd never even know. What about my son? They'll hurt him if they catch us, she asked anxiously. Look, if you don't do it, you'll never know if he's even alive, I countered. Fine, we're going to save him, she relented. That's more like it, I said excitedly. If anyone comes, hide Castor, don't make any sound, you hear me, she said, tightly hugging her son, who nearly started crying from being so emotional. Get Daddy back, he pleaded. We will, I said as we ran outside. There was fighting all around. The citizens were battling the Raven Corps, and their violence was so intense I couldn't tell who was winning. Everything that could have been used as a weapon was. This included broken glass bottles, pipes, crowbars, nail guns, and plasma rifles. Seeing the crowbars made me think of Gordon Freeman from the Half-Life series. He would have given the Raven Corps a nice beating. We ran past the carnage as fast as we could, nearly getting shot a couple of times ourselves, until we saw an android who was riding around on a centipede. Need a ride? I hacked it, he asked with an uncanny smile. Man, couldn't any of them smile without going into the uncanny valley? You're sentient, aren't you? Audrey asked excitedly. Yep, now get on because, in about half an hour, this place will be a ghost town. Can't do too much in those, unfortunately. We got on the centipede, and the android told it to go as fast as it could, and oh, boy, it was fast. Try holding onto a robot running 200 miles an hour, then we'll talk. The morons who made them didn't even bother to add seatbelts, which meant that if you were to fall off, you'd hit the ground at 200 miles an hour. Still, in a strange way, it felt thrilling. It was like riding a scary roller coaster. We were attacked numerous times on our way to Romana, but the centipede knocked them away with the force of a tank and sent them into states of unconsciousness. We tried our best not to kill anyone, as we didn't see the point of adding more casualties to the revolution. Unlike our past great leader, I do not prefer to use heat rays on civilians, the android yelled out before going yee-haw out of nowhere. I had almost forgotten that we were in a revolution right now. That part was enough to get me to laugh for a bit. That's the thing with laughter, it numbs emotional pain for just a moment. Eventually, I heard Audrey scream and saw a throwing knife stuck several inches deep in her leg that a soldier threw at us. Whoever threw that knife had insane reflexes, considering how fast we were going. Some people in Acadia were honestly closer to machines than humans. Pull it out, she yelled in my direction. I'm afraid. What if I hurt you? I asked. Anxiously. Oh, kids these days, she said as she grabbed the knife with her shirt and pulled it out herself. Give me that, the android said as he grabbed the knife and started cutting the panel in the centipede's head. What are you doing? I yelled in shock. Setting it to blow up in the next 15 minutes. We need to blast our way through the camp walls somehow. Are you sure you know what you're doing? Audrey asked cautiously. Some of the smartest people in the world have programmed me. Do you really think I don't know what I'm doing? He replied wittily. Good point, she said as she became silent. Eventually, we reached the camp, and in a word, I would call it hell. There was a 20-foot-high barbed wire fence that no regular person could climb and walls made of what looked like fortified concrete. Everyone off and run for 15 seconds, the android yelled. We got off and ran to the south of the camps until we heard a massive explosion rock the center. Pieces of wire were strewn all around like corpses, and a couple of tiny pieces of the walls hit me, nicking my skin. The formed hole was about 8 feet tall and wide enough for a rhino to walk through. We ran inside the camp, and right away, we saw that all hell had broken loose. The prisoners fought against the guards, stealing their guns and shooting them all down. They prepared the guards for war, but the prisoners outnumbered them 10-1, they never stood a chance despite their training. This is all your fault. Cyrus yelled out, pointing his plasma rifle at me. I thought that I was about to die and at only 16 when I heard a gunshot ring out. Behind him and saw Cyrus crumble to the ground. The man who shot him was none other than Audrey's husband. Audrey, he asked in disbelief. Carl, she asked with tears in her eyes as she ran to hug him. She started crying on his shoulder, and despite being in a revolution, I allowed them to have their moment. However, that was quickly ruined when I heard what the android said next. I'm going to have to blow myself up. I cannot follow you guys, I am so sorry, he said, sounding as if he was going to cry. What? Why? I nearly yelled out in horror. They can track the location of all androids. I already risked much by giving you all a ride. Run and start a new life away from this hell. Go to Byzantium and stay there until it's safe. I will miss all of you, he said with a shaky voice as he cut open his stomach and pressed a secret button, after which a robotic female voice said, 10 minutes until destruction. Thank you for everything, I said, hugging him. He hugged me back and I for a moment imagined that he was my father protecting me from the evils of the world. I never wanted to let go at that moment, but I knew that if I didn't that I'd be toast. That was when I realized that there was something incredibly familiar about the robot. In fact, I knew that I had met him before in one form or another. You're the robot savior, I nearly whispered. Now you know, Clive. My name is Clay, by the way, he replied with a tiny smile as he pressed something on his wrist. I could hear the screeching of tires in the distance, and a neon orange car pulled up to us and automatically opened its doors. Goodbye, I said with a lump in my throat as we got into escape. It's only a goodbye for now, one day, I'll see you again. Never forget the android Clay. Remember the dream, he replied with a smile. I will. Chapter 94. As we rode towards the Byzantine wall, we saw that about 100 guards guarded the border. I had no idea how we were supposed to cross the barrier at that moment. Then the car stopped. Boy, let me tell you that one of the worst things that can happen is having your car stop right next to danger. It was almost as if the universe was laughing at us at that moment.